Audiobook Alice, Knowing the Soul of the Omegas. Prologue. Several decades ago, the birds took flight, frightened by the sudden commotion, as a brown wolf rolled down the hill among the trees, dragging branches, stones, and any loose debris in its path. The wolf's body impacted against the trunk of a larger tree at the bottom of the slope, stopping in its tracks as nature's ruggedness refused to yield to its strength. The silence of the forest was broken by the sound of more paws smacking the ground ferociously. Howls filled the air as a pack of wolves of varying sizes and colors burst through the undergrowth, surrounding the now injured brown wolf. All the wolves bared their sharp fangs at the cornered creature. Their eyes, black as night, shone with ferocity, and the bristling fur on their backs made clear the wild nature that defined them. The smaller brown wolf whined and leaned against the tree, searching for the best way to protect himself from the at least 7 rogue wolves stalking him. Though he also bared his teeth, his defenses paled in comparison to those of his enemies. In a last attempt to demonstrate what little control he had left, the brown wolf tensed his body and let out a growl. Then, a guttural sound erupted from the pack. A roar so powerful that every wolf present instantly bowed, forced to submit to the authority emanating from that sound. A black wolf, of enormous size, advanced with a firm step while the others moved aside to let it pass, keeping their heads bowed in submission. It was, without a doubt, one of the largest wolves the brown had ever seen, comparable only to its own alpha. Its jet-black fur gleamed with blue hues in the faint rays of sunlight that filtered through the leaves. Its enormous paws could effortlessly crush a hair. And its eyes, "Luna, protect me," were a reddish amber, as unusual as it was disturbing. Though terror filled the brown wolf, he refused to show it. And, by the moon, if he was going to perish there, at least he would discover why the black wolf had dared to betray them all. Slowly, the brown wolf began to force the transformation. His wolf resisted. He was stronger in his animal form, but when it came down to it, his human side had a little more control. His bones creaked and shifted painfully, while the fur retracted and disappeared. A tingle ran down his spine, his eyes and ears adjusted as his senses dulled, and his paws splayed out in agony to make way for human fingers. And then, it was all over. The wolf, now a man, stood completely naked, surrounded by the pack. His back was still pressed against the tree, the bark scratching his skin as a silent reminder that it still protected him. The man coughed to clear his throat and turned to the black wolf. "Why?" was all he managed to ask, his voice cracking as if the words were rasping as they came out. "Why did you do this to us? To our pack? We were practically family." The black wolf snorted and shook his head. "We trusted you, Drake," she snapped at the wolf, the one who acted more ferociously than all the others combined. "He trusted you. And you betrayed him just because of his position." The wolves surrounding him growled in warning and stepped forward, waiting for the command to attack. But the black wolf, Drake, remained motionless, watching, calculating. A treacherous tear rolled down the man's face. He knew Drake would never give him an answer. He would never reveal his motives. Still, he felt he had to continue. "He was your brother," he cried, incredulous, the muscles in his neck tensing with suppressed fury. Drake didn't make a sound. He didn't move. He just stared at him, playing his role as hunter. The man must have realized that his anger wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't revive the 2 bodies lying in eternal sleep in the pack's den. It wouldn't bring back to life the brave men who had tried to defend themselves. So he tried a different approach. "Gabriel won't let you escape. He'll find you, and when he does, he'll strip you of your skin until you're just skin and bones." Drake was beginning to tire of waiting. He had finally achieved his objective. The one he'd been planning for 12 years. Just for fun, he'd followed his wolves to finish off this last one. But the chase was over, and the man wouldn't resist. It would be like swatting a fly. With a simple nod, Drake sealed the man's fate. And the wolves pounced on him. Chapter 1. Alice. Present. Go back to where you came from, Bright Eye, a voice shouted from one of the cars speeding by. Alice stared at the apple-red Camaro and its occupants until the vehicle became a tiny dot on the horizon. A growl escaped his lips. Just ignore them, he repeated to himself. He tried to calm his inner wolf, at least enough to keep from chasing them down and tearing them apart. After a few seconds, she managed to relax her fists. She didn't like having to constantly contain the beast inside her because people found it fun to mock her. While her human half had learned to cope, her wolf half despised anyone who dared to challenge her. But there was nothing I could do about it. Alice continued walking along the road toward home. There was just over a mile between her house and the school. It wasn't a long walk, especially when she could transform into a swift and tireless beast, but in her human form, the journey seemed slower. A group of trees, beginning a few steps from the embankment, accompanied her on her journey. Vegetation was abundant in her small town, on every corner, in every garden. Nature dominated the landscape, overcoming even the signs of human life. Alice didn't mind. On the contrary, she loved nature. It was part of her home. She loved the birds singing at dawn, how life never ceased, creating melodies even in the darkness of the night. But what he loved most was the earth itself. The way the ground rose slightly beneath his paws as he ran, the way the twigs crunched under his weight. He even enjoyed the coolness of the ground before the sun warmed it. "Care!" yelled Donovan, her 6-year-old brother, as she walked through the door. Ever since he was little, he'd struggled to pronounce her name correctly, and the nickname had stuck. Alice, secretly, loved it. The little boy launched himself at her with all the strength of a wolf cub who had yet to undergo his first transformation. But Alice, as always, was ready. She caught him easily and smiled at him. "You missed it. Myra and I painted and then played with Play-Doh," Donovan announced, bursting with excitement. "Really?" Alice asked gently, turning on the living room lights before leading him into the kitchen. "And you thanked him?" Donovan's lips formed a small "oh." She chuckled. "Yeah, I thought so." As he entered the kitchen, Alice led him to Myra, their nanny, who was washing dishes in the rusty sink. Donovan ran over and hugged her. At omega height, he barely reached her waist. "Thanks, Myra." The older woman looked at him with a forced smile. "Of course, Donovan." The atmosphere in the kitchen became heavy, charged with tension. Alice could feel Myra's efforts to remain calm. "Donovan, could you do me a favor and give Alice and me a moment to talk?" Myra asked. Alice nodded in approval. Reluctantly, Donovan agreed and shuffled slowly toward his room. It wasn't until they heard the door click that Myra and Alice began to talk. Myra wiped her hands with a fury Alice had never seen before. Although the gray-haired woman wasn't exactly cheerful, she wasn't usually aggressive either. As a pack elder, she had looked after Donovan for a long time. There had never been a serious problem. "Is everything okay?" Alice frowned, worried. "No. It's not." Myra ran a hand over her face. "I can't take it anymore. I've been holding on, hoping things would get better, but every day they get worse. This is over." Alice's stomach sank. "You're not talking about quitting, are you?" "That's exactly what I'm doing. I can't stand this 1 minute longer." But Myra, Donovan is a good boy. I know he can be a little naughty sometimes. It's not about Donovan. It's about you and your parents. Myra was furious. I can't stay here all day taking care of that boy. I'm supposed to be the help, not his mother. But I'm the nanny, she interrupted, pointing at herself. I watch Donovan for a few hours, clean the house, get paid, and leave. It's that simple. But it seems neither you nor your parents understand. The services aren't free, Alice. When was the last time he got paid? Cole had said. Myra, if you let me talk to Cole and Marie, I'm sure I can make sure this doesn't happen again. It won't happen again because I won't be here to see it. I quit. She snorted and grabbed her purse and keys from the table. With firm steps, she headed for the door. Myra, wait. Alice followed her. Can't we work this out? Please. Don't even dream about it. Myra, please. Alice's voice sounded desperate. You're our last option. Myra opened the door and stepped outside before turning around. You Omegas aren't good enough for this pack. It shows in the way Donovan acts. You don't follow orders and you never contribute financially. I hope my resignation teaches you something. You can't take advantage of a pack member. Without hesitation, Myra walked down the worn porch steps and headed to her gleaming Volvo. Alice carefully closed the door, suppressing a wince at the squeak. She listened to the roar of the engine fade down the street. She leaned her forehead against the wood, closed her eyes, and let out a shaky breath. Even if she wanted to, she didn't have the money to pay Myra. Could things get any worse? Care. Donovan's small voice sounded fragile, as if he was holding back tears. I'm sorry. Alice watched him as he came down the stairs, noticing his trembling lower lip. Without hesitation, she picked him up and hugged him tightly, inhaling his warm, comforting scent. It's not your fault, Donovan. Myra just wasn't the right babysitter for us, that's all. Mom's going to be really mad at me. The little boy sobbed as clear tears began to stream down his face. Alice hugged him tenderly, whispering sweet nothings in his ear. It's not your fault, Donovan, do you hear me? None of this is your fault. This is mine, Cole's, and Marie's. Donovan's red eyes trembled with sadness as he took refuge in Alice's arms. Each small sob tore at his soul, and she hugged him even closer to her chest. The two brothers sat by the front door in silence for a long time. Alice waited patiently as Donovan wept uncontrollably. No matter how many times she told him it wasn't his fault, the pain wouldn't go away. And Alice understood, there were wounds that even the warmest words couldn't heal, wounds that only time, or her mother, could mend. But her mother wasn't coming back yet, so Alice knew she had to be strong, for both of them. He stroked Donovan's golden curls gently. Everything will be okay, kiddo, she promised. This just means you'll see me more often. We're going to be a great team, you and I. Donovan rubbed his reddened cheeks. Do you promise you won't leave me? Without a second thought, Alice replied. I promise you, Donovan. I'll never leave you. And it was a promise she was willing to keep until her last breath. Because Donovan was the closest thing to a true family she'd ever had. And family is never abandoned. It wasn't until almost 8 o'clock at night that Alice managed to get the little one to fall asleep in his bed. With the storybook clutched to her chest, Alice closed her eyes for a moment. Fatigue coursed through her body like a heavy current. She would have liked to stay right there, asleep next to Donovan, for years on end. But I couldn't. With effort, she slid out of the old bed, a bargain they'd found at a garage sale, and tiptoed to the door. She murmured good night to the little one and turned off the light. Outside, the sky had already turned a deep blue, that magical darkness that awakened something ancient within her. The wolf within screamed to be set free, yearning to run free through the forest, leaving her mark on every corner, proclaiming this territory hers. The longing to transform was almost unbearable. It had been a week since she had allowed herself to let go of that other part of herself, and Alice felt she couldn't contain it much longer. However, he had responsibilities. She microwaved a small bowl of Easy Mac and, with her makeshift dinner in hand, headed to her room where a mountain of homework awaited her. With a resigned sigh, he sat on the floor of his room and spread his books and papers around him. He forced himself to concentrate, even though his mind protested every second. Hours later, after countless pre-calculus exercises, he dropped his book onto the cluttered floor. His head felt like it was about to smoke from the exertion. Alice stood up slowly, feeling her bones creak in protest. Running a hand through her hair, she grabbed a towel from the hall closet and headed down the stairs to the house's only bathroom. She stepped into the shower, turning the knob until it reached an almost unbearable temperature. But for her, it was comforting. Her body, part wolf, always operated at a higher temperature than a human's, and the warmth felt like a blessing. If it were up to her, she'd live in eternal summer. When she finished, she wrapped herself in the towel and looked at herself in the antique bathroom mirror. Her face stared back at her, her hair, a deep reddish hue, fell wet to her mid-back. Through the steamy haze, her green eyes shone, standing out against her pale skin and the freckles scattered across her nose. Although she possessed some of the natural beauty characteristic of her kind, Alice didn't consider herself particularly attractive. She preferred to go unnoticed among humans, unlike other members of her pack whose beauty was impossible to ignore. However, among her own kind, that normal appearance made her stand out, and not exactly in a favorable way. Her omega status didn't help either. "Come on, Alice," she told herself, composing herself as she combed her hair with her fingers. He rummaged through his drawers looking for something clean to sleep in. After nearly emptying one of them, he found a worn t-shirt with a few small holes, but at least it smelled clean. Nowadays, finding clothes without patches was almost a luxury. She put on her t-shirt and gray pajama pants and returned to her room to try to resume her schoolwork. Her stomach growled with hunger, but she preferred to save what little was in the refrigerator for Donovan. He needed him more than she did. The clock read 12:30 when he heard the first sound. Alice looked up from her notes, straining her ears. A creak on the porch. He jumped up, forgetting his homework, and grabbed the baseball bat he kept by his bed. The solid weight of the bat in his hands gave him some courage. She went downstairs silently, ready to face whatever it was. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. Would they be bothering her house again? Or was it something else? Perhaps a stranger wolf looking for trouble. Or worse, a stranger lurking in the night. Alice knew that, if necessary, she would not hesitate to protect her little adopted brother and the home that, although humble, was her refuge. Thanks to her heightened senses, Alice could hear footsteps approaching the porch. 2 pairs of footsteps. She pressed the bat against her shoulder, while her other hand slowly reached out to turn the doorknob. The door slammed open. Alice let out a small scream, unable to contain it. Against all her training, she closed her eyes and threw a punch forward. The bat came to an abrupt stop as it collided with something. Alice's eyes flew open, revealing 2 figures standing in the doorway. "Is this how you welcome us home, Alice Bear?" a deep voice asked, thick with amusement. As if a huge weight had been lifted from her chest, Alice's shoulders slumped and she breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart, which had been racing until just a moment before, began to calm. "You scared me," he said weakly. "Next time you're this late, let me know so I don't panic." "Oh, Alice Bear, where would that be?" Cole joked, dropping the bat and turning on the nearest light. Alice's adoptive parents became more visible, their hospital uniforms somewhat stained from the long walk back. Cole and Marie stared at her from the doorway as if they couldn't recognize their daughter. And, in truth, they had never seen her so at the end of her tether. Marie approached her and tenderly caressed her cheek. "Are you okay, honey? You were holding that bat like you were going up against an army." "I'm fine, Marie." Cole watched her closely. "Are you sure, Alice Bear? You're paler than usual, and that's saying something." Alice gave an inelegant giggle. "You're so funny, Cole. You know, I've been home for 2 minutes and I still haven't gotten a hug from my favorite girl," he said, smiling so that the corners of his eyes crinkled. Alice didn't hesitate. She moved forward, melting into Cole's embrace, letting his warmth envelop her. She wrapped her arms around his waist, holding him tightly. Cole rested his chin on Alice's head and hugged her firmly. His familiar scent calmed her troubled soul. He had always been her refuge. After a while, Alice reluctantly broke away. "I'm sorry about all this. It's just..." Her voice broke, forcing her to clear her throat before continuing. "I just wanted to make sure you didn't try anything again." Cole and Marie understood immediately. She was referring to the incident. Some time ago, after a regular walk in the woods, the family returned home to find their small home in tatters, the sofas ripped, the windows broken, the sheets ripped, the dishes smashed, the television and safe stolen, and even the mirrors cracked. They were still paying for the repairs. In fact, Alice's last paycheck had gone directly toward the purchase of a new microwave. Adam, the pack treasurer, had told them that the check to cover the damages was in progress. In the meantime, they had to find those responsible themselves. Alice had spent 3 hours removing the spray-painted words from the wall, words she would never dare repeat. "I knew exactly who had done it. And why." But he didn't have the courage to confess to Cole and Marie that, deep down, it was all his fault. Guilt ate at him inside. And for Luna, he'd do anything to protect his family if they tried to hurt them again. Marie was thoughtful, probably remembering the mess left in the kitchen. They hadn't even managed to save up for a new table. Cole gave Alice a sad smile. "Thanks for taking care of the house, Alice Bear. You did an amazing job." She knew that smile well. Cole and Marie were all she had for family. She knew how to interpret every nuance on their faces. Cole's sad smile always appeared when something was deeply troubling him. And Alice understood, he was hurt that his daughter had to live in fear, but also proud of her bravery. Alice sighed. "It wasn't as good as it could have been," he said, leaning the bat against the wall. "But before I give you the bad news, how was work?" Marie intertwined her fingers with Cole's. "It was work. Not much happens when your job is cleaning hospital rooms." Cole burst out laughing. "At least I didn't have to clean any too nasty areas today." Marie looked at him with mock reproach. "Speak for yourself," he said, turning to Alice. "Anyway, we're still barely surviving on what we earn." Alice felt a lump in her chest. She knew how much Marie wanted to be a housewife. She had always wanted to. But necessity had forced her to take any job available. That's how she ended up on the hospital's night cleaning crew. Grueling shifts, low pay. The only advantage was that she could work alongside her husband. Marie looked at her now, waiting for the news Alice had to give. Myra resigned today. Silence fell like a slab. Only the crickets and the rustling of branches outside filled the air. Marie's blue eyes flashed with frustration, and Alice wished she could swallow her own words so she wouldn't cause more pain. "I'm sorry," Alice murmured, barely hearing herself. "I tried to convince her to stay, but she was determined. I know it's a problem, but I could talk to my boss about bringing Donovan with me. Maybe I could seat him at one of the tables and—" "You shouldn't have to do that," Marie whispered, so softly that only Alice and Cole, with their acute hearing, could hear her. Cole rubbed her back in small circles to comfort her. "Calm down, love. We'll find a solution, step by step. It's not fair." Marie suddenly exclaimed, rage filling her gaze. In an impulsive gesture, she punched the wall next to her. A thin crack spread from the point of impact, like a spiderweb. "We shouldn't live like this. We belong to a pack, and they treat us like we're worthless, while they live like kings. I'm tired of this injustice." Cole began whispering reassuring words into his wife's ear, desperately trying to calm her. Gently, he guided her out of the room as she collapsed. As he passed Alice, he gave her an apologetic look, silently pleading for her understanding. Alice nodded in understanding. He stared at the crack in the wall as Marie's sobs echoed through the hallway. Alice clenched her fists, feeling the urge to make her own mark on the wall. Why couldn't the pack see? Didn't they understand the direness of their situation? Why didn't they do anything to help? They always helped their own. Always. While most of the elders and adults weren't overly kind to them, they at least maintained a certain courtesy. Wasn't there enough civility for them to help her family? What had her family done to earn such rejection? Most packs valued their omegas. Was it because of her? Was she so different that they decided to take it out on her family? Alice stared at the rift. Was her family the rift in the pack? Was the pack ashamed of them? With a sigh of resignation, he went out to the garage and grabbed the cast. He didn't manage to fall asleep until 4 in the morning. He ran like lightning through the forest. The wind whipped his fur, the trees swayed, and leaves fell to the ground in the gust. He was panting, his heart pounding, and his lungs burning with exhaustion, but he ignored it. He ignored it all and kept going. Her paws became soaked as she crossed a stream, splashing water that shimmered in the sunlight. Alice longed to stop and enjoy the coolness of the liquid and how it flowed over her reddish fur, but she couldn't stop. The bird she was chasing squawked in terror as it dodged logs and branches. Its blue and brown feathers danced before Alice's eyes, mocking her. "I almost have it. Alice. One more step." I could almost feel his fangs closing around the small animal. "Alice." He opened his mouth, his canines glinting in the sunlight filtering through the trees. He bit down precisely, catching the bird gracefully, just as "Alice." Something shook her shoulder sharply, jarring her from sleep. She jolted upright in surprise, her head hitting the ledge next to the restaurant table. "Oh, gee," she moaned, rubbing her head as pain shot through her senses like lightning. She looked up at the person who had woken her. Sandy. Her eyes quickly scanned the money as her mind returned to reality. How long had she been asleep? Sandy looked at her in exasperation. "Finally. I've been trying to wake you up for like 15 minutes, he said, crossing his arms. "It's a good thing they let you bring your brother here while you work." Alice frowned. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to fall asleep. It's just been a rough week, Anne." Yes. "Save it," Sandy interrupted, with an impatient gesture. You better get back to work before the boss sees you slacking off. Your break ended 20 minutes ago. And you should keep an eye on your brother. He's been bothering that older couple for quite some time. Alice jumped up, nervously searching for Donovan. When had he left the table? She breathed a sigh of relief when she found him in the back of the room, talking animatedly with an elderly couple. Luckily, they didn't seem bothered by his company. However, relief turned to horror when he saw Donovan steal a French fry from the man's plate. He acted immediately, forgetting about Sandy. "Donovan," she whispered firmly as she reached the table. "What did I tell you about leaving our place?" He gave the couple an apologetic look. "Sorry about this." The woman just smiled, stroking the boy's messy blonde curls. "Nonsense, darling. This young man is more than welcome here," she said sweetly. "Harold and I don't mind. He's been wonderful." Donovan beamed, basking in the praise. Care. Can I stay? Please." Alice gave him a sympathetic but firm look. "Sorry, Donovan, but you have to stay at our table. Besides, all your toys are there. Don't you want to play with your Play-Doh?" It wouldn't have bothered him if he knew those people. But they were complete strangers. Humans. He had to teach Donovan that he couldn't approach strangers, much less eat their food. "We don't mind if you stay," the lady insisted. But Alice was already shaking her head. "Sorry, I can't allow that. Come on, Donovan, we have to go. Thank you so much for looking after him." Without further ado, she took her brother by the arm and led him back to her table. She sat him down next to her bag of toys and took out the Play-Doh, ready to distract him. But, to his surprise, he didn't even touch it. Strange. Donovan loved his Play-Doh. He could make up entire stories with just a ball of that colorful stuff. Looking at him, she found him with his head bowed on the table, his arms hiding his face. She sighed, exhausted, and bent down to his level, stroking his back. "I'm sorry, Donovan. I know you wanted to stay with them, but you can't talk to strangers like that. What if they wanted to take you away from me? I wouldn't know what to do without you." Her shoulders shook as she wept silently, her fists clenched. "Donovan, please. I have to get back to work," she begged. It broke her heart to see him like this, even more so knowing that lately he had been crying frequently. Finally I had a friend, Care," she sobbed. "And you took him away from me." "Shoo, Donovan, please. You know it hurts me to see you cry," she begged. "Come on, okay." "No," he shouted, standing out among the murmur of the room. "No, Care." He was exhausted. Alice could see it in the frustration building on his face. Normally, Donovan was a strong kid, capable of enduring a lot. But after Myra left, and after spending nearly 6 hours sitting at the same table watching his sister run around, it was normal for him to be tired and emotional. "Shoo!" Alice panicked. Several diners were turning their gazes toward them, some even interrupting their conversations. "I'm his sister. I'm his sister." Maybe if she repeated it mentally, they'd understand the situation. "Donovan, I promise we'll do something afterward, just the two of us. How about some ice cream? But I need you to stay here until my shift ends." "Okay." The ice cream must have been the ultimate bribe, because little by little her sobs ceased. She looked up, her eyes swollen and her nose running. "Oh really?" "Seriously, Donovan," she replied gently, wiping his nose with a napkin. "Okay. Now, stay here and play for a while. My shift ends in 2 hours, and then we'll go get that ice cream." With one last squeeze on his shoulder, Alice forced herself to get up and get back to work, praying that this time Donovan would stay put. He nodded, though his eyes had already wandered to the open jar of modeling clay. Alice patted her knees gently before standing up. "Very well," he pointed firmly. "And don't you dare approach or talk to strangers, okay?" She'd resorted to the promise of ice cream to keep her little brother calm, even though she knew it might not have been the best idea. However, she was exhausted and had run out of options. She wasn't his mother, there was only so much she could do. Donovan tended to respect Alice's authority most of the time, but that didn't mean it always worked. Sometimes, he needed a little extra push. Donovan didn't reply, but took out the clay and began to mold something that vaguely resembled a bowl. Satisfied, Alice turned around and returned to her tasks. And boy, did she work hard. The honey wouldn't come off the table. Who had cleaned that morning? It looked like they'd barely wiped it. Alice was vigorously scrubbing the cracked tabletop, holding a handful of stacked glasses in her other hand. She'd just finished serving a group of middle-aged women, and now it was her turn to clean up the mess they'd left behind. Lindy's diner was too stingy to hire support staff. Whoever was in charge of the budget seemed more interested in saving than in keeping the place in good condition. Still, even though the tables were worn and the couch seats had more than a few holes in them, there was never a shortage of customers. In the corner, the old record player was playing a Whitney Houston song for the 5th time since Alice started her shift. A few burned-out light bulbs had yet to be replaced, giving the place a dim feel that at least lent a certain cozy atmosphere to dinner. The bathroom doors, worn with age, were barely standing. Alice had been working for Lindy and her husband for 2 years. As soon as she turned 16, she knew she had to get a job helping out around the house. The excitement she felt upon being hired had turned to pride, as she had amply demonstrated her commitment. She logged more overtime than any other employee, cleaned while waiting for tables, and never engaged in unnecessary small talk. She always maintained a friendly smile, unlike Sandy, who argued with customers. On one occasion, she had even paid out of pocket for a dish that had gone wrong. She applied even more force as she wiped the sticky syrup off the table, also checking the salt, pepper, sugar, and napkin dispensers. She kept her senses alert, attentive to the customers and Donovan, who, to her relief, had fallen asleep half an hour earlier. He looked at the clock on the wall, 7:30. Half an hour until Donovan's bedtime, and an hour and a half until his shift ended. He quickly carried the glasses to the kitchen and brought out a new set of cutlery for the table. It was thanks to his keen hearing that he picked up a conversation at one of the tables in his section, where some acquaintances from his pack were chatting. "Really? I thought he wouldn't come back until he found those who attacked his father," a boy whispered. "Dan, maybe," in a tone full of surprise. Alice turned some of her attention to them, intrigued by the topic. "No," a girl chimed in, smirking. "Marcus told my dad I had to pick him up from the airport. He's coming back, for sure. I can't wait to see him. He won't be able to resist this time. I'm not that little 14-year-old anymore." "Ashley, it's been 4 years," the boy mocked, rolling his eyes. "Leave it alone." Alice tensed at the mention of her name. How had she not noticed Ashley sitting in her section? She was so tired, she'd simply overlooked her. A rapid heartbeat pounded in his chest. His instinct, always latent, stirred. Would Ashley dare cause a scene in the middle of a restaurant? She pressed the notepad into her apron. There was no way out, she had to go over and take his order. "I'm going to have him so in love with me that he'll be able to ask me to be his partner," Ashley said confidently. The other young woman, with almost silvery blonde hair, then spoke. if he wasn't your partner before he left, what makes you think he will be now? Ashley glared at her. Because, Alice, she snapped, when he left, I hadn't even done my first transformation yet. You know how men don't recognize their mate until she changes. Oh, right, Alice murmured thoughtfully. But wait, doesn't that mean he could find his mate among all the other girls, too? Alice, stop. Ashley growled, losing her patience. Alice decided it was an opportune moment to intervene. She cleared her throat as she approached the table, causing everyone's eyes to be glued to her. Ashley smiled wickedly. Just look who we have here. Alice bit her tongue to keep her thoughts to herself and maintained her professional tone. Would you like something to drink? She asked politely. Alice was the first to respond, lemon water, please. Alice nodded and turned to Dan, who avoided her gaze as he murmured, a soda. Ashley, for her part, settled casually into her seat. Iced tea for me. Alice quickly took the orders and walked away from the table as quickly as she could, ignoring the giggles that arose behind her. He knew serving them would be a test of patience. He took a deep breath, picked up the tray of drinks, and headed back to what could only be described as a minor torture. Excuse me, waitress. Ashley called, her voice so sweetly fake it was unbearable. Alice frowned as she adjusted the napkin dispenser. What did Ashley want now? She strode over to the table, and as soon as she arrived, Ashley pushed a plate of chicken and vegetables toward her with a bit too much force. The plate skidded wildly to the edge of the table. Alice, reacting with quick reflexes, managed to catch it just before it crashed onto the dirty tile floor. However, she couldn't prevent the food from scattering everywhere. She stared in frustration at the pieces of chicken and the puddle of sauce covering the floor. Inside her, a silent rage churned, trying to break free from the invisible chains that held it in check. Alice took a deep breath, fighting back tears of helplessness. She knew that lashing out now would only jeopardize her job and, with it, further complicate her family's situation within the pack. Oh, Alice, look what you did. Ashley exclaimed, her tone of mock surprise so exaggerated it bordered on theatrical. I can't believe you ruined my food. I was just going to ask you to warm it up a little. Alice and Dan giggled at Alice's expense. I hope you'll think about reimbursing me, Alice, Ashley added, letting a mocking smile appear on her lips. Hearing the commotion, Lindy, the manager, quickly left the kitchen. She observed the scene, believed Ashley's sad performance, and, without hesitation, apologized profusely for her employees' clumsiness, assuring her that her meal would be completely free. As soon as Lindy finished apologizing, she leaned toward Alice and whispered sternly. Clean this up right now. I'll deduct the cost of your meal and any dessert from your pay. Although she'd spoken in a low voice, Alice knew the three customers had heard her perfectly. With their keen hearing, they could detect even the sound of a pin dropping, even amid the bustle of the establishment. Swallowing her frustration, Alice nodded and kept her eyes fixed on the floor. She didn't dare lift her head as she searched the supply closet for the mop and began cleaning up the mess. She felt her inner wolf stir uncomfortably, irritated by her submission, but Alice forced herself to remain calm. He bent down and wiped the area where the sauce had fallen with his hand, aware that a careless gesture could cause an accident. He could feel Ashley's insistent gaze burning into his back. Any dessert you want. Perfect. Ashley commented triumphantly. Alice pressed her lips together, fighting back the pressure. This isn't that bad, she told herself. There are kids like Donovan who are starving. This isn't comparable. It's just a paycheck, what does losing one matter? He glanced at Donovan. Could he last another couple of weeks in those broken shoes? Would they have enough gas to fill his battered old car? Would this mean he couldn't afford new pants, since his own barely covered his ankles? When he took the dessert order, his jaw almost dropped. It was a very long list. When it came time to pay, Alice felt like crying. Those 3 kids had eaten like they were at a royal banquet. With the few hours she worked a week, covering that bill would cost her practically her entire salary. She couldn't believe anyone would spend so much at a simple restaurant like Lindy's. And she couldn't believe that now she had to pay for it. "Thanks for the food, Alice. You're such a sweetheart," Ashley said with a wink, heading out the door with several leftovers carefully packaged in a plastic bag. However, before disappearing completely, she turned around one last time. "You should be more careful next time, Alice." Ashley's wicked smile was the last thing he saw before she disappeared down the street. The next day, Alice used her few remaining tips to buy Donovan ice cream. They couldn't afford many luxuries, but he deserved at least a little joy. "Alice. Don't make me chase you, little one," Alice warned, giggling. She crouched down, arms outstretched and legs apart, ready to leap after her little brother as soon as he escaped. Donovan giggled, covered in flour from head to toe, in his hair, on his arms, even on his clothes. With a feint to the right, he dodged Alice and shot out of the kitchen and into the living room, his little legs kicking at top speed. If Alice hadn't been a transformed wolf, she might not have caught up with him. But it was, so catching it was easy. She pretended to be exhausted, panting profusely even though her heart was barely beating faster than normal. "Donovan, I'm going to get you," she crooned, a surge of joy washing over her at the sound of his crystalline, carefree laughter, a sound she hadn't heard in a long time. "No, Alice," he squealed, jumping onto a blanket on the floor before heading upstairs. Alice followed close behind, leaving a fresh trail of flour that mingled with what Donovan had already scattered. She followed the white footprints leading to her brother's bedroom, where they abruptly ended behind the closed door. Although she'd seen him enter, she waited a few seconds, letting her anticipation build. Finally, she opened the door with a soft creak. Donovan's labored breathing betrayed his hiding place in the closet. Alice tiptoed in and deliberately stepped on a toy that began to squeak. Where could he have gone?" he asked aloud, exaggerating his tone. Donovan let out another chuckle from his hiding place. Alice grabbed the handle of the closet door and, turning it quickly, flung it open. "Aha! Did you think you could escape me?" He launched himself at her, and Alice caught him effortlessly, smiling at his overwhelming happiness. "You got me, Alice," Donovan said, pushing a few sweaty curls away from his forehead. "You're too good at this. It's all a matter of practice, little one." "Practice? Are the cookies ready yet?" Her eyes shone with excitement. At that moment, the oven timer rang. "Looks like the treat is ready," Alice replied. Donovan screamed with joy and jumped out of her arms, running down the stairs before she could stop him. "Hey," he yelled. "You're going to help me clean up this mess, little one." "Yes, Alice." She looked around. Donovan's room was a mess. Toys everywhere, white stains on the floor, on the sheets, and in places where flour should never be. It was the price of having a flour fight with a 6-year-old. Alice threw her head back and sighed. Oh yes, he would help her clean up. Marcus. Marcus waited at the end of the terminal, his eyes fixed on the baggage claim where his brother would soon appear. The excitement of seeing him again after so long made him restless. A glance at the clock confirmed that it was 8 p.m., and there was still no sign of Leo. What was delaying him? Just 10 minutes ago, Leo had told him the plane had landed. So why? There it was. Marcus spotted his brother's dark brown hair moving through the crowd. Leo stood out for his height, standing almost half a head taller than most. Marcus eyed his unkempt mane. "Oh, man, you need a haircut." Noticing a girl walking next to Leo, he couldn't help but smile. The guy still has that magnetism. The young woman, slender and tiny compared to Leo, tucked a strand of fake blonde hair behind her ear and gave him a flirtatious look. Leo murmured something under his breath, a deep reply that Marcus could barely make out over the bustle of the airport. The noise of hundreds of people was starting to pound his head. The girl slipped a piece of paper into Leo's front pocket before parting ways. He allowed it, but with a casual movement, he pulled it out and tossed it into a nearby trash can as he walked over to Marcus. "How's my little brother?" Leo asked with a genuine smile, hugging him affectionately. "Great," Marcus replied, returning the hug before pulling away with a smile. "I see you're still winning hearts." Leo gave a half-smile, though Marcus could tell he wasn't amused by the comment. "Still," he admitted. "Let's just say I've never lacked opportunities, Mark." Marcus saw a certain melancholy in her hazel eyes. He lowered his voice and asked seriously, "Did you find anything, Leo?" For a moment, he thought his brother hadn't heard him, something practically impossible. But Leo remained silent. He grabbed his suitcase and headed for the exit. That was a no. Marcus's heart sank. Despite the risks Leo had faced, he'd almost hoped he'd find clues about whoever was responsible for his father's disappearance. At least then the pack would have some peace. Marcus followed him silently to the parking lot, where his Dodge Ram was waiting. When he pressed the button on his key fob, the vehicle's lights blinked in the dimness. The smell of mold and earth invaded his nostrils. Eager to seek refuge in the cabin, Marcus could barely tolerate the stench of mold, though the earth didn't bother him. The brothers remained silent, each immersed in their own thoughts. It wasn't until they entered the highway that Marcus broke the silence. "Mom's been worried sick about you," he said, with a husky laugh. "I swear I've eaten at least 10,000 pancakes since you left." Leo burst out laughing. "Oh, really?" "Yes. You know how Mom gets." And he knew it. Ever since his father and the clan Alpha had died 5 years ago in an unexpected attack, Leo and Marcus hadn't stopped eating. Even now, Marcus still had vivid memories of that night the enemy wolves invaded their territory. At just 17, he was too young to fight, but that hadn't protected him from the pain. He could still see the mothers hugging their crying children in the basement of the clan home, or the exhausted, empty faces of the men returning, wounded and broken. Though they had sadly lost several members, their pack had been stronger than the attackers. Still, from time to time, they heard tales of their father's bravery, who had given his life defending his people. Since then, Leo and Marcus dedicated part of their time to searching for the perpetrator, convinced that such an attack had not been a coincidence. His mother, in an attempt to cope with her grief, had thrown herself into the kitchen. Marcus would have been concerned, if not for the fact that he understood that this small, everyday act kept her grounded. Since her husband's disappearance, she had lost her purpose, as leadership responsibilities immediately fell to Leo, the eldest of the brothers. If it weren't for their werewolf nature, which required a large amount of calories daily, both of them would probably have become considerably more robust. "Ashley's been counting the days until your return," Marcus commented. Seeing the horrified expression on Leo's face, he let out a hearty laugh. "Only the goddess knows how long she's been tracking you." Leo ran his hand through his hair, resigned. "She was already annoying enough when she was 14. I don't even want to imagine what she's like now." "She's 18 already." Marcus nodded. We just celebrated his birthday party a month ago. It was crazy how much money Adam spent on that celebration. Sometimes I wonder if we can really trust him to manage the clan's finances. Should I be worried?" Leo joked, though his voice held a note of seriousness. Marcus signaled left as he took the exit. "I think you should be more concerned about all the young women who've had their first transformation." Leo thought for a moment, then sighed. "Just what I needed, a bunch of newly transformed girls looking for their destined mate," he said, thick with irony. "It will always be that way, Leo. After all, what girl wouldn't want to join the powerful alpha of the pack?" Marcus could almost feel Leo rolling his eyes from the passenger seat. "At this rate, I'd rather stay single for the rest of my life." "Less complications," Leo commented, half joking, half serious. "Come on, don't say that. I'm sure your partner will be someone incredible." Silence filled the cab of the truck. The only sounds were the faint hum of the engine, the murmur of the radio program, and his own breathing. Marcus knew his brother. He knew that, deep down, Leo was beginning to lose hope of finding his soulmate. At 23, almost 24, he had traveled through numerous clans and even to other countries in search of the trail of the person responsible for his father's disappearance. At his age, he was considered an ideal candidate for mating. But time did not stop. "You'll find her," Marcus stated confidently. He got no response. They continued driving in silence, enjoying the comfort that only family ties could offer. For Marcus, it was also a relief to finally have his brother back. Carrying the alpha's responsibilities had been exhausting, and although Leo was kept up to date through bi-weekly communications, the day-to-day execution fell entirely on Marcus. Although he was the beta, the demands of an alpha were far greater, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could handle it. It was good to have Leo home again. However, Marcus couldn't help but wonder, if it wasn't the attacker's trail, what had brought him back? "Okay, I need a quick update. Did you work on clan security like I asked?" "Yes. I discreetly installed surveillance cameras throughout the town and along the borders. We also have daily patrols and closely monitor all members." "How are the new Omegas? You mentioned they moved in recently, right?" Marcus did the mental calculation. "About 3 years ago." "Any problems with them?" "So far, none. They're pretty secretive. I haven't assigned specific surveillance to them because we don't have enough personnel, but nothing worrisome has arisen. Although, a year ago, Cole mentioned to me that they were facing financial difficulties." "Financial difficulties?" Leo repeated, surprised. "Adam should be handling all that. That's why we entrusted him with the finances. I asked him to resolve the matter, but I haven't had time to oversee it with all the security reinforcements we've implemented." Leo nodded, understanding the situation. He was probably already planning an unexpected visit to the Omegas. In the past, clans didn't tend to worry so much about their borders. While there were occasional territorial tensions, a certain tolerance prevailed among them. Clans were even known to maintain lasting friendships. Everything changed when the royal family was wiped out. An entire lineage of wolves, gone in the blink of an eye. Since then, the alphas lived on constant alert, trying to discover what force was capable of eliminating the most powerful werewolves. Lately, other clans had also fallen. Little by little, the species began to crumble, as if an invisible threat were dismantling it. Marcus drove carefully into the wide circular driveway surrounding the house and parked smoothly. "Home sweet home," she announced with a smile directed at Leo. "Thank the goddess," Leo replied, letting out a sigh of relief. "Leo! My darling boy!" Melissa exclaimed as she rushed in and wrapped Leo in a tight hug. Leo reciprocated with equal intensity, leaning in to breathe in the familiar scent of her hair. That warm, cinnamon-tinged fragrance brought back memories of carefree afternoons spent playing games and freshly baked cookies. It also reminded him of the reason he'd left, the promise to protect what he held most dear. "I've missed you so much, Leonardo," Melissa whispered as she pulled away slightly, giving him a stern look and pointing at him. "Don't ever leave like that again, do you hear me?" Leo gave a short laugh. "I don't even think about it, Mom." Melissa's long, brown hair fell in soft waves down her back, and her face retained a freshness that belied her true age. Anyone would have thought she was barely over 35. Her hazel eyes retained that mischievous spark that had always characterized her, and her tanned skin seemed to retain the sun in every pore, an obvious gift of her genetic heritage. Leo felt immense pride. His mother was strong, she had faced the loss of her life partner, yet she had carried on for the sake of her children. Melissa took his arm and led him through the surprisingly empty living room, past the kitchen, and to the back door. Leo exchanged a glance with Marcus, who was following close behind. His friend's crooked smile didn't bode well. The pack house was never so quiet. There was always laughter, lively conversation, and children running around. That stillness could only mean one thing. Surprise! Dozens of voices shouted in unison. Leo blinked, stunned, before an amused smile spread across his face. He turned to Marcus. "Why didn't you warn me?" Marcus simply shrugged, his smile even wider. "Welcome home." And it was. Immediately, Leo was surrounded by members of his pack, all eager to greet him and show their joy at his return. He reciprocated politely, recognizing most, if not all, of them. Some faces warmed his heart, others stirred old annoyances. However, each one of them was part of his extended family, and there was no place he'd rather be than among his people. It wasn't until much later, when the party was already in full swing, that he managed to find a moment to breathe. With a hidden sigh, he plopped down on one of the folding chairs placed in the backyard and devoured his burger. It didn't matter that it was almost 9 p.m., when a wolf is hungry, he just eats. Finally, a moment of peace. "Leo," a high-pitched voice squealed. "Oh." Leo hurriedly finished his burger, resigning himself to facing what was coming. "Leo, I finally found you," exclaimed a young woman with brown hair, sitting next to him. He had to make a conscious effort not to groan at the interruption. Anyone else would have been preferable. "My dad told me a few days ago that you were coming back, and I couldn't wait to see you," the girl added, brimming with enthusiasm. In those years, many of the young women in the pack had changed noticeably: long legs, smooth skin, delicate features, truly striking. Ashley wasn't one of them. Leo had to suppress a shudder when she batted her eyelashes flirtatiously. Rather than attracting him, her gestures made his stomach churn. He couldn't stop seeing her as the lanky 14-year-old she had been. "Ashley," Leo greeted in a tone of forced politeness. "How have you been?" She smiled broadly. "Very well. Although since you left, everything has been a bit chaotic. I missed you so much." Leo couldn't say the same. Since he was little, he tried unsuccessfully to get rid of her. She'd always clung to his arm like a shadow. Over the years, he'd hoped her affection would fade, but it hadn't. If anything, it seemed to have intensified, perhaps because of the natural attraction wolves felt toward dominant males. Either way, it wasn't something Leo shared. "I see," he replied uncomfortably, putting a hand to the back of his neck. "Marcus did a good job while you were away," she continued, "but it's not the same without you. Now that you're back, we'll be able to go out on the weekends. It'll be great." Leo frowned slightly, feeling his patience beginning to wear thin. "Ashley, that's not going to happen," he said firmly, nipping any misunderstanding in the bud. The young woman's smile faded. "What?" she asked, confused and visibly annoyed. "I'm 23 years old. I'm an alpha. I have responsibilities. I can't just party like I used to. The pack needs leadership, commitment. Going out every weekend doesn't fit into my priorities." Ashley waved a hand in the air, dismissing it. "We're not going to be partying all weekend, don't exaggerate," she said, laughing. "But at least we could go out on Fridays, right?" Leo clenched his jaw, holding back his exasperation. "Ashley, you're not understanding." She shook her head stubbornly. "Of course. How are we going to be a couple if we don't go on real dates?" He was about to burst out laughing, but he held it back. "What?" he repeated, astonished. Ashley giggled as she leaned back in her chair. "Come on, Leo. Everyone knows you came back for me. Just like I promised you would." Nothing could be further from the truth. While it was true that she had felt an irresistible pull to return, her motives were far from what Ashley imagined. It was time to end that conversation once and for all. "Ashley. We're not." "Leonardo." Melissa's voice interrupted, standing out from the din. Her mother appeared beside them, beaming. "Come on, darling, let's cut the cake." Before he could reply, Melissa took him by the arm and dragged him back into the heart of the celebration. The locker rang with a bang as Alice slammed it shut with more force than necessary. Who did they think they were? Fragments of the threatening letter rained down into the trash can. Alice wiped her hands on her jeans and gazed at the tattered remains with satisfaction. Never before had she been so grateful to have a smelly trash can next to her locker. "You won't last much longer." She picked up her books, which were leaning against the edge of the trash can, tucked them under her arm, and walked down the crowded hallway toward her English class. The constant murmur of gossip and laughter began to overwhelm her. The voices were too loud. The 6-minute break felt like an eternity. "Your innocent charade is tired. You're just a pathetic wolf with that disgusting hair and a family you don't deserve." He tried to block out the thoughts, but his keen hearing made it nearly impossible. Normally, he endured it, ignoring the screaming humans just to stand out. But not today. Today, his patience was at its limit, the tolerance counter broken, the needle buried in the red zone. "Watch your step." She quickened her pace, dodging students, eager to be first in the classroom as always. Since she didn't have any friends, none, really, she never entertained herself like the others. She was usually the first one through the door. But not this time. A petite blonde girl with black-framed glasses was chatting politely with Professor Johnson. She had impeccable posture, long legs, and a designer handbag that probably cost as much as Alice's family car. "Of course, I'll gather all the materials you've missed and give them to you tomorrow," the professor said. "Thank you, Mr. Johnson," she replied sweetly. The teacher's cheeks flushed slightly, surprised by such courtesy, but evidently flattered. His gaze shifted to Alice, standing still in the doorway. "Oh, hi, Alice." She murmured a greeting. "Could you help Miss Giles find her next class?" Holding back a grumble, Alice nodded and led the girl into the hallway, holding out her hand. "Can you show me your schedule?" The blonde pulled a yellow piece of paper from the pocket of her expensive jeans and handed it to her. Alice began to push her way through the crowd, heading for the science wing. She hoped the other girl would follow. According to the paper, she had Earth Sciences with. "I'm Savannah, by the way," the girl said, reaching out and confidently extending her hand. Alice dodged a kissing couple and hesitantly accepted the greeting. Alice. Her inner wolf suddenly stirred. Alice's eyes widened in understanding. You are. I know, Savannah replied with a mischievous smile. She lowered her voice. Nice to finally meet you, Omega. Are you new to the pack? The blonde adjusted her glasses. Yes. My family recently applied to join and move. By then, the hallway was empty. Alice could almost imagine tumbleweeds rolling around in it. She shifted uncomfortably. Savannah frowned, studying her. You don't look like an Omega. I'm not. I'm adopted. Wow. I thought that would calm them down a bit, Savannah muttered, more to herself. Sorry. The blonde waved her hand. Forget it. Do you know I've only been here 2 days, and I've already been warned 3 times, and threatened once to stay away from the Omega family? Threatened? Alice tensed, surprised. She hadn't expected the pack to go that far. Who? The doorbell rang shrilly, interrupting the answer. Savannah shrugged. Someone named Ashley. She said you were a crazy wolf and not very attractive to be around. Alice's wolf roared inside her, demanding revenge. Was that why everyone was avoiding her? Was Ashley pushing them away? Savannah must have noticed the anger in his clenched fists and rigid posture. Relax. I told her I love the company of crazy she-wolves, and that I don't find you unattractive. He didn't need pity. Look, I don't care what you think of me, he half lied. But don't you dare pity me. Savannah's mouth twisted into a restrained smile. I never said that. Although it seems like you could use at least a friend. Alice was speechless. No one had ever offered her friendship before. Least of all someone she'd just met. Not since. I knew nothing about Savannah. Not her loyalty, not even if Ashley had sent her. After all, Ashley got there first. Her wolf spoke for her, even though her heart ached. I don't need friends. Lie. Something flashed behind Savannah's glasses. Maybe not, he said, turning the handle on his classroom door. But an ally, yes. He watched her walk in without looking back. Murmurs erupted instantly. The boys were already whispering about the new pretty girl. Alice turned off her keen hearing and walked back down the hall, heading for Johnson's living room. The after-school nursery room was a complete mess. Toy cars were scattered across the carpet, stuffed animals were piled haphazardly in a corner, and the small table, which barely reached Alice's knee, was covered in toy teapots and plastic utensils, many of them chewed up or broken. Against one wall sat a shelf overflowing with broken crayons and coloring books with torn pages. The noise level was simply astonishing. Children were running around in a haphazard, uncontrolled manner. Some girls were screaming, boys were laughing, and several were arguing heatedly over ripped teddy bears. My God, Alice thought, this looks like a real war zone. At the pickup counter, a woman tapped absent-mindedly on her computer, her gaze fixed on the screen as if hypnotized. Her face was a mask of utter boredom, oblivious, or perhaps indifferent, to the chaos surrounding her. Alice rapped her knuckles on the desk. Excuse me. The woman let out a low grunt without taking her eyes off the monitor. Alice insisted, this time more firmly. Excuse me. The obvious lack of attention made his inner wolf stir uncomfortably, yearning to break free. The woman murmured, still not looking at her. Alice's wolf growled inside her. Losing patience, Alice slammed her hand down hard on the counter. The crash made the woman flinch, and she finally looked at her. "What's wrong with you?" the woman snapped, visibly annoyed, giving him a disapproving look. Alice smiled at him innocently. "Excuse me, were we already talking?" I didn't understand, since he didn't even deign to look at me. The woman pursed her lips, giving her a warning look that Alice found more humorous than intimidating. "How can I help you?" he finally asked, his voice strained. "I just came to pick up my little brother and check him out. I hope I don't cause you too much trouble." "Name?" he asked curtly as he returned his attention to the screen. "Donovan Carrasquedo." The woman nodded, typed a few words, and moved the mouse several times before getting up and heading into the children's jungle. Alice watched her, amused, dodging and jumping to avoid the children who crossed her path. "Care!" Donovan shouted, lunging at her legs. Alice's smile appeared instantly. She crouched down to his eye level. "Hi, Donovan. Did you have fun today?" Her curly hair was partly flattened and partly unruly, as if she'd been fighting a storm. Alice ran her fingers through her curls, trying to tame them a little. Donovan nodded enthusiastically. "Care, I made a friend. My first friend." Alice's heart filled with joy. "Really? That's wonderful, Donovan. What's your name?" "Philip," he exclaimed, pointing at a small, thin-bodied boy wearing a pirate hat and an eye patch, running around a plastic boat on the corner. "He said we'll be friends forever. I just have to do everything he says." Alice's smile faded. "Oh, Donovan, honey. You can't be his friend under those conditions. That's not how true friendship works." Donovan frowned, confused. "What does that mean, Care?" She took his chin gently. "It means someone shouldn't take advantage of you. A true friend wants to share, laugh with you, and care for you, not tell you what to do all the time." "I'm sorry, Donovan, but I think it's better for you to find someone who loves you for who you are." Donovan's shoulders slumped. "Ah. It's okay," he replied calmly. The serenity of his response worried Alice. She would have preferred to see him cry or protest, anything but that silent resignation. Had he already gotten used to not having friends? Would it be so bad to let him have that friendship? No, Alice thought. Donovan deserved a true, genuine friendship. And even if it hurt now, it would be the best thing for him. Donovan shrugged and took her hand in his small hand. "Can we go now?" "I don't want to stay here any longer, Care." "Of course, little one." "Let's go," Alice said, signing out before walking him toward the street. He allowed her to climb on his back and handed her his bag to hold. "You know something, Donovan?" she asked as they walked along the gravel path. As soon as they reached the woods, she could transform into her wolf and take him home more quickly and playfully. Donovan didn't respond. His face was hidden in Alice's neck, and she felt a faint dampness on her shoulder. She prayed it was sweat, even though deep down she knew it was tears. "Still," he continued. "You are my best friend in the whole world." Donovan sniffed softly. "Really?" "Of course. I don't know what I'd do without you. You're the one who makes me happiest." The little one hugged his neck tighter. "Thank you, Care. When we arrive, do you want me to make your favorite meal?" Donovan raised his head, illuminated by emotion. "Yes, please." Alice giggled at his enthusiasm. "Then we'll have to get there as quickly as possible." The gravel crunched beneath Alice's worn sneakers. Beside her, cars sped by, some with their music blaring, making her want to cover her ears. None of them stopped or slowed down to offer help to the two children walking along the side of the road. Although, when she thought about it, it wasn't surprising, half the town was made up of werewolves. In front of them stretched a forest of lush green depths. Anyone else would have felt a chill at the strange sounds and darkness emanating from within. But not Alice or her brother Donovan. Being partly wild creatures themselves, they found nature a familiar refuge. They enjoyed the chirping of crickets, the scent of oak trees, and the trill of birds. They embraced the darkness, loving how it allowed them to move unseen, becoming more stealthy when hunting. Alice carefully dodged a large rock and jumped onto a root sticking out of the ground. When they'd advanced far enough that the sound of the vehicles was barely a distant whisper, she left Donovan leaning against a tree trunk. "Stay here for a moment, okay?" Donovan nodded enthusiastically. Alice walked a few meters to another sturdier tree and hid behind it. He removed his t-shirt and jeans with ease, but his underwear clung to his skin with sweat from the exertion of carrying Donovan on his back. Although the sun was setting and the air was getting cooler, his body still felt the heat of the day. But Alice loved that warmth. Like the darkness, it offered her comfort. She stood still for a moment, staring at the cracks in the bark of the tree in front of her, and took a deep breath. The transformation began. First, her muscles tensed, the red liquid flowed faster, and her heart pounded. That initial sensation was always the most difficult. The human body resisted change, sowing a brief panic in her mind. But Alice already knew the process. After the pain came freedom. His bones creaked as they broke and reset, his fingers and toes changed shape, and a tingling sensation ran through his skin, from which red fur sprouted. He felt his skull reshape itself, his face lengthen, his spine adapt to his new posture. And suddenly, it was all over. The world seemed different on all fours. The light seemed brighter, the sounds clearer, and the scents infinitely deeper. A single sniff was enough for Alice to detect the trail of a squirrel that had recently passed by, and to distinguish which tree was her favorite. Digging his claws into the ground, he trotted toward Donovan. Her little brother's face beamed with joy at the sight of his transformed sister. Caught up in his enthusiasm, Alice bent down so he could climb onto her back. She couldn't wait to run. When he was sure Donovan was securely fastened, he darted into the trees. Leo. He didn't usually make personal visits to pack members. Before his departure, meetings and get-togethers were enough to keep him up to date with the families in his care. Within a few minutes, he would know who had found a mate, who was expecting a pup, or who needed support. But it was different with the Omega family. Marcus had warned him that they rarely showed up at pack events. They were reserved, discreet. So if he wanted to meet them, he'd have to approach them himself. He parked his Dodge Ram pickup truck next to a large white pine tree, not far from the address Marcus had given him. They were on the edge of the territory, in a wooded area with just a few houses scattered along a gravel road. Not many members of the pack lived so isolated. The houses were small, some clearly deteriorating. Wolves were social beings by nature. They ran together, hunted together, shared meals. Living so far from the center meant losing those connections, plus it would take more than 20 minutes to reach the heart of the territory by car. He slammed the door of his truck and frowned at the loud noise. Silence reigned here. The honking of geese could be heard in the distance, but not the roar of engines or motorcycles. There was peace. A peace that made his inner wolf vibrate with satisfaction. He circled the Omega house until he reached the back door. Although he intended to greet them properly, he wanted to check a few things first. The house was empty. There were no vehicles in the driveway, no lights on. His wolf confirmed what his nose had already suspected. There were no recent signs of human presence, at least not in the last 6 hours. Leo had the responsibility of protecting all members of the pack. And anyone trying to go unnoticed always raised suspicions. Those who avoided being seen often had something to hide. She noticed the back screen door was broken and hanging loose, simply leaning against the house's siding, with no signs of repair. It seemed home maintenance wasn't a priority for them. What did they spend their time doing, then? He turned the handle, surprised to find the front door unlocked. He flipped on the light switch, but it still didn't work. Technically, this could be considered trespassing, but within the pack's territory, every home also belonged to the Alpha. It was part of the agreements they signed upon joining. Their duty was to protect not only the people but also their property. Even so, Leo preferred to respect the privacy of his members. He didn't like entering a home without permission. He decided to do a quick inspection and return later, when the Omegas were present. The interior smelled of dust, fabric softener, and wall repair putty. She walked cautiously, avoiding any surfaces so as not to leave her scent behind. Still, she found it hard to resist the temptation to examine everything and better understand who they were. The house made her chest clench. On the refrigerator, colorful, clumsy childlike drawings revealed that a little boy lived there. In the kitchen, only a few old chairs lined a space that lacked a proper table. The living room had a worn sofa and an antiquated television propped on a tiny table. He climbed the stairs. If the first floor was this precarious, what would he find upstairs? As he passed the stairwell wall, he noticed it had been hastily painted white. Beneath that thin layer, barely visible, were traces of red graffiti, though he couldn't make out what they said. His wolf whined uncomfortably. He couldn't bear the thought of a pup living in such miserable conditions. Where was the money the pack had earmarked for this family? He reached the end of the hallway. A subtle, familiar, and comforting scent immediately caught his attention. Leo had smelled it at home, but it was stronger here. Following the scent, he gently pushed open the door to a room. "Why don't you sit on the couch while I put on the Lion King?" Alice suggested. Donovan headed into the living room, dropping Alice's bag in the hallway. Alice peered suspiciously out the back kitchen window. Ever since they'd set foot on the property, her inner wolf had been restless. That constant feeling of nervousness made her even more tense. All her senses were on high alert. She'd have to be especially cautious. But why was his wolf so anxious? Adopting a neutral expression so as not to worry Donovan, she turned on the movie. As soon as the familiar notes of the opening music played, she returned to the small, dilapidated kitchen and turned on the faucet to wash the dishes. After clearing 5 plates and a few forks, her ear caught a noise coming from upstairs. A floorboard creaked. She slammed the faucet shut, possibly damaging it, and ran into the living room. With her hands still wet, she easily lifted Donovan and calmed his startled cry. She quickly carried him to the kitchen cupboard and placed him behind a small stack of toilet paper. It wasn't much, but it hit him better than the living room couch. "What's wrong, Alice?" Donovan asked, his voice shaking. "Shh, Donovan, I need you to listen to me," she said, brushing back some of his curls, trying to comfort him a little. "You have to stay here." "But, Alice." "Donovan," she whispered urgently. "Stay here. Don't move. Whatever happens, don't come out, okay?" "What's going on, Alice?" A tear slid down her cheek. "There's someone in the house. I have to go. I won't be long. Don't go out for anything, understand? I'll be back. Do you promise?" "I promise." He grabbed the most threatening object he found in the cupboard, which also served as a pantry, which turned out to be a modest umbrella, and closed the door. Only later would he think how easy it would have been to grab a knife. But he was acting on pure instinct. More footsteps were heard. Her heart quickened. Her palms, damp from water or perhaps sweat, slipped on the umbrella. An umbrella probably wouldn't do much good against a burglar or a werewolf, but it made her feel a little better, calmer. "I'm a werewolf," she repeated to herself as she carefully climbed the stairs, holding the black umbrella high. "I have more strength and speed than anyone. I can fight. I'm strong." With renewed determination, she tiptoed up the last few steps. What was that smell? Quiet breaths came from her own room. The intruder was in her room. She ran to the door, counted to 3 to calm herself, and swung it open. "What are you doing?" he shouted at the intruder, raising the umbrella a little more firmly. The man stood by her bed, staring at her strangely. Hearing her enter, he quickly turned around and adopted a defensive stance. Pure instinct. The man inhaled deeply and narrowed his eyes, no doubt sensing the strength of Alice's inner wolf. Alice stared at him, holding her breath, waiting for him to attack. Strangely, her inner wolf was urging her to come closer to him. He ignored that impulse. "What are you doing here? Are you going to try to destroy our house again? Did she send you?" Alice snapped. Her wolf whined inside, uncomfortable with the tone she was using. What was wrong with her? The man's dominant posture put Alice on guard. Who was he? Ashley usually sent insignificant subordinates to do her dirty work, not someone higher up. This man must be. He must have noticed something in her eyes, because he broke from his defensive stance and stood up straight. How tall he was! Alice watched him, surprised, as he straightened. Only the goddess knew how low he had to stoop to get through the door. The man's eyes scanned Alice's figure, assessing her. He smirked, clearly pleased with what he saw. Alice suppressed a grimace. Finally, the man spoke. "Wow, that's a warm way to greet your alpha." Alice's face paled. She lowered her umbrella and bowed her head, overcome with shame. The alpha looked around his room carefully, absorbing every detail. It mortified her that the most dominant and highest-ranking member of her pack saw the absolute mess in her room. She cleared her throat and tried to distract him. "Hey, do you want something to drink? Or would you rather go down to the living room? I think there are some cookies over there." I didn't know how to handle the situation. Everything was so awkward. How had he ended up in her room? Or in her house, to begin with? Oh my God! Is that my bra on the floor? Heat rose to her cheeks. There was no doubt she'd seen him. For heaven's sake! Why me? In her old pack, the alpha had been almost like an uncle to her. She'd known him forever, and he always treated the omegas as if they were her equals. But this alpha was unfamiliar territory. His betas seemed friendly, but that didn't guarantee he'd share that courtesy. Although it was certainly much more attractive than the beta. "Coffee?" Alice blinked. "Excuse me, can you repeat that?" His face must have been as red as a tomato covered in sauce. "Do you have any coffee?" A smile played on her lips. Why did he have to be so handsome? With her tanned skin, intense eyes, and dark brown hair, she could pass for an avenging angel. All she was missing were the black wings. The alpha watched her shift her weight from one foot to the other, nervous. "Actually, we're out of coffee," she lied, her voice weak. "Shall I get you some water?" It would have to be straight from the tap, but... Oh no! The kitchen. Donovan. A silent word escaped her lips before she ran down the stairs. In the pantry, Donovan was huddled together, clutching a can of beans as if it were his only lifeline. He held his arm up, ready to throw it at any threat. "Oh, Donovan." Alice's heart broke. Tears streamed down the boy's face, his body shaking with fear. He lifted him easily and sat him on the counter, holding him tightly. "Sure. Everything's okay. I thought you'd forgotten about me, Alice." "I would never do that," she lied, squeezing him tighter. How could she have forgotten him? He meant everything to her. "Are you okay?" The alpha's voice behind her made her jump. "Yes, it will be fine." Quickly, he led them to the living room and poured a glass of water for the alpha. He took it firmly and took a sip. "Scooby-Doo?" he asked, amused, pointing at the television. "Sorry. There aren't many options." The alpha gave a crooked smile. "I'm more of a Courage the Cowardly Dog person, but Scooby works too." Alice was speechless. That half-smile was his downfall. In the brighter light, he looked even more attractive than she'd imagined. Any girl with lesser character would have melted. That dark hair and dangerous smile could tempt even the most saintly of nuns. A burning sensation stirred in her stomach, like a flame fanning out of control. Alice looked at his strong, calloused, masculine hands holding the glass. How would those hands feel on me? Where did that thought come from? As a precaution, he picked up Donovan and sat him on his lap. The alpha either didn't notice her sudden attraction, or chose to ignore it. "Where are your parents?" he asked, his voice deep but soft, like melted caramel in your ear. "Mom and Dad went to work," Donovan answered. "Mom won't let me watch Courage. She says it's scary. But when she's not around, Dad and Alice sometimes let me." The alpha leaned toward the boy. "Can I tell you a secret, huh?" "Donovan," Alice chimed in. His hazel eyes met hers before he continued. "Well, Donovan. When I was little, I was scared too." The boy's eyes glittered with disbelief. "But Dad says alphas aren't afraid." Even his little brother, who had yet to undergo his first transformation, could feel the dominance emanating from that man. Alice sighed. "Excuse me. What are you doing here, sir?" he asked, trying to maintain respect, though he couldn't avoid a certain harsh tone. Alpha or not, that didn't give him the right to break into other people's homes. And what was he doing in their room? Why didn't he wait in the living room like a normal person? "I'm Leo." "Excuse me?" she asked, surprised. "My name is Leo." He extended his hand with a relaxed, friendly smile. A smile that stirred something strange inside her. Sir, I don't think so." "Come on. Sir and Alpha sound too formal." "How old are you?" 16. 18. 18. That's only 5 years between us. I'd feel a lot better if I knew we were friends. I don't like my friends calling me things that formally. 2 friends in one day. Was the world going crazy? Alice. She inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement of his outstretched hand, but refused to shake it. She was afraid of what that might make her feel. "If you don't mind me asking again, Leo, why are you here?" Leo took a deep breath and leaned back on the old couch. He draped his arm over the back of it as if he were completely comfortable where he was. His gaze scanned the messy living room. "Honestly, I came to check on my omegas. I wanted to formally introduce myself. It's kind of hard to do when half of them aren't here." "I'm sorry," she apologized. "I can give you a time when they'll be here." She almost never found a time when they'd all be there, except maybe late Sunday afternoon. But even most weekends were rare. Everyone except Donovan was almost always working. The idea of family time was almost a joke. The only time they spent together was Sunday dinner and the walk afterward. Leo looked at the couch he was sitting on, as if he'd just noticed the state it was in. He frowned. "Can we talk privately for a moment?" Alice held back a sigh. "Sure." After returning Donovan to his Lion King movie, the two ended up in the kitchen. "Do you mind if I start Donovan's dinner?" she asked. "It'll only take a few minutes." Leo nodded and leaned against the counter, arms crossed. His demeanor showed confidence and capability, something that was reflected in his muscles. Those arms could probably do anything. Alice pulled the box of macaroni and cheese from the top cabinet, along with a pot. She filled it with water, shifting from foot to foot as she waited, and placed it on the stove. He lit the gas and waited until he heard the steady sound of the attempt to light it. He never did that anymore. He searched one of the side drawers for a match. Once he found it, he quickly lit it and then lit the stove with it. He watched as the gas burst into flames the instant the match was near. "You did it like an expert," Leo commented into the silence. The only noises were the whirring of the old refrigerator and Donovan's animated movie. He shrugged. "Cole says if you do something at least 10,000 times, you automatically become an expert. Do you think you're an expert at turning on the stove like that?" She didn't quite understand the change of subject. "I don't know. I guess so. I do it all the time." Leo's expression made it clear he felt sorry. It was something Alice didn't want to see in anyone. Least of all him. "You shouldn't have to do that." Again, she shrugged. "It's not that big of a deal. I've been doing it for so long that it's almost routine." "Do you have a car?" She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "We have a station wagon." "Have." "Cole and Marie use it most of the time." His tone turned flat. "Does the school bus pass by here?" "No." Leo ran a hand through his hair. "This is worse than I thought," he murmured. Alice frowned. "Look, we'll get by, okay? That's all that matters." "Does Donovan have a nanny?" "Is he supposed to?" She was starting to get uncomfortable with so many questions. "He goes to daycare at my school. Every wolf child needs a nanny to teach them about their future life as wolves. Your school's daycare won't be able to do that for them." She gritted her teeth. Was he trying to say she wasn't doing enough for him? Then I guess I'll have to start teaching him. How she was going to combine that with her chores and everything else was a mystery. "You shouldn't have to do this," he repeated softly. The water on the stove began to boil slowly, the water swirling to release trapped air. Alice poured the macaroni and lowered the heat. She remained silent. What did he want her to say? Life was hard. She'd learned that years ago. "Do you want something to eat?" "I can make some grilled chicken," she offered. Leo smiled politely. "No, thank you." An awkward silence. "Do you?" Leo asked at the same time Alice started with a look. They both stopped. "Come in," they said at the same time. "No, you first." They tried again. Silence. Alice couldn't help but burst out laughing at Leo's frustrated expression. The feeling in her stomach and the heaving of her chest was something she hadn't felt in a long time. It was a pleasant sensation. Leo let out a small laugh. "Go ahead," she insisted. "I just wanted to ask." "Cole and Marie aren't your parents," he said. "That's not a question," she replied, joking lightly. "You know what I mean." She turned away and grabbed the rest of the macaroni ingredients to avoid answering right away. Her attention was focused solely on mixing the cheese and butter into the noodles. No. They're not my parents. I thought so. You don't look like an Omega. She looked up at him. How do you know that? She wondered, surprised. She hadn't even touched him. Usually, a wolf had to make contact with another wolf to sense their range. With the exception of alphas, of course. Leo gave her a crooked smile that almost made her sigh, then pointed to his temple. I call it alpha greatness. She laughed. You know, sometimes you don't seem like an adult. Are you saying I'm behaving like a child? He asked, feigning indignation. Dramatically, he clenched his hand over his shirt where his heart rested. She giggled. Maybe. You act like Donovan sometimes. And I've only known you for an hour. My brother says I was actually supposed to be the youngest. He says fate got us mixed up. Your brother could be right. He shrugged. Hey, what can you do? Can you hand me a bowl from that cabinet over there? He asked. Sure. He turned to comply with her request, reaching for a bowl. Alice watched his back muscles flex as he reached for the shelf. Anyone with a body like that should be a model and give back to the world. You know something, Alice? I feel different with you. There's something special about you, and I'm going to find out what it is, he promised. His throat went dry. Did he feel it too? Here. He handed her a bowl of Disney cars, Donovan's favorite. Alice allowed her hand to come dangerously close to his fingers, which held the bowl. A bolt of electricity ran down her arm, and she quickly pulled her hand back before touching him. What was that? Leo must have sensed it too. His face took on a calculating expression. He placed the bowl on the counter behind her and walked over, his step steady. Trapped, Alice had nowhere to go. She was hemmed in by the corners of the countertops. She looked up into Leo's eyes, unsure if she was comfortable with his closeness. A part of her screamed no. That he was a stranger, her alpha, and she shouldn't let him near. Especially since he'd only broken into her house an hour earlier. But the other part of her, that wild part of her, was screaming at her to seize the opportunity. To let him get close enough to see if he was. I just want to try something, he whispered. His warm breath brushed her face, causing her to shiver. His body barely touched hers. Fire and electricity filled the room, consuming them both. Having him so close made butterflies flutter in her stomach. Up close, Alice couldn't help but notice his face. His nose was perfectly straight and masculine. His eyebrows were perfectly shaped. His jawline looked hand-sculpted by Luna herself. And his scent, a perfect blend of all things homey, with a subtly pungent note from his cologne. He slowly raised his tanned hand, about to touch her soft cheek. Alice inhaled, preparing herself. Do you mind? Donovan's voice burst into the kitchen, separating them before anything could happen. They both jumped back. Alice's side hit the corner of the counter. Pain shot down her side from the impact. He cleared his throat. Why yes, Donovan. His voice came out choked. Mufasa is going to fall and I can't see that part. It's too sad. Is my macaroni dish ready? She sprang into action, scooping the ready-made dinner into his bowl. Sure. She handed him the bowl and a spoon. Do you want water too? I think we have some milk around here. Water, please. He placed his dinner on the table after moving some of the numerous bills to another pile. He sat down in the chair and wasted no time starting to eat. "I'd better go," Leo told him. Alice nodded, relieved that the tension was gone with him. She walked him to the door after saying a quick goodbye to Donovan, who told him to come back and visit whenever he wanted. He left in a nice Dodge Ram, parked behind a group of trees at the end of the street. Chapter 2. Leo let out a frustrated sigh and ran a hand through his hair. He gathered the scattered documents on his desk, aligned them carefully, and placed them on a larger pile near the edge. Without pausing, he focused on the next stack. His office was a mess. Papers and files piled up to cover the floor. The air smelled of old ink and photocopiers. Even the leather sofa against the wall was colonized by stacks of folders. Marcus and his inability to maintain order. Leo thought, suppressing a gesture of exasperation. Returning to work at Alpha had felt natural. During the first few hours, he had smoothly sorted through documents, prioritizing the most urgent. But not even the most methodical of strategists could handle such an avalanche of work without collapsing. Half an hour later, a soft knock sounded at the door. "Leonardo." "Honey, can I come in?" Leo looked at the pile of documents. A short break won't hurt, he convinced himself. "Sure, Mom." Melissa appeared in the doorway, her chestnut hair flowing gracefully. Her gaze scanned the mess with obvious disapproval. "How long have you been here?" He consulted his Rolex watch. "About 6 hours." Melissa's eyes widened. "Leonardo, it's 9 in the morning. Are you telling me you've been awake since 3? Her tone had that mixture of concern and reproach that only mothers can master. "I couldn't sleep." She crossed her arms and walked forward to stand in front of the desk. "I veto your decision. Come on, it's your turn to have breakfast." "Mother." Not another word. "Get up," he insisted, clapping firmly 3 times. "Up, up." With a groan, Leo left the swivel chair and headed for the door, closely followed by his mother. "Marcus is coming too. It's Saturday morning, and it's time for us to go out as a family." At Lindy's diner, Melissa walked in with the confidence of a queen. Leo and Marcus did so reluctantly. They tried to convince her to choose a more refined place, but it was no use. Her mother, a former alpha female, was the very definition of stubbornness. Fortunately, the place wasn't full. The characteristic buzz was still there, as if time had stood still. Leo had visited the place so many times that he considered it an extension of his kitchen. The few werewolves present lowered their gazes in respect as they saw the family enter. Leo and Marcus responded with a subtle nod. Once settled in a booth at the back, Leo commented, "Is it just me, or is this place falling apart?" As if to confirm it, Marcus tried to grab some napkins from the metal dispenser, but one of the pieces came loose and fell onto the table with a clang. "It's definitely deteriorating," Marcus murmured, raising an eyebrow. "Enough." Melissa chimed in. "It doesn't have to be fancy. It has the best food in town." "Mom, the options are limited," Marcus objected. "We don't even have a McDonald's. I have to drive almost an hour to get a Big Mac." Melissa lowered her voice, nostalgic. "Your father loved this place. He and Lindy were good friends." The atmosphere became solemn. "I miss him," Marcus confessed. "Even though it's been a while, I still look forward to seeing him playing with the puppies in the yard or leaving his office." "Me too, honey," Melissa agreed with a tender smile. "But I have no doubt she's in a better place now." Marcus cleared his throat, changing the subject. "Tell me, Leo, how was your trip? And don't give me vague answers." Leo shrugged. It was tolerable. Really? That's it. Marcus frowned. You left me in charge of the pack for almost 4 years, and all you're saying is it was tolerable. Yes, basically. Any fights? A couple. Any clues? Leo clenched his fists until his knuckles turned pale. None. Frustration consumed him. The trail of his father's killer still haunted his dreams and clouded his mind. He would give anything to face the culprit, even if it was only for 2 minutes. 2 minutes to deliver justice. And the other packs? How are they? Bad, Leo replied, lowering his voice to avoid prying ears. I kept a few during the search. I heard several are on the verge of chaos, Marcus whispered. That's a good summary. If they haven't disappeared completely, they're barely surviving. Melissa blinked, worried. And the alphas? Leo's reply was interrupted by the arrival of the waitress. Good morning. I'm Alice. What would you like to drink? Leo looked up suddenly. Alice? Good morning, Alpha, she replied, bowing her head slightly in respect. How are you? Something in her voice made Leo's chest shudder. It wasn't unpleasant, but a new, primal sensation that filled him with warmth and made his inner wolf purr with satisfaction. Her scent of lavender and spices enveloped him. A peculiar but intriguing combination that stirred in him a tingle of anticipation. I'm fine, Alice. She couldn't stop his name from slipping softly across her tongue. Though I'd like it if you called me Leo. Leo gestured to Melissa. Alice, this is my mom, Melissa. Mom, this is Alice, one of our Omegas. And I believe you already know my brother and beta, Marcus. Alice reached out and gave both of their hands a brief squeeze. Leo tried not to be bothered by the fact that she shook Marcus's hand and not his. That didn't make his wolf happy. Do you two know each other? Marcus asked, interrupting the previous conversation. Alice blushed slightly, her head still bowed. Yes, sir. Ah. She trailed off, no doubt searching for an explanation. I visited Alice and her brother the other night for a checkup, Leo replied matter-of-factly, his eyes never leaving her face. He really loved the color the blush brought to her cheeks. Alice cleared her throat uncomfortably. So, would you like to order something to start? Melissa looked at Leo before turning back to Alice, a sparkle in her eyes. A sparkle that made Leo nervous. I'll have coffee and the breakfast special. She closed the menu and handed it to Alice. Alice slipped the menu under her arm and wrote down the order on her notepad. Sure, ma'am. And would you like white toast, whole wheat toast, or cinnamon and raisin toast? Cinnamon raisin. And please, call me Melissa. Melissa smiled, her hand resting thoughtfully under her chin. She was staring at Alice intently, as if sizing her up. Ma'am, I don't think that. Marcus interrupted her. I'll have a coffee and an order of French toast. Does that come with eggs? No, sir. It comes with bacon and fries. Then I also want 3 scrambled eggs. Alice wrote everything down and looked at Leo. When their gazes met, Leo felt the temperature in the room rise a few degrees. Her eyes were a beautiful green, like the color of healthy grass mixed with a lighter shade. Vibrant. Her eyes were vibrant. She waited patiently with her pen in hand, ready to take notes. I'll have a tomato juice, 3 fried eggs, a portion of fries, and a portion of sausages. Would you like toast with that? No. Alice tucked the notepad into her apron, grabbed the menus, and walked away to take the order. Leo's eyes followed her as she walked, watching her figure in the skirt as she headed toward the kitchen. That light blue uniform fit her perfectly. Marcus whistled. Just look. Leo is smiling. Really smiling. God, the world must be about to end. Leo glared at his brother. Shut up, Mark. Or I'll shut you up. Melissa couldn't help but giggle. She clapped her hands enthusiastically. My little boy, was all she managed to say. Leo frowned. What's wrong with you guys? Marcus laughed at his brother's confusion. Man, it's pretty obvious she's your mate. Nice try at hiding it. Alice isn't an Omega, Melissa pointed out. She seems to be more dominant. Alice is adopted, Marcus explained to his mother. Oh my God, she's so pretty, Leonardo. Her hair is beautiful. And her eyes are such a rare shade of green. It's stunning, Melissa commented excitedly. Your puppies will be handsome. And strong. Definitely strong. Wait, what are you saying? Leo interrupted. Leonardo, that language, Melissa warned him. What do you mean she's my partner? He asked in confusion. Marcus sighed dramatically. You're a fool. Leo's wolf growled at the insult. Be careful, Marcus, he threatened. Haven't you touched her yet? Melissa asked, frowning. You'd know as soon as the two of you made contact. Even if it was just a small touch of his fingers. When their wolves make contact, the bond begins to form. There's no turning back after that, Marcus added. Leo frowned and looked at the table. How could he have been so foolish? So naive. That meant they almost activated their pair bond the other day. The flashes, his wolf's anxiety, the heat, everything. Luna helping him. He looked toward the kitchen, where she disappeared. She was beautiful, that was certain. Able to defend herself, with a bit of dominance but not overdoing it, quiet, reserved, she didn't throw herself at him like other wolves. She'd make a good match. A reliable alpha female. You're smiling again, Marcus said. It's a little disturbing. Stop doing that. Leo was about to hit him. Marcus, leave your brother alone. You're both grown men, one alpha and one beta, and it's time you started acting like it, Melissa scolded. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. All they're doing is embarrassing themselves. They bowed and apologized. Moments later, the scent of lavender invaded Leo's nostrils. His wolf became alert. Well, I have 2 coffees. Marcus and Melissa nodded gratefully as the drinks were placed in front of them. And your tomato juice, Alpha. Alice leaned over and placed the drink in front of him, her red hair brushing against his arm, sending a shiver down his spine. Marcus gave Leo an encouraging look. A look that clearly said, go on, do it. Leo hesitated. Would she want to be his mate? From what little he'd seen of Alice, she didn't seem like the type of person who wanted to settle down so soon. Even less so, be tied to him for the rest of her life. There was a part of his mind that wanted to hit him on the head. He was about to turn 24, wanting to meet his longtime partner, dreaming about it, and now he was holding back. He should be seizing the opportunity. Not sitting here like a fool, debating with himself. In the end, it was hesitation that ruined his chance. Just as he began to reach out to gently touch her wrist, she pulled away and moved out of his reach. How frustrating. Is there anything else I can get you, Alpha? She asked innocently, unaware of Leo's intentions. A date? Leo bit his tongue to stay calm. No, I think we're fine, Marcus replied, though his gaze was fixed on Leo. His disappointment was evident. Well, enjoy your breakfast. She gave them a small smile and walked away with a light dance, her hips swaying gracefully. Goddess, if only she knew the thoughts going through her mind. You missed your chance, Marcus told him, as if it wasn't obvious. Leo ran his fingers through his hair. I know. Goddess, how silly of me. Marcus bit his lip to keep from scoffing. His mother gave him a loving smile. It's okay, Leonardo. You'll get your chance. Her hazel eyes drifted into the past. I remember when your father and I first touched. It was like a beautiful fireworks display. She fell silent, reminiscing. I guess you'll have to take advantage when I get back with the food. At least you found it. Marcus smirked. I told you so. The two brothers bumped fists. The food arrived a few minutes later. To Leo's frustration, it wasn't Alice who served it. Instead, the plates landed in front of them, practically thrown by a dirty blonde with a seemingly permanent scowl. As she lowered her head, Leo caught a glimpse of her name tag, Sandy. Her name matched her hair color perfectly. Leo kept his eyes open for Alice, but she didn't appear. Just one more time. He just wanted to see her one more time. Apparently, that was asking too much. Her tantalizing scent still wafted through the diner, letting him know she was still there. Why wasn't she coming out from wherever she was hiding? Was she scared? Too busy with other orders? He barely touched his food. His mind raced with how he could see her again. What excuse he could come up with to make contact with her. Before he knew it, his mother and brother were nearly dragging him out of the place. He only had time to pay the bill and leave the largest bill he had as a tip. The least he could do was reward their efforts with a nice tip. Maybe he could use it to buy Donovan a new toy or get himself some clothes he probably needed. Leo already wanted to buy her the world. He wasn't even entirely sure she was his mate. However, his wolf already wanted to do everything possible to take care of her. At least a big tip kept him satisfied for now. Sooner or later, that wasn't going to be enough. The dagger of Gabriel Heydrich, commander of the Royal Guard, sank precisely beneath the enemy's ribcage. His muscles resisted as he withdrew the weapon with a sharp movement, accompanied by a wet sound. The opponent, a thin, dark-haired man, looked down in disbelief before collapsing to his knees. To his left, his second-in-command, Dave, let out a low growl. In his gray wolf form, he circled the fallen man. Garrett wiped the blade on the thigh of his leather harness and looked coldly at the man dying at his feet. When this is over, remind me to charge him for the cleaning fee, he murmured. He bent down, grabbed the man by the collar, and roughly lifted him to his feet. A trickle of red liquid escaped the wounded man's lips, and he coughed before staining Garrett's black jacket. Garrett resisted the urge to hit him. He needed him to stay alive. For now. Excuse me, Slimer, but do you know how much a real leather jacket costs? The prisoner's eyes began to cloud over. Oh, not so fast. Garrett slapped him sharply across the cheeks. Despite the darkness, his senses picked up every detail. The wounded man had 10 minutes left to live, at most. He would have to cut the interrogation short. He slid the dagger down the man's thigh. Tell me about your boss. Silence was his response. Garrett clenched his jaw. Dave barked, sensing his captain's frustration. Confess, or I'll insert pure silver into your leg, he threatened. Never, the prisoner spat out between mouthfuls of red liquid. Garrett smiled, admiring her stubbornness. You have 6 minutes before you bleed out. 2 options, cooperate, or I'll speed up the process. A sharp laugh pierced the night air. How unoriginal. He pulled the man's collar until they were nose to nose. "Where's your boss?" The dagger pierced the skin of his thigh, tracing a furrow down to his knee. "He's not worth your loyalty." The prisoner's scream echoed. "Stop it." "Near Ohio," he gasped. 2 hours northwest, he's recruiting packs. "As always," Garrett muttered. The man's body slumped, inert. He let go of him, and he fell into the mud with a thud. "How entertaining," he commented, wiping the dagger clean before putting it away. The breeze carried the scent of iron and fear. Around him, his warriors were fighting. And, by the looks of it, they were winning. "Looks like we'll be making a trip, Dave," he said, checking his Glock's magazine out of sheer habit. "Let's meet with my contacts in Indiana. We'll verify the information before acting." He looked up at the starry sky, wondering what life he'd had away from the war. "At least I'm not bored," he thought, resigned. Alice Carrasquedo stopped in front of the imposing gate. The pack emblem, an intricate design symbolizing power, glimmered in the light. She took a deep breath and clicked on the intercom. "Alice Carrasquedo. Omega. Requesting permission to enter." A silence. Then, the doors opened. "Welcome, Omega. Enjoy your stay at the Morris Valley main house." She walked along the path, feeling the fatigue with every step. The trees accompanied her, reminding her that nature would never betray her. Although a little human warmth wouldn't hurt, she thought. The breeze played with her reddish hair. She breathed deeply, letting the calm of the sunlight filter through the leaves envelop her. She mentally hummed, "My favorite things," like a mantra against anxiety. 15 minutes later, the mansion appeared before her, an architectural masterpiece that took her breath away. Who designed this? She wondered, amazed. The driveway stretched straight for a bit longer before dipping to the side and curving. It connected in a complete circle, and in the center of this circle was a small, well-tended flower garden. And there was the house. If you could even call it that. It only made their small home seem like a place where people came to suffer. Their house seemed like a shack compared to that enormous mansion. He knew the Wolf House served as a sort of hotel for his people, a place where they could stay as long as they needed, free of charge. And given how long-lived and prosperous the pack had been for generations, money wasn't an issue. But did it really have to be that big? His neck cracked as he looked up at the red roof. His eyes widened as he lifted his head and took in the clean windows, balconies, and white bricks. 1, 2, 3. 3 floors. Her chest tightened. Such opulence reminded her of everything her family didn't have. Everything they were missing. Her wolf growled at that thought. Donovan could have had a much better childhood. He could have had so much more if he grew up there, with the rest of the pups. He would be well looked after and cared for. He would have everything he ever wanted. Alice's heart tightened. She would sacrifice everything for Donovan's happiness. The little boy had been deprived of so many things. Things he shouldn't have lost, and they made his inner beast roar. He clenched his fist. The bill crumpled further in his hand. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. She should take the bill. Take it and run away with it. Buy that stuffed animal Donovan wanted so much. Get that Power Ranger costume for Halloween he asked for last year. It would be late, but she would still love him. His eyes would shine that adorable cerulean blue, and he'd jump with excitement, unable to contain all the energy in his small body. Then she could use the extra money to buy more clothes for school. Maybe some new jeans. No. She couldn't. Her conscience and her pride scolded her. She had to return the bill. Alice took a deep breath and raised her hand to knock on the door. The door opened before she could. Melissa stood in the doorway, smiling broadly at her. Alice almost forgot to bow her head in submission. Almost. Hello, dear. How nice to see you again. Please come in. Was it really that easy? No cold stares. No frowns or looks of disgust. No murmurs about how omegas taint the pack. Alice crossed the threshold. Thank you, ma'am. The older woman's smile never faded. Dear, please call me Melissa. She hesitated. I don't mean to offend, but I feel it would be too disrespectful to someone like you. Oh, what nonsense. Melissa waved her words away. Besides, you and I will be very close in the future. It's only fair that you call me by my name. What did she mean by, in the future? But ma'am, you're the alpha female and... Melissa stepped forward and hugged her. Surprised, Alice couldn't help but fall silent. She stood there, motionless, so shocked she couldn't move. I'm so happy you're here, Alice. Melissa pulled away, leaving the smell of fabric softener behind. Her eyes sparkled. Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait for us to get closer. We'll go shopping and get our nails done. You're in high school, right? Perfect. That means we'll be able to shop for dresses for the dance and prom. God, I've always wanted a daughter. What? Ma'am, I don't understand. Melissa placed a delicate hand over her mouth. Oops. Silly me, I've already talked too much. Forget me, darling. Melissa patted him on the shoulder. Come on, we should see if we can find Leonardo in this gigantic house. Let me tell you, the cleanliness here is horrible. Well, here we are. Melissa stopped in front of one of the many mahogany doors in the maze that was the wolf's house. Come in, you can enter. Then she walked away, muttering something about overworked children. Alice took a hesitant step, her hand closing around the cold metal of the doorknob. Would he scold her if she burst in? Would he be cruel to her like some of the pack members? Or would he politely ignore her like the rest? She didn't know if the thought of being scolded, or the way her heart beat faster just imagining seeing Leo again, made her want to run home with her tail between her legs. Alice suppressed her insecurities and walked in. Of course I'd tell you. Leo had his back to the door, talking on his fancy cell phone. He waited while the other person spoke. He raised his index finger in Alice's direction, signaling her to wait a moment. His gaze never left the window, though his posture tensed, as if he knew who had entered. Did she smell bad? Discreetly, Alice lifted the collar of her shirt and sniffed. No, it wasn't her. Oh, God, what if he didn't want her there? What if Ashley had gotten to him too? She forced her chin up. Whatever was causing that reaction, she would face it. Like the strong wolf she was. Yes, I have. None of them fit me. Silence. Alice could make out the faintest murmur of the other person's voice, but she couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. Leo let out a frustrated sound. Do you think I'd let something like that slide? I'm not that kind. You know me. The phone rang again. Alice let her gaze travel over his body. She couldn't stop admiring him. The sun filtering through the window outlined his sculpted jaw. The shirt he wore hugged his strong arms, especially as the rolled-up cuff struggled against his tanned forearm. She could only imagine his back muscles tensing and shifting as he twirled his fingers on the windowsill. Power. Masculinity. Attraction. A natural fire ignited deep within her. Her entire body shook with desire. Need. Would they have wanted it? Things like that have the power to destroy people. Leo ran a hand through his dark hair. Some of the more unruly strands were sticking up on his head, but that didn't diminish the intensity of what Alice felt. On the contrary, it seemed to intensify it. No. You should let them make that decision. A pause. Sure, Garrett. We'd love to. Alice's wolf stirred inside her. A desperate howl. Alice fought it. It was getting harder and harder with its tantalizing scent. It was calling her closer. To find the source. I'll wait for you. Yes, see you then. Leo hung up the call with a click and turned around. His gaze met Alice's. Everything else disappeared. The temperature in the room immediately rose. His nostrils flared and his eyes darkened. He tried to hide it. Hi, Alice. How are you? Fine, she replied honestly, shrugging. Though it could be a little better. How about you? Better now that you're here. How's Donovan? Maybe Ashley hadn't spoken to her yet. Alice tried to ignore the relief she felt at seeing her face. Good. Can I help you with something? She stared blankly. What had she come for? Alice swallowed and gripped her sweaty palms tighter. The paper she was holding dug into her hand, unyielding. Sorry to interrupt your busy schedule, Alpha. He bowed his head. It's okay. What can I do for you? He cleared his throat. Well, sir. Leo, he reminded her. Alice frowned. It still felt strange to call him anything other than Alpha or sir. Right. Sorry. All her thoughts vanished. Why was it so hard to confront him? Where was all that anger and adrenaline she'd felt before? Leo raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curving his pink lips. Heat flooded his face. He stumbled forward, dropped the bill on his desk, and quickly stepped back. His Alpha looked at the bill with an impassive face. Leo. Her hazel eyes lit up with amusement. You left it on the table yesterday, after breakfast. Leo didn't seem to understand her point. He just waited patiently for her to continue. Alice shifted uncomfortably on her feet. I just came to return it to you. So, what makes you think I want it back? He frowned. Didn't he want the $100 bill back? Sorry, sir, I don't quite understand. That bill wasn't an accident, Alice. He said her name tenderly, as if it were a pet's. It probably was. No, not at all. But, Alpha. Alice squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head. That doesn't make sense. Yes, he does. She was starting to lose patience. She'd already been there longer than she'd planned. Her intention was to go in, drop off the ticket, and leave. Her refusal only prolonged the situation. Alice crossed her arms and shifted her feet restlessly. Leo sighed and looked at the money. I want you to take it, Alice. His tone left no room for argument. It almost sounded like an order. Almost. She took a big step back. No. Her insides shuddered. Luna, she just said no to the Alpha. The Alpha. She'd definitely be kicked out of the pack. Leo smiled at her, amused. His light eyes darkened again. Alice's throat went dry. Her heart skipped a beat, then raced back. Take the money. He wanted to, of course he did. But he thought about the consequences, about how he'd already lost his home once when the pack thought he'd done something he shouldn't have. No, thank you. It's not like you don't need it. His voice softened. Why don't you buy a new pair of jeans? Or a nice shirt? No, thank you, Alpha. Her wolf growled in her chest. That was another reason she was there, she reminded herself. Pride. I don't need your money. If she could convince him, he probably wouldn't try something like that again. Then she wouldn't have to worry about what the pack thought or did. Her family needed to stay out of the way, stay in the shadows. That's how they could live without trouble. Accepting handouts from the Alpha was a surefire way to start trouble. Leo frowned and picked up the bill from the desk. He approached slowly, cautiously, as if he might flee at any moment. Alice, he said. I'm just asking you to take it. It's really not that serious. She shook her head. It was the most important thing she'd had to face in a long time. Lord, I don't need your charity, she said the last word through gritted teeth. Consider it a refund. Or a payment for you, as the Omega of the pack. Alpha, I'm sorry to say this, but how can I just sit here taking your money now, knowing that 2 months ago the pack would have spent their entire lives cleaning gas station bathrooms than give me $100? She saw how her words affected him. They were simply the truth, but they held more power than Leo could ever possess in his tanned, muscular, and perfect body. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white. Alice could see his wolf struggling to break free. A murmur escaped his lips. Something that sounded like, I'm going to take out Adam. His reaction frightened her even more. Why did the truth affect him more than when she told him no? Leo cleared his throat and suppressed his wolf. Alice, please, for Luna's sake, take the money. He moved closer and closer, causing Alice to back away until the wall was at her back. He was right in front of her. So close. Goddess, so close. So close that Alice could reach out and brush his sculpted chest with a gentle finger. She could touch his abs and feel his heart beat against her ribs. I wanted it so much. As if he knew how much she wanted him, he reached out. Gently, he moved toward her, the muscles in his arm moving beautifully, to caress her neck. Alice froze. Her entire body froze. Her mind raced with all the reasons why she couldn't let this happen. No, no. Quicker than anything, she slipped under his arm and hurried toward the door, looking for a quick exit. Sorry, Alpha. I have to go, he mumbled, his face so red it was almost burning. Excuse me. He grabbed the door handle and stepped out into the hallway without saying a proper goodbye. It was disrespectful to his Alpha. Her escape down the stairs and to the front door was punctuated by a few words. Words that fell softly upon her ears. You'll get this money somehow. Ashley emerged from the shadows just as Alice was leaving the house. There's my favorite, Ashley said, with a wry smile. The queen of wasted space. Alice stopped dead in her tracks. What are you doing here? She knew Ashley lived in a mansion a few blocks away, one that would make this house look humble in comparison. Ashley's upper lip trembled slightly. Watch that tone, Omega. I don't like it. So. Alice replied defiantly. Her rival looked down at her immaculate nails, playing with one of them with feigned indifference. It would be nice if you started showing me more respect. Alice had already challenged the Alpha too many times. What did one more matter? Or what? Will you disable me with your perfect nails? Ashley's eyes flashed with suppressed anger. Pathetic. Just because you were in the pack house doesn't make you one of us. The words hurt. The truth always hurts. Alice forced a mocking laugh. I wouldn't dream of it. They both stared at each other, and Alice tensed her muscles, ready for whatever was coming. "I hope you enjoyed the dessert the other day," Alice said sarcastically. "It must have been delicious, considering what it cost you." "Oh, is my Omega resentful?" Ashley adopted a mocking, almost childish tone. "I'm just upset that you didn't trip and spill it on that vintage Chanel dress." Ashley's smile widened. "You're right, I tend to be very clumsy." "Lycanthropes aren't clumsy." Ashley took a step toward her. "Are you challenging me? Are you so slow that you need me to tell you? Who even let you in?" Ashley frowned. "Trash should stay out of the house." "Then you'd better go. The garbage truck comes on Mondays, right? You don't want to miss it." Against all odds, Ashley burst out laughing. "Ha! You never change, Alice." "Same here," Alice replied, before adding coldly, "Tell me, how is Chris?" Ashley's smile faded. She worked her jaw before answering, "You should know." "Oh, wait, he dumped you, didn't he?" Alice didn't respond. She clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned pale. "Oh, seems to have touched a nerve." Ashley smiled cruelly. "It's always the same, lots of talk, no action." "Why are you like this?" Alice asked, holding back her anger. "Why are you so weak?" Ashley retorted. "If this is about Chris, do what you want. But leave my family out of this." She was tired of the threats, of having to watch his every step. "Your family?" Ashley let out a sharp laugh. "I thought they were just the ones who took you in out of pity. They don't care about you." Alice felt her eyes darken, her wolf pressing beneath her skin. Anger burned through her veins like live coals. "Run away, Alice. Before you do something irreversible. Don't pretend you know everything. So it really hurts." Ashley smiled. "They're not your real family. They only adopted the poor little orphan because her parents didn't want her." "Be quiet. They picked up that 4-year-old girl who didn't even know her own name." "Well, you didn't know either, did you?" "Shut up." Alice's scream sounded more bestial than human, a guttural roar that echoed in the air. "What's wrong, Alice? Can't stand the truth?" Ashley continued, relentless. "You take everything, families, parents, boyfriends. Boy, you're such a thief." Alice took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but it was impossible. Her heart pounded furiously in her ears. Ashley's words echoed in her mind, her parents didn't want her. Before Ashley could react, Alice closed the distance between them and grabbed her wrist. Her wolf demanded to take control, to show who was really in charge. Alice had one last moment of lucidity. She swallowed her pride. "Ashley, I'm sore dash. Let me go, monster." Ashley struggled, but Alice wouldn't budge. Her wolf longed to be free, to confront this insignificant rival. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the scene, "Alice." She released Ashley as if she were burning her. Her wolf growled, warning. Ashley backed away from Leo, who was watching from the porch, barefoot. "Leo! Did you see what he did? He was going to attack me." She clutched his arm for protection. Alice felt Leo's gaze, intense, as if he were searching for something deep inside her. He couldn't hold on. He lowered his head, staring at the arm Ashley now claimed as hers. The betrayal burned, white and scorching. Why wasn't he pushing her away? Why wasn't he ignoring her? Why did he care? Her wolf was out of control. It was struggling to get out of her, writhing. It wanted to push Ashley to the ground, make her red liquid stain the concrete red. "He's not yours," he reminded his wolf. His wolf didn't care. He pushed, heaved, he growled, he snorted, he did everything he could to get out. Alice had to leave. If she stood there one more second, if she had to watch Ashley throw herself at Leo one more time, she was going to lose it. And Ashley, as arrogant and angry as she was, didn't deserve what her wolf wanted to do to her. She didn't deserve to fall. And Alice didn't want to become a killer. "I'm sorry," she whispered, then turned and ran away. Her pride was dealt a devastating blow. How could she run away like that? But Alice didn't care. She didn't know when she let the change take over her completely. Her anger blocked everything out. The voice calling her, the sound of her clothes tearing, how she managed to escape through the doors, all of that was gone. All I could hear was his labored breathing and the rapid beating of his heart, beating a mile a minute. Chairs scraped against the floor. The shrill sound, mixed with the murmur of voices and the shuffling of feet, made Alice shudder. Why did everyone have to be so loud today? With a sigh, he slumped back onto his desk. School must be the goddess's punishment for sinful teenagers. There was no other logical explanation for so much knowledge compressed into their minds. And Mr. Johnson was, without a doubt, the worst teacher. That Monday morning, with the students still sleepy from the weekend's festivities, the first thing he said was, "Pair project." The classroom erupted in protests. "Get up," he ordered, impassive. "Yes, I mean it. I don't care if you have a hangover." A couple of students giggled and looked at each other. The teacher took a newspaper from his table, rolled it up, and gently tapped the head of a dark-haired boy who had fallen asleep in the front row. "Hey," the boy protested, sitting up suddenly. Alice, slumped in her seat, watched as the others formed their teams. There was no point in getting up to find a partner, she already knew what most people would say. So all she had to do was wait for someone to be left without a partner. This is ridiculous. My head hurts. Did you see the game last night? John's party was amazing. It exceeded all expectations. Is it true that Tally and Scott were together behind the gym? Suddenly, some books landed hard on the desk next to Alice, making her jump. "Savannah?" he asked, turning to the girl. She raised an amused eyebrow. "That's my name, indeed." Alice looked at her as she settled elegantly into the chair. "Where's your partner?" "I got rid of him." "Because?" Savannah didn't blink. "To work with you." Alice's shoulders tensed. "I don't need your help." The words sounded harsher than she intended, but Savannah didn't seem affected. Instead, she shrugged casually and brushed a curl of her hair back. "I never said you needed it. But there's no I in team." A smile appeared on Alice's lips. "That's not the right phrase." Savannah shrugged again, as if it was her favorite gesture. They remained silent until everyone formed their groups. A sour feeling settled in Alice's stomach. Her heart raced when Mr. Johnson began to explain the project criteria. Alice lost track of the explanation. Her mind refused to focus beyond the word presentation. "Oh my God, what have I gotten myself into?" After handing out the rubrics, Savannah turned to Alice. "At your house or mine?" Alice barely heard her over the thump, thump, thump of her own heart in her ears. Savannah looked at her with concern. "Hey, are you okay?" Alice swallowed, trying to get over the lump in her throat. "Why yes. Of course." Savannah adjusted her glasses with a finger and gave him a sympathetic smile. "You're afraid of public speaking," she said, more to herself than to Alice. Alice took a deep breath, mentally counting to 10. "It's not my strong suit. Nobody likes to give speeches, except maybe the alpha." Alice's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Leo. "Don't worry," Savannah continued. "It'll all be over before you know it. And I'll be there to cover up your mistakes." It was a comforting thought, but reality hit hard. Alice had experienced this before, the mockery, the comments, the stares. She'd never given a speech without someone mocking her afterward, no matter how perfect it was. She didn't want to drag Savannah down with her. Savannah was a good girl. She deserved better, friends who wouldn't ruin her reputation. Because, after all, wasn't that what everyone at school was looking for? "Savannah," Alice began nervously. "You're very kind, and I think we could be a good team, but looks like you're breaking up with me." Alice's eyes widened. What? "But we're not even." Her voice cracked. Savannah's brown eyes widened, reminding Alice for a moment of a doe caught in the headlights of a speeding car. Then Savannah let out a booming laugh. It was a laugh so intense it made her slump in her chair, clutching her stomach. The classroom's full attention shifted to Savannah and Alice. Conversation stopped, murmurs halted for a moment. Everyone wanted to know what had been so funny that the new girl laughed like that. "Miss Giles, do you want to share what's so funny?" Savannah took off her sunglasses to wipe away a tear. "No, sir. My friend Alice here is just a very funny person, nothing more." Mr. Johnson's questioning gaze shifted to Alice. She could only blush and look away. All the attention on her made her body heat up. And not in a pleasant way. "All right. Go on, Miss Giles." "Yes, sir." Little by little, the class began to get back into the swing of things. For the rest of the hour, Mr. Johnson paced the room, helping and keeping the students focused. Alice noticed the extra energy in his steps and the lift in his chin. It was amazing how a little respect and power could influence people. Sometimes, not in the best ways. Alice could think of a few examples of that. "Well, Alice, we have 2 weeks to finish this. Let's split the house calls evenly so it's fair." Savannah continued her planning. Alice let her do whatever she wanted. She couldn't stop thinking about the words Savannah had used with Mr. Johnson. Friend. She'd never believed someone could become friends so quickly. They had to talk and get to know each other first. They had to like each other for who they were and enjoy each other's company. Could Savannah really call Alice a friend after the terrible way she treated her? Alice didn't want to be cruel, but after what had happened in the past, she couldn't trust someone not to change their attitude without warning. Reality hit her again. Alice's hope faded. Sometimes, friends couldn't be trusted. Friends could become greedy and power-hungry, and deep down, they just wanted to see her fall. Alice couldn't trust Savannah. Not yet. But the humanity she saw in her and the small spark of hope she had left told her to wait. "I'd give Savannah a chance. Just one." The note freed Alice from her gym class. Just 5 words. 5. Written in the principal's shaky handwriting, so tangled that Alice had to squint to decipher some of the letters. "He's waiting for you outside." The message made her stomach clench and stabbed a knife of unease into her chest. Luckily, the PE teacher didn't object. Before Alice could articulate an explanation, Mr. Colby was already muttering an "okay" and dismissing her with a distracted gesture. Without bothering to change, Alice walked briskly out into the hallway, her worn slippers squeaking against the tile floor. The school had multiple exits, and Alice prayed to the moon she'd chosen the right one. The main doors opened with a ghostly creak that echoed through the deserted hallways. The outside world was another world. The sun assaulted her eyes, while the scent of asphalt and freshly cut grass flooded her senses. Her wolf whispered inside her, content with the fresh air. Holding her breath, Alice shielded her pupils from the glare with a squint. At the other end of the faculty parking lot, silhouetted against the light, was a figure. His dark clothing contrasted with the gleaming silver of the car he was leaning against. Behind him, the branches of the weeping willow swaying in the breeze seemed to frame him. Every heartbeat of Alice's thundered in his ears as he moved forward. Every muscle tensed, alert. Despite the internal turmoil, the only sound was the rhythmic tapping of her sneakers against the concrete. The car was parked at the edge of the lot. He, however, stood where the land began, his face hidden in the shadows of the tree. But his eyes never lost sight of her. They followed her every move. And, no doubt, his ears picked up even the slightest of her sounds. Even the rapid pace of his heart. Alice kept a prudent distance. Not so close as to be disrespectful, nor so far as to seem defiant. Heat rose to her cheeks. She bowed her head in submission, exposing her neck. A low growl emerged from her wolf's chest. "Hello, Alpha." "Alice." He nodded, his chin running over her. He stopped at her gym uniform. Alice's blush deepened. Leo tilted his head, flashing a fleeting smile. "I never liked our sports uniform, even though you wear it well." She tugged at the hem of her purple t-shirt and frowned at the black shorts. They were generic, with white lines for names, and no hint of style. Thanks, Alpha." He dropped an unspoken, "I guess," at the end. "Leo." "Yes." The word came out hollow, without conviction. An awkward silence settled in. Leo ran a hand over his jaw, pushed a stone with the toe of his shoe, and cleared his throat. "I came to apologize for what happened yesterday." Seeing that Alice didn't respond, he continued. "I don't know exactly what Ashley told you, but I'm sorry for not keeping a member of my pack under control." "It doesn't matter," Alice muttered, choking on shame as she recalled the incident. Not only had the Alpha witnessed her outburst of anger, but also her escape, an act of weakness frowned upon among higher-ranking wolves. "It does matter. Although I hope you can forgive me." Alice gave a wry snort. "Forgive you? You're the Alpha. I have no choice." Leo opened his mouth to protest, but she continued. "Besides, if anyone should apologize, it's me. I pretended to be stronger than I am, and my anger blinded me to the truth. I am, and always will be, an Omega." Leo's face suddenly darkened, surprising her. Wasn't that what she wanted? For him to assume his role as Alpha and reprimand her for her weakness. It was something many in the pack couldn't stop reminding her and her family of. "Omegas are just as important to the pack as the Alpha," Leo said through gritted teeth, taking a step into a ray of sunlight. Alice gasped. She didn't know if it was because of Leo's beauty bathed in the light or because of his words. Her knees buckled. A slow fire burned in her belly. The sun caressed the dark strands of his hair, revealing shades of brown and red. It illuminated his angular jaw and deepened his tan. Alice couldn't help but let her gaze wander, his prominent collarbone, his firm pecs beneath his black t-shirt, and, by the goddess, those defined abs, capable of making anyone drool. Claro resisted the urge to take a step back. "You can't be serious." "I am. And it's time we start showing the importance of Omegas in the pack. I've been gone too long, and that's allowed the pack to get out of control. Without unity, we don't stand a chance as a group. Leo's step toward her surprised her, disturbing both her mind and her heart. It began to beat rapidly in her chest. I want you and your family to come to the pack barbecue tomorrow. Starting today, you'll be present at every pack event and meeting. I'll see to it that Donovan begins his wolf training classes. And soon, I hope, we can investigate options for better jobs for Cole and Marie. Smothered by shock, Alice remained silent. A small spark of hope began to ignite within her. Why would you do that for us? Her voice was barely a whisper. It couldn't just be her job. Yes, alphas had a responsibility to ensure everyone in their pack had a suitable living environment. But if anything, she expected at least a nice paycheck. Leo didn't answer her whispered question. I know you don't want things to happen so quickly. I understand. His eyes shone with an emotion Alice couldn't quite place. You're not ready. Not everyone is. If you'd rather start slowly, getting to know each other first, then that's exactly what we'll do. Alice's heart leapt. What about Ashley? Leo's eyebrow rose. What's wrong with her? Don't you care? He gave a short laugh. Only as a member of the pack. But she said, Ashley means nothing to me. She's just a nuisance, if anything. Alice couldn't understand it. Ashley was beautiful. A beauty and grace that stopped people in their tracks. That beauty that made others jealous and self-confident. Leo didn't want her. No one knew why. Chris would have jumped at any opportunity. And he did. It was at that moment that Alice noticed how close Leo was. Almost without realizing it, the two had been getting closer and closer. So close that Alice could feel Leo's warm breath caress her cheeks and his mossy scent invade her senses in a captivating way. Alarmed, Alice took a step back, losing her balance. Her foot found a deep hollow in the ground. Puzzled, she stretched out her arms and closed her eyes, expecting to fall to the ground in front of the alpha. But the ground never came. Warm arms wrapped around her waist from behind, pulling her towards a firm chest. Her breath hitched. A fierce spark ignited where his hands touched her waist, and a slow, consuming fire began. Her entire body trembled as burning desire took hold of her. Her heart pounded rapidly, every nerve vibrating as if zapped by electricity. Her wolf howled with joy. Alice turned in Leo's arms, placing a hand on his chest to steady herself. She couldn't help but stare deeply into those warm, hazel eyes. They were darker than before and filled with a primal hunger. A hunger so fierce it sent a shiver down her spine. A fire crackled and flared in the center of the Guardians' camp. If Garrett hadn't been sure of the perimeter's security, he would have ordered it put out immediately. The cold night air would have penetrated their skin, but they would be safe. However, he knew for certain that Drake's soldiers had retreated a week ago. The remaining trail on the ground confirmed this. He also told him that he was on the right path. It had been a week since he'd received Dribble's information. A few days earlier, he'd called the Indiana Pack, the Morris Valley Pack, and informed them of the Guardian's location. Garrett had some history with his alpha, Leonardo. At his age, Garrett had made a lot of friends. But fighting alongside Leo had been a fun experience. He didn't normally go on other people's revenge missions. Revenge had a way of blinding its victims. However, when he and his men crossed paths with Leo, Garrett couldn't help but notice a similarity between the two. Leo had lost his father in an attack by a stray wolf. Losing an alpha was difficult. Losing a parent was even more painful. Leo had made a deal with Garrett, if he allowed him to stay with the Guardians during their journey, he would offer Garrett and his warriors lodging if they needed it. Garrett hadn't become leader of the Royal Guard by ignoring networking opportunities, so he agreed. The Alpha had stayed away from them, gathering his own information as they went. Unfortunately, when Leo had to return home, it was because he had responsibilities to attend to. Garrett understood all too well what it meant to have responsibilities. Every day he woke up with those responsibilities crowding his mind. Leo had been searching for his father's killer. Garrett searched every day for the man responsible for the disappearance of the royal wolves. He had failed to protect them from the enemy living in their own home. Now he had to do everything he could to redeem that mistake, bringing justice in his own way. Dave, his second-in-command, emerged from the tree line and approached the camp. "Sir, the patrols for the night are organized and confirmed. Teams of 2 will patrol, changing every odd hour." "Good. Rest then," he said, lacing his fingers together. When the watch first settled here, they dragged some broken, mossy logs around the fire to use as chairs. Garrett sat on one, leg spread, elbows resting on his knees. Dave nodded, though he seemed hesitant to leave. "You too, sir." And so, his men retired for the night. Eventually, he, too, would lie down for a couple of hours. Not much longer. He no longer slept like he used to. Since becoming a warrior of the guard, he hadn't slept a full night. It was part of the job. He couldn't protect people if he was asleep. Besides, the last time he tried to get more than a couple of hours of sleep, the royals were wiped out. Right under his nose. He should have known. He should have realized that 3 patrols weren't enough. When David Willard, the royal werewolf prince, took over from his father, he decided to move the royal family to America. Although many opposed the decision, David went ahead with it. So he moved himself and his wife Sarah from a fortified castle in Europe to a mansion in America. David wasn't very fond of traditions, and at the time, packs in America were few. America was a rapidly growing country. David saw this as an opportunity to strengthen the werewolf community in the new land. Garrett didn't become a warrior until after David made the move. However, while David was putting down roots in the new land, his father continued training warriors and sending them to America. It was David's father who trained Garrett. The position of commander came soon after, once David and his family were settled in their new mansion. He should have considered the vulnerability of the new territory. Distracted by his myriad tasks and trying to assemble a new team of warriors, he failed to pay attention when it really mattered. Garrett watched as the roasting orange fire danced until it became nothing more than smoldering embers. Until the sun began to peek over the horizon. Chapter 3. "Alice, can you pass me the vanilla?" Marie asked as she moved nimbly around the kitchen. Alice reached over to the spice rack and searched until she found the small brown jar. "Here it is. But just a drop this time," he reminded softly. Cole, sitting at the table, chuckled. "Yes, honey, remember what happened last time. By the goddess, those cookies were, let's say, peculiar, Marie turned to her companion with a frown and pointed a wooden spoon at him. "If you say one more word, I'll guarantee you a month of frustrated dreams." Alice's cheeks instantly turned red. "Marie," she protested, remembering why she preferred to avoid Marie when she was angry. Her adoptive mother was like a torrent, the slightest spark would set her temper off. And it wasn't a calm torrent, but one that swept away everything in its path. Little Donovan looked up from his cereal bowl. "Can I have frustrated dreams?" "Sounds like fun." Cole looked at his son tenderly, holding back his laughter. "No, Donovan. Those aren't for kids. So what are they? Nothing important, they answered in unison. Marie returned to her cookie dough, stirring excitedly as a smile spread across her face. I still can't believe it. I think I'm still in shock. Alice focused her attention on the potatoes boiling in front of her, wishing they would cook faster. Me neither, he whispered. She knew how excited Marie was. From the moment Alice had told them about the invitation, her joy hadn't waned. Despite her temper tantrums, that underlying happiness remained. Marie longed to be a present mother, preparing lunches, watching cartoons with Donovan, and leaving loving notes for her family. Alice felt it in every gesture. But to achieve that, they needed to be accepted by the pack. Only then would they receive the financial support that would allow them to fulfill that dream. Alice's mind traveled back to the previous day. Every detail of Leonardo, his posture, his gaze, even the relaxed way he held the steering wheel, embraced her thoughts. Even the scent of his cologne seemed to permeate her memory, causing that familiar flutter in her stomach. Wake up, she mentally scolded herself. Don't be naive. You know what happened the last time you trusted someone here. He had to concentrate on the meeting that night. Okay, Char, let's get you ready, Cole announced, standing up and carrying Donovan's empty bowl to the sink. The boy followed like a duck, leaving a comfortable silence in the kitchen. Marie and Alice continued their preparations in silence, until Marie broke the ice. Do you want to talk to me about the alpha? Alice brushed her brown bangs out of her eyes, feeling a tingle at the mention of her name. She swallowed. His name is Leonardo, he answered, almost as a question. Marie smiled. Yes, I already know that. Anne. Alice's cheeks burned. She knew Marie could read her like an open book. Secrets didn't exist in that house. Your mother is very kind, she murmured evasively. That's what I've heard. But I was asking for your opinion. He runs the pack well, or so they say, Alice replied, not wanting to remember that, even though they were Omegas, they were still outsiders. They weren't invited to pack meetings. Not since that incident. He looked away at the pot, cutting off the conversation before it got any deeper. Marie sighed. You know I'm here for whatever you need, Alice. She held her breath, waiting for him to insist. She nodded silently. You can tell me whatever you want. Another affirmative nod, but nothing more. He'd already shared everything with Marie once, and it hadn't ended well. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. They didn't arrive at the clan house until almost 3 in the afternoon. By the time they arrived, the party was already in full swing. The werewolves were wandering around the large backyard, socializing and chatting. Alice could hear the familiarity in their voices from the entrance of the house. The front door was slightly ajar, a tacit invitation for the newcomers to simply enter. Her stomach tightened in anticipation. Would Leo run to see her? Did he already know she was there? Could he smell her, the way she could sense his presence in the air, all over the garden? Did everyone else already know? Alice followed the Carrasquedo family, who were hesitantly moving into the house. The atmosphere inside was much more chaotic than outside. People were running around, some carrying decorations, others chasing small children. Everything felt strange. Unusual. Like attending a party where I only knew one person and no one else. Something sank in Alice's chest. She should know these people. Technically, she did. She knew their names. But nothing more. They were faces, recognizable faces, but with no personality behind them. She didn't know who was nice and who wasn't. who disagreed with her mother or who was dating that attractive wolf mechanic in the corner. She didn't know what they liked to do, what hobbies they had, what sports they played, or who worked where. These people should have been as familiar to her as the back of her hand. From what she'd heard from other clans, clan members considered themselves extended family. Clan gatherings and feasts were like large family reunions. I feel like a stranger. Melissa appeared in the hallway, behind the spiral staircase. In her hand, she was carrying a small doll, accompanied by a little boy. Manny and Jane's son, right? The little boy was blowing blue bubbles and was covered in what looked like blue slime. His dark hair was sticking up, and his green overalls were completely stained. Leo's mother stopped when she saw them. Her hazel eyes brightened considerably. Alice, it's so nice to see you again. How are you, dear? Alice quickly lowered her head in a sign of respect. I'm fine, ma'am. He cleared his throat and pointed to his family. This is my parents, Marie and Cole, and their son, Donovan. Melissa's smile widened. It's so nice to finally meet you. I'm Melissa, Leonardo's mom. Marie and Cole quickly lowered their heads. Cole extended his hand, which Melissa gladly took. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Melissa made a dismissive gesture. Oh, please, no more, ma'am. I get enough, ma'am, from Alice. She laughed pleasantly. Alice blushed. Call me Melissa. Of course, Melissa. Thank you, Marie replied. It will be a pleasure to see you more often. He gestured toward the toddler. If you don't mind, I have a little situation with this little one. You can leave the plates of food in the kitchen and then head out to the garden for the festivities. Of course, Marie smiled. Thanks again. Melissa's eyes lit up. Oh, Marie, we're going to have such a good time together. Before Marie could ask any more questions about that statement, Melissa disappeared into the crowd, and the boy with his blue slime disappeared as well. Donovan tugged on Cole's jacket. Dad, can I go play? Both Cole and Marie hesitated. They glanced at each other quickly, sharing a silent understanding, before Cole nodded and led Donovan to find the other children. I'm going to the bathroom, Marie said, handing Alice the tray of dishes. I'll be right back. Alice balanced the two trays for a moment before placing them on a side table in the foyer. The entrance to the clan house branched off in different directions. To the right was a tastefully decorated living room, to the left a well-worn dining room. Upstairs, of course, was the bedroom area. She knew that if she followed the hallway under the stairs she would reach the kitchen, but she didn't know where the left side led. He decided not to leave Marie alone and stayed there. People were socializing in the living room, and while she waited, their conversations reached her ears. That's Marie. She's Cole's wife, a woman said. The wall hid her for the most part, so maybe they couldn't see her. Still, she held her breath, her ears perking at the mention of Marie's name. Is she the one who had problems with Adam? A man asked. I think so. I can't believe she approached him like that. We all know you don't ask for more money. You get what you get, and you have to be grateful. Alice stared at her sneakers. That's it. I thought she had a problem with Henry at the hospital. No, Fred, you're confusing Derek, another woman interrupted. Ashley said the family was trying to get more money. She said they weren't doing well there. You know how some other clans are. Maybe they didn't know what they were doing. I think they did. It's just common sense, Martha. Besides, have you heard from her daughter? Alice, did you know she seemed to be having problems with Ashley a while back? Alice clenched her jaw. These people knew nothing about her family, or what went on beneath that perfect facade of clan life. For once, Alice was relieved that her family wasn't invited to many clan activities. Why would they want to be in an environment where they were judged and talked about behind their backs? No, it was better that her family had settled near the edge of the territory, where they couldn't be touched. At least there, they didn't have to listen to the rumors. Ashley has had problems before. Marie appeared around the corner. There you are. Ready? Alice cleared her throat and nodded. They continued toward the kitchen, finding their way easily. The banging of pots and the clatter of dishes filled the air as they entered. The women moved quickly, opening and closing cabinets. The water was running, the refrigerator was open, and open packages of food were everywhere. Oh, thank the goddess you're here. A woman approached them. The wrinkles on her face were deepening around her mouth and eyes. Her hair was starting to gray. It was Natalie Maroney. She shoved a spatula in Marie's hands and a rag in Alice's. You guys got here just in time. Elizabeth almost burned the cupcakes. All the women in the kitchen stood still. Relief was reflected on their faces as they looked at Marie and Alice. Then they began to take off their aprons. Some washed their flour-covered hands, while others pulled out hidden bags. Alice tried to speak. What? Natalie looked at them seriously. The second batch of cupcakes is ready to go in the oven. Start getting the toppings out at 5 o'clock. Oh, and don't forget to wash the dishes. Melissa doesn't like a messy kitchen. Excuse me. I don't think, Alice began. Good luck, girls. And then Natalie and the rest of the women disappeared. The kitchen was completely silent. Disordered. Everything was chaos. Alice stared at the orange rag in her hands. Her fist tightened around it, and her vision began to blur. No. I wasn't going to cry. How could they have expected anything different? Leo wasn't there to back her up. But even if he wanted to, he couldn't fight all her battles. It was time for her to wake up and face reality. They meant nothing to the clan. And they probably never would. That was the cruel truth of being an Omega. How she could have thought otherwise was a mystery to her. The truth was harsh, but it was what it was. They were at the bottom of the clan hierarchy. Did he really think that meant they could be anything more than slaves and laborers? Alpha or not? And she'd been so excited about the party. That small hope had crumbled to ashes. She was willing to forgive the clan for the way they treated them. All she'd asked in return was to be treated as an equal. That must have been asking too much. What affected her most was Marie's expression. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, holding back the emotion that wanted to spill over. Her eyes were dull, her face pale. She looked as if someone had taken her little dog and destroyed it in front of her. His dream had crumbled in minutes. Alice rested a hand on Marie's shoulder. Silently, she assured her adoptive mother that they would be in this together. I'll take care of the dishes, if you take care of the cupcakes, Alice said quietly. Her tone was flat. Marie bit her lip and nodded. With firm steps, she walked to the oven and began to work. Alice, almost without strength, went to the sink and turned on the hot water. They had prepared for this. For a kitchen job disguised as a party. He looked out the kitchen window, right over the sink. That window looked directly out onto the backyard. He watched the children running around and playing a game while their parents chatted and laughed, carefree. She tried not to be disappointed. But she was. Until now, her life seemed set up for disappointment. She wondered how much longer her mind and body could endure. How long could a person go on before the essence that made them who they were shattered into 1,000 pieces? Alice continued scrubbing. It's official. I'm going to explode. Leo's leg kicked restlessly against the chair, his basketball shoes softly tapping the floor in a steady rhythm. His nerves were on edge. The urge to rush downstairs and join the party early was as intense as his need to have Alice in his arms again. Those 2 seconds in which he'd reached her hadn't been enough. He wanted to hold her against his chest, inhale her lavender and sandalwood scent, lose himself in her, even for a moment. But he couldn't. He was trapped in his office. The alphas of the pack were always supposed to be late to meetings, as if they were kings. But what kind of king would he be without his queen by his side? She was downstairs. He'd heard her voice when she arrived with her family. His mother was there too, but he wasn't allowed to join her yet. The sound of Alice coming up the stairs had forced him to grip the desk to keep from running away. Now, the wood bore several marks the size of her fingernails along the bottom edge. The wolf inside him tugged at his chains. He wanted freedom. He wanted his mate. He needed her. Outside, the children were laughing loudly while the adults chatted to the music playing through the speakers. Leo looked out the open window behind him. It really was a perfect day for a barbecue. It was the first since his return. It also served as a kind of welcome-back party. Marcus had established these monthly gatherings to maintain the pack's unity. Once a month, everyone would leave work or school to celebrate another month of life. A great idea. Leo didn't hesitate to continue the tradition. The only difference today, besides their return, was the introduction of the Omegas and the announcement of their new findings. Most of the activity had moved outside. Except for a few dishes clanking in the kitchen, the house was quiet. His eyes scanned the yard again, searching for that auburn hair and that stunning figure. Maybe he could go downstairs and wait until his mother gave him permission to go out. It wouldn't be so bad, right? He'd barely been able to see her the day before. He'd spent a little time with her after discovering she was his mate, and it made his heart flutter. His. He loved the sound of that word. Although, as soon as they arrived at her house, she made up an excuse and quickly got out of the car. I wouldn't run away from him today. I just wanted to see her, even if it was just for a moment. He got up from his desk, walked out the door, and walked through the maze of hallways to the stairs. His scent grew stronger with each step. The scent drove her wolf wild. He wanted to be close to her, wrap his arms around her, rest his chin on her head, and breathe in her scent. He wanted to stroke her neck, her cheeks, make sure she was okay, and that she always would be when he was around. It's okay, Marie. We don't have to stay. We'll finish here and go. It was her voice. Sweet, soft, melodious. Why was it so close? Leo followed the sound with quick steps. Excitement burned in his chest, just below his heart, and a smile spread across his face. He walked confidently into the room. And stopped dead in his tracks. I can't ask that of you, said a woman near the stove. You'd be giving up everything you know. Everything will be okay, Marie, Alice replied. She stood in front of the sink, the water running. In one hand, she held a soapy rag, in the other, a medium-sized pot. I was washing the dishes. A growl erupted from deep within Leo. It rose in his throat, thick with fury, until it became a roar of indignation. Both women turned at the sound of him. Marie, the other woman, tensed in recognition and bowed her head quickly, stammering a greeting. Alice also looked down, but didn't take her eyes off his. What's going on here? he roared. His wolf was going berserk, straining at his control. How dare they relegate his mate to cleaning duties? She deserved so much more. She deserved to be at the head of the table, with every member of the pack bowing to her like the moon she was. This celebration should be as much for her and her family as it was for him. And they had put her to work in the kitchen as if she were a servant. Unacceptable. Alpha, sir, Marie said nervously. We were assigned to work in the kitchen. For whom? She couldn't keep her voice from sounding annoyed. She didn't want it to sound like she was yelling at them, but that's probably how it sounded, because Marie flinched and lowered her head even further. Leo, Alice warned. If it had been anyone else, her wolf would have reacted furiously. But it was impressive how, with just one word, she had managed to calm him down and make him relax. Leo took a deep breath and tried again. Who put them in the kitchen? Alice shook her head, but didn't answer. Leo's hands clenched into fists. Alice. How could he protect his partner if he didn't know who was mistreating them? Her companion cleared her throat and gestured to Marie. Alpha, this is my mother, Marie. Marie, this is Alpha. He extended his hand. Nice to meet you, Marie. Marie's eyes were wide. She extended her hand. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Alpha, sir. Forget the dishes and the food. I want you both to go out and enjoy yourselves. Alice opened her mouth to object. Leo was faster. That's an order. Marie gave Alice a single, warning look, then hurriedly removed her apron. She kept her head down and walked out of the kitchen, conveniently leaving her behind. Alice's jaw was tense. Leo liked that sparkle in her green eyes. It showed she wasn't as docile as she tried to appear. Although she behaved like the perfect Omega, without saying a word. Then his composure broke. You're not doing us any favors, he said, letting exhaustion seep into his voice. I refuse to allow my pack to treat its Omegas like slaves. Leo crossed his arms. I don't know how we got here, but I'm going to stop it. Alice tossed the rag into the sink and struggled a bit with the back of her apron. Her back was turned defiantly toward Leo, but he didn't care. This girl could slap him across the face and he wouldn't flinch. Well, maybe a little. His mate sighed. It's not like making us part of the pack's life will change the way they think of Omegas. We'll still be seen as inferior to their wolves, and they'll put themselves above us. They'll keep talking. Leo slowly approached her back. Not if I have any say in the matter. In less than 5 minutes, they'll know you're going to be their alpha female. If you don't show respect, I'll... His eyes drifted off into space. When he came to, he said, I don't want you to tell them. Leo's wolf growled. He didn't like the idea of Alice not receiving the respect she deserved. His pack was going to treat her like a queen, whether they liked it or not. Or else, they'd be gone faster than anyone could say. Why? He asked softly. He couldn't stand not having her near anymore. Leo stepped forward and put his arm around her, hugging her tenderly. For a moment, a fleeting moment, he could feel her relax against him. It was a natural reaction. His wolf wanted her to feel safe in his presence. She wanted to depend on him like a mate would. She felt it. Her desire to sink into him and not let go. But then, his mind fought against it. Alice's body tensed. She pushed him away and turned around, forcing him to take a step back. Her eyes flashed with a dangerous intensity. Pleading. You can't tell him, she repeated. Why wouldn't I tell my pack about their moon? He asked with effort. Because then you'd be forcing them to do something they don't want to. People don't accept others just because they're told to. He was starting to lose his patience. Maybe it was because she dared to tell him he couldn't do what he wanted. Or because of the fact that her pack, his pack, treated the Omegas so badly. How had she not noticed this before? How had Marcus missed it? He'd be teaching them a lesson about true pack unity. It didn't matter whether his pack liked the Omegas or not. They were a pack. And that was all that mattered. Alice shook her head. You'd only drive my family further apart. And I can't let that happen to us. They wouldn't respect us, no. Leo raised his hand to caress her cheek, but she immediately pulled away, hugging her arms to her chest. I'm sorry. I can accept this, she said, gesturing between them, but I'm not ready to go public, and neither is my family. Her words caused a deep thud in his chest. He swallowed and gave her a small nod. I didn't mean to pressure you, Alice. I apologize. All right. I won't say a word to the pack. For now. But if you think for 1 second I'm going to let you go out there and sit alone in a corner, you're dead wrong. You don't. I'm going to start integrating your family into this pack, even if it's the last thing I do. Starting with you and your family sitting at the head of the table with me. The wolves spread out around him, forming a semicircle behind him. Their eyes scanned the field cautiously, observing each enemy. Gray, brown, black, and white fur spread out before them. Menacing growls and roars filled the air, along with the heavy scent of red liquid. Teeth flashed, bones creaked, and ears drooped. Drake smiled to himself. It was time for the second round. He raised his hand, gesturing in the air. All the wolves held their breath. Their paws were ready for action. He waited a minute. His fist clenched. The wolves sprang into action. His team flew past him, and he watched the colors fade. From across the field, the enemy was running straight toward his men. Ferocious noises filled their ears. Teeth snapped, skin tore, and red liquid soaked their fur. Drake closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. He enjoyed the action unfolding in front of him. His shoulders squared with power. Within minutes, everything calmed down. Fallen bodies littered the ground, and the prisoners were captured. His smile grew as he watched his men, still standing, waiting for the next order. His wolf purred. That was what true power felt like. Drake walked over the fallen bodies to the other end of the field. He tilted his head, amused, as he watched the alpha of the Moon Bay pack struggling in the jaws of 2 of his men. He kicked and writhed, trying to escape his already sealed fate. The alpha spat red liquid at Drake's feet. More red liquid dripped down his chin and slid down his neck. His gray hair plastered itself to his forehead. Savage growls arose from his men. Drake raised a hand to silence them, and they all obeyed instantly. Would you like to continue with the third round? Drake asked. You son of a... The alpha hissed. As you wish. Drake stepped forward and firmly grasped the man's head, one hand on his forehead and the other on the back of his skull. Any more unnecessary comments you wish to make? The alpha's eyes flashed with utter pain. A kind of pain Drake knew all too well. The other alphas won't tolerate this much longer. They'll come for you. I wish I could see them take you down. Show you what true alphas are. Not the miserable, fake you are. Drake swung his hands quickly, cutting off the man's response. Another victory. The atmosphere in the garden was tense. The only sounds were the soft crunching of food and the murmuring of the children, who seemed unaware that this was a moment for silence. Leo stood firmly at the head of the main table. With a serious expression, he cleared his throat before speaking. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming to the monthly pack barbecue. I usually don't have much to say, but today is different. Alice looked up immediately, her eyes meeting Leo's in a silent plea for him not to continue. He glanced at her for a moment, then scanned the wolves gathered in the garden. Everyone watched expectantly. Silent glances passed between tables, and Alice could feel curiosity burning in the air, or was it discontent? The presence of the Omegas at the head table, alongside Leo and his family, didn't go unnoticed. Following Marie and Cole's example, Alice lowered her head. Her inner wolf churned, eager to burst forth and growl at everything, but she held back. Leo kept his hands firmly at his sides as he spoke. Not a tremor, not a hint of nervousness. Alice wondered how he managed to maintain such composure. I'll be brief, he announced. Recently, there have been attacks on other packs in nearby states. The atmosphere became denser. Were they in danger? I don't want to alarm you, but it's important that everyone take precautions. Lock your doors and windows, keep a close eye on your children, and report any suspicious activity, anything at all. Leo looked at Marcus, who nodded silently. We'll have some guests to help us reinforce security. However, everyone over the age of 19 must join the patrols. Please come to the dessert table after the meal to arrange shifts. With a gesture, he gave the floor to Marcus, who stood up to elaborate. Leo returned to his seat next to Alice. Her eyes were still wide open. Hadn't they been safe all this time? She'd let Donovan run wild in the woods behind her house, exposed to a possible attack. A hand landed on her stomach. By the goddess, she felt like she was going to be sick. Marie and Cole must have felt the same way. Marie's face reflected deep anguish, while Cole stroked her back and whispered words of comfort. Donovan, sitting beside her, remained oblivious, happy in his own world. Why had they been kept out of the loop? If they had attended a pack meeting earlier, would they have known of the danger? How many times had they been in danger without even suspecting it? Alice had a hard time continuing to eat. The barbecue ended sooner than expected. Cole joined the patrol group while Marie and Alice gathered their things. Donovan ran in circles at their feet, babbling nonsense. Maybe he'd eaten too much cake. Ollie, Ollie, oxen Libra, Libra, Libra. He sang. A deep laugh sounded behind Alice, and brown arms lifted Donovan off the floor. Hey, little Lion King, Leo greeted, placing him on his hip. Did you have fun? Donovan laughed out loud as Alice slowly turned around, taking in the scene, her partner casually tickling her younger brother. His little brother, being an Omega, was small for his age. At 6, he looked 4, and in Leo's arms, he looked even smaller. Do you want to sleep over at my house, little king? Leo asked with a half-smile. His arm brushed against Alice's, sending tingles through her fingers. Donovan turned his head toward Marie. May I, Mom? Please. Marie shook her head. Sorry, honey, but I have work tomorrow and you have school. But Care can stay. Care and Leo like being together. Alice blushed and looked down, avoiding Marie's inquisitive gaze. Even though she couldn't see it, she felt it, and that was enough. I'd love for Alice to stay with us, Donovan, Leo said softly. Alice opened her mouth, trying to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. She stood there, mouth agape, until, resigned, she closed her mouth. Actually, Leo continued, my mother and I would love for everyone to stay with us for a while. The house gets so drab with the same faces every day. Marie lowered her head politely, her expression doubtful. Thanks, Alpha, but we already have a place to be, Alpha, Alice interrupted. We appreciate the offer. Leo pressed his lips together. As you wish, he said. The invitation will still stand when you reconsider. Alice nodded. Thank you, Alpha. Leo carefully placed Donovan on the floor and headed to the group of men gathered by the dessert table. Before he left, his hazel eyes sent a silent warning to Alice. This conversation wasn't over. It was customary for the Alpha's mates to live in the main house, both for safety and proximity. Leo would undoubtedly want her nearby. But remembering the pack members' murmurings, the lack of acceptance toward the Omegas, and how much her family needed her, Alice knew she wasn't ready to move on. Where was she? Leo's attention shifted from the group of gentlemen conversing in front of him. His eyes scanned the garden, searching for that beautiful mass of auburn hair. She must have come in for something, but then, where were Marie and Donovan? Cole stood about 2 meters away from the circle of men. His lips weren't moving, and no one included him in the discussion about protection and protocols. Excuse me, Leo muttered, and after giving a slight nod for Marcus to take control, he walked away. No one knew where they had gone. She asked around, but not even her mother knew where they had disappeared to. Her mouth went dry. He couldn't have gone home. He hadn't yet managed to convince her to stay with him at the pack house. She was terribly mistaken if she thought he was going to leave her, along with her family, on the very edge of his territory. He was practically asking the rebels to find them. He smiled at the people he passed and subtly avoided those who wanted to start a conversation. He circled the house, searching. A soft, almost inaudible murmur as he made a complete turn around the house. They weren't inside, nor in the backyard. Leo's footsteps stopped in front of the front door. He inhaled, catching just a hint of lavender. She must have passed by a while ago. She had dodged him. Leo ran his hand over his face. His partner would definitely keep him on his toes. Well, he'd have to go find her now. He wasn't going to let her stay in that house any longer. He took the keys out of his pocket and headed for the garage. Alice left. Leo quickly spun around, getting into a defensive stance. Then his mind processed the familiar voice. He straightened. Ashley. He crossed his arms over his broad chest. What do you want? The girl in question approached him, not stopping until she was almost pressed against his chest. Leo's wolf growled warily. Leo took a large step back, far enough away that he couldn't smell the mint on his breath. Ashley pouted. Why can't I want to be around you? I already told you we're not going to be in a relationship. Leo ran a hand through his hair. Do you know where she went? She shrugged. She probably went home. I wouldn't want to be here either, if I were her. The tone of her voice made Leo alert. I hope you didn't say a word to her. She. Ashley mimicked, God, is that all you can talk about? I swear that if you... Relax, Mr. Alpha, I didn't say anything to him, Ashley said, her lips flat. I should have. He would have deserved it. Alice deserves nothing but your absolute respect. If I find out you've done anything to her... Ashley's eyes shone with tears. It's your turn now, too. There was one thing Leo couldn't handle, and that was tears. He relaxed his muscles and unfolded his crossed arms. What? He said, confused. His voice sounded much less bitter than before. Ashley gave a fake laugh. Oh. Didn't the little princess tell you? Tell me what? She already has a boyfriend. When Alice's family arrived at the Morris Valley Pack, she knew she'd have to make friends. It wasn't something new. Starting over came with change, but even in her old pack, connecting with others had been difficult. The people she met never became more than just acquaintances. They never grew close enough to form a deeper bond. She was too reserved. Too distrustful. For as long as she could remember, her inner wolf would get antsy when she got close to anyone, except for Marie, Cole, and Donovan. And if her wolf didn't trust someone, Alice found it impossible to do so. Starting high school in a new territory in mid-January wasn't easy. For weeks, she felt stuck in limbo, going from class to class, waiting for someone to talk to her or for rumors to start about the new girl who never talks to anyone. Still, she pressed on, facing each day with her head held high. The day she met Ashley was overcast, in mid-March. Puddles covered the courtyard after the early morning rain, but by lunchtime, the ground was dry enough to sit outside. Alice was walking toward a secluded bench, carrying her books, when her lunch bag slipped from her hands and fell straight into a puddle. The nearest table erupted in laughter. Alice's wolf growled in her chest, but she took a deep breath and bent down to pick up the soaked bag. However, as she lifted it, the paper tore. Her apple, ham sandwich, and juice box fell back into the puddle, splashing her jeans. The laughter increased, and his wolf almost roared in indignation. But then a voice cut through the murmur. "Hey, stop it. She's one of our new Omegas." It was Ashley, a thin, brown-haired girl, who approached with a shy smile. "You're Alice, right?" Alice nodded silently. "I'm Ashley. Do you want to sit with us?" Alice was going to reject the offer, but Ashley didn't give her the chance. "Of course. Let's go." Reluctantly, Alice joined them. Ashley introduced her to everyone, ending up with the blonde boy next to her. "This is Chris, my boyfriend." Chris nodded sincerely. "Nice to meet you, Alice. A friendship that grows." That was just the beginning. Ashley made sure Alice sat with them every day, convincing her that a pack that eats together stays together. At first, Alice didn't think much of it. She didn't give much thought to how close they became afterward. Ashley included her in everything: lunches, sleepovers, outings around town. She always invited her. And Alice, finally determined to make friends, allowed it. The group consisted of 6 people: Ashley, Chris, Alice, and 3 other girls who appeared and disappeared. When Ashley was upset, whether with one of them, with Chris, or even with her father, Adam, Alice was the one who listened to her complaints. Chris, sometimes frustrated with his girlfriend, would also go to Alice to vent. Unintentionally, this brought them closer together. Against her better judgment, Alice became good friends with Chris. She even started to develop feelings for him. It wasn't hard to see why. Chris was kind, funny, and the captain of the hockey team. Although he was as popular as Ashley, he didn't crave constant attention. He had a natural calm, a quiet confidence that Alice admired, and sometimes envied. Combined with his dark blonde hair, charming smile, and athletic physique, it was obvious why half the girls in school fancied him. The conflict. To this day, Alice didn't know what gave her crush away. It was a hot and humid day in late May. Alice had arrived early for lunch and was sitting at her usual table, eating grapes, when a shadow fell over her. He looked up. "Oh, hi, Ashley." Ashley's icy voice, like the one she used with those who, according to her, didn't know their place. "What are you thinking? Do you think you can flirt with Chris and I wouldn't notice?" Alice hadn't been flirting. At least, not intentionally. That? How shameless, Omega. Trying to steal my boyfriend in front of me. Something crucial changed in that instant. Ashley no longer called her by her name. Just Omega. Alice, stunned, gritted her teeth. Her wolf pressed forward, wanting to get out, defend, attack. I'm not trying anything. And now you're lying, Ashley interrupted. I know. I know you've been flirting. Alice stood up, pure instinct. If this escalated, she wanted to be prepared. And judging by the way Ashley's hands were shaking at her sides, it was quite possible it might. It wasn't my intention. Didn't you mean to get caught? Ha! Ashley pointed with a finger, her nail polish purple. I don't want to see you near him ever again. Understand? In fact, I don't want to see you at this table. Ever. Alice imagined 1,000 responses. Push Ashley away, let her wolf take control, respond sarcastically. But instead, she restrained her wolf, gathered what was left of her lunch, and ran outside. The rest of the day marked the beginning of her nightmare. The girls in the group stopped talking to her. Instead, they began whispering and making cutting comments whenever she was around. Ashley gave her icy glares when they crossed paths, cold enough to turn her stomach to stone. And Chris. At first, Chris hadn't noticed anything. But a few days later, he approached her and apologized for Ashley's behavior. That same week, Chris broke up with Ashley. It was the talk of the school. The power couple had finally collapsed. The following Monday, Chris approached her on the bench where she was sitting in the courtyard. Can I sit down? Surprised, Alice stammered, why yes, of course. Look, I'm so sorry about all this, she said, biting into one of the enormous chocolate chip cookies sold at the cafe. I feel like you got the worst of it. And you didn't even do anything. Alice didn't feel like she hadn't done anything. In fact, she spent her time replaying her interactions with Chris, looking for the moment when everything had gone wrong. She always came to the same conclusion: she didn't know. I never meant for this to happen, she told him. You've been amazing, Alice, Chris said, placing his large, warm hand on top of hers, which was resting on his knee. Then he smiled at her. That's when things started to change. Chris and she talked. And talked. She spent hours at night holding the phone, enjoying the easy conversations they shared. Somehow, they grew closer. Closer than they'd ever been before. And Alice started to really fall in love. Looking back, she should have stopped. She should have dropped everything and gone back to being the quiet loner she'd been at her old high school. But she was so angry. Angry at Ashley, especially, as her former friend seemed to be growing more and more venomous with each passing day. So when Chris asked her out, she accepted. They dated for a week. 3 days later, Alice's house was burglarized. The property was destroyed. His family couldn't turn to the pack. By then, Ashley had already influenced most of the members. Somehow, she'd begun to make inquiries. Most pack members backed off, unwilling to get involved. No one wanted to step on Ashley's, and, through her, Adam's, toes. Otherwise, they could lose financial support. Chris broke up with Alice the next day. Maybe he saw what Ashley had done and tried to cut ties as a form of damage control. Maybe he just stopped liking Alice. Either way, he ended the relationship, and, coincidentally, her family moved to another pack in Florida shortly after. That left Alice picking up the pieces. From then on, she didn't speak to anyone. She went to school, worked, and then went home. The best option was to retreat, the same way the pack had. He wants to talk to you. Alice looked up at the familiar voice. Savannah was standing in front of her locker, her books clutched to her chest. She knew exactly who wanted to talk to her, and her wolf knew it too, whining softly in her mind. Thinking about Leo these days was enough to make her heart race and muddle her thoughts. He's pretty determined, Savannah continued. You'd think he'd have stormed the school by now. Alice lifted her chin. This is none of your business. Don't worry. Savannah raised an eyebrow. Isn't it? He's already asked me 3 times when you're coming to work on that English project. Let it be. Alice crossed her arms. The small note she'd been reading crumpled against her chest. I think you have love problems. Are you going to share them? Alice sighed deeply, grabbed her books from her locker, and slammed it shut. She made sure to keep the note tightly in her fist. Leave me alone. I can't do that, silly, Savannah replied. Friends don't let friends look down on alphas. Were they friends? The last time she made a friend, everything went wrong. Fast. And Ashley had clearly gotten there before her. What if this was a trap? What if it wasn't? Either way, it would be better if we're not friends. Alice turned on her heels and started walking toward history class, in the opposite direction from Savannah's class. The only thing that could be heard was the muffled murmur of the students wandering the halls around them. No voice like Savannah's, and for a beautiful moment, Alice thought she'd finally gotten lucky and the conversation had ended there. A sharp tug on her backpack made her flinch violently. No, look, that's not working for me, Alice. Savannah gripped Alice's backpack tightly, refusing to let go. I'm not against you here. Alice groaned under her breath. She was so tired of it all. Tired of these mind games. Tired of worrying about what the pack thought or what Ashley would do next. Don't growl at me. Savannah adjusted her books. You can stay there and avoid the rest of the world, but not me. Alice remained silent. She was too afraid that if she started speaking, she wouldn't be able to stop the torrent of words, so she clenched her jaw tightly to hold them back. I'm not asking for much. Give me a chance. Just one. I'll show you what it's like to have a friend. Alice's eyes scanned Savannah. From her naturally curly blonde hair, to her dark glasses, to her baby blue jacket, to her skinny jeans and black heels. She didn't look dangerous. Would it really be so bad to let her in? No. She knew she had to remain cautious because she wasn't going to let that happen again. Not twice. Okay, he murmured. The smile that spread across Savannah's face could have blinded anyone. Good. Thanks for being so accepting, she said playfully. Alice snorted and adjusted the strap of her newly freed backpack. Sure, whatever. Savannah started walking at Alice's pace, even though her class was going in the opposite direction. Alice didn't say anything to this. Her mind kept returning to the crumpled note she was still holding. The same one she'd found in her locker before Savannah demanded friendship. She tucked the note into the side of her bag, though that didn't erase the words. They were already etched in her mind. Last warning, get out of here. He swallowed. Leo slammed the car door and walked up the gravel driveway toward the dilapidated porch. He took a deep breath, counted to 6, and then knocked on the door 3 times. There was a loud crash of metal. A groan. A few seconds later, the door creaked open. Marie stood in the doorway, wearing jeans and a stained apron. She carried a pot of peeled potatoes on her arm. Some peels were caught on her apron. With her other hand, she gently rubbed her head. Her eyes widened. Alpha. She quickly lowered her head. Hi, Marie. Sorry to intrude. Are you okay? She gave a completely fake laugh. I'm as tough as nails. Please come in if you wish. She opened the door wider. Alice is at school, but if you'd rather wait until I get here. Actually, Marie, I came to talk to you. Marie jumped a little. Is everything okay? Leo raised a hand in a gesture of calm. Of course. I just wanted to talk to you about something. Were you making dinner? Yes, but I can take a break for a moment. We can talk in the living room if you prefer. Leo shook his head. I don't want to interrupt. I'll just sit at the kitchen table. Unless you want me to help you. Marie's fingers tapped restlessly on the side of the pot. Oh, I couldn't ask that of you. It's no problem at all. In fact, I'd enjoy it. He smiled encouragingly. Marie bit her lip and nodded reluctantly. She led him down the narrow hallway, through the living room, and into the kitchen. Leo took careful steps on the floorboards. God, this whole place was in ruins. Every time he took a step, something creaked. That house would probably collapse in a few years if something wasn't done. I had to get Alice and her family out of there. So, 10 minutes later, he found himself in the kitchen, washing and peeling carrots. Marie was sitting at the table, finally following his advice to relax, with a tall glass of water in front of her. Leo focused intensely on the task at hand. He'd promised himself he'd come in for a visit and then, stealthily, find a way to bring up the topic he wanted to discuss. Only now, when it was the perfect moment to do so, his mouth didn't move an inch. Stop being a coward, he scolded himself. You're an alpha. Do it. How could he bring up the subject without making it so obvious? He cleared his throat awkwardly. So, Marie, have you talked to your family about the offer? I'd really like everyone to move in. Marie muttered something so low that she couldn't hear it. His whole body was tense. He waited anxiously, hoping Marie would give him something to work with. In the meantime, though, all he wanted was to turn around, look into her eyes, and find out if Alice really had a boyfriend, like Ashley had said. Doubt crept into his head. Ashley wasn't known for being the most truthful person. Could he really trust her over his mate? The one destined for him. But, he'd also only known Alice for, what? 3-4 days. At least he knew one thing for sure, he was going to find out if she really had a boyfriend. I'm having a hard time convincing Alice. Leo nodded and continued peeling the skin off the large carrot in his hands. He carefully turned the vegetable, using the knife to remove the skin without hurting himself. At the group's house, they had a peeler specifically for jobs like this, where he couldn't cut himself. Another reason why Alice needed to get out of there. Oh. Leo said indifferently, though he was smiling inside. He'd taken the bait. Why is that? Marie remained silent. It was something he'd noticed about her over the past few days. Unless spoken to directly or prompted, she didn't tend to talk much. Or maybe just not to him. Alice is. He paused and took a deep breath. Difficult. Frustrated, Leo felt the urge to bang his head against the wall. Why? Are you so against the idea? He asked, tilting his head back to look at Marie. No, that's just the way it is, Alice, Marie explained. My poor little girl doesn't trust easily. I'm sure you understand why. And yes, the reason was quite clear. I understand that you're still skeptical about the pack and what we've done. but there has to be something more behind it. The side of Marie's mouth curved into a slight smile. You're very curious today, Alpha. It hadn't been as subtle as I thought. Leo shrugged. I care about all the members of my pack and their well-being. Of course. Marie's tone made it clear she didn't believe him. What did you really come here to tell me, Alpha? He slumped his shoulders, put the carrot and knife on the table, and turned to her. I want you to move into the pack house. But I want you to do it because you want to, not because you have to. And Alice's arrangement is the only one you care about. Because as your partner, she'll eventually have to live there with you. You value her opinion. Leo started to nod, but then he realized what she had said. How? Marie's smile turned mischievous. Nothing escapes a mother, Alpha. With a gesture of her hand, she indicated that he should sit opposite her. Leo sank back into his chair, defeated. I value your opinion more than I ever thought I would. But I'm worried you'll never get used to the idea of us being partners. With a motherly gesture, Marie stroked his hand. He will, Alpha. But first you have to allow him to overcome his own insecurities. I'm not sure I can wait that long. Marie shrugged. Maybe I need a little push. Leo felt lost. I don't know how. By the goddess, ever since he'd found his mate, he'd been acting like a small, insecure child. Can I give you some advice? She waited for him to nod before continuing. Be there for her. Offer to drive her to school. Give her flowers. Do anything. She'll eventually accept it. Marie took a sip of water. You'll be good to her. Don't worry. Leo couldn't wait any longer. She doesn't have anyone else, right? Marie frowned before realization dawned on her face. A boyfriend? By the goddess, no. She hasn't had a boyfriend since freshman year of high school. A huge weight lifted from his chest. Leo visibly relaxed, and Marie noticed. She let out a melodious laugh. I never thought I'd see an alpha so insecure and nervous. Leo dug his hands in his pockets and let his gaze wander. We're human too. Well, you get the idea. May I ask what happened? Marie gradually lost her smile. Her eyes darkened. I'm afraid you'll have to ask Alice about that. It's a long story, and frankly, it's not my place to tell. Leo nodded. He was as content as he could be at the moment, which wasn't much. With Alice, he wanted to know everything. Her likes, her dislikes, what she did in her free time. And even if he knew all that, it wouldn't be enough. Thank you very much, Marie. You've been a great help to me. Always, Alpha, she said. Thanks for helping me with dinner. It's been nice to get some rest. Please call me Leo. Marie was about to protest, but Leo quickly intervened. Anyway, we'll be family someday. Okay. Leo. They finished the carrots, and Marie waved him goodbye. As he walked down the creaking porch, she spoke. Leo. He turned around. Yes. Who told you she had a boyfriend? You didn't seem worried about it before. Leo rubbed behind his ear. A pack member might have hinted at it. Yes, but who? If I may ask. Marie bit her lip, her face reflecting nervousness. Ashley Moore, Adam's daughter. Marie swallowed, her face paling. Stay away from her. What? Are you okay, Marie? She placed a hand on her chest, clutching the necklace she wore. I'm fine. Please, please, stay away from Ashley Moore. If you love Alice like I think you will, stay away from that girl. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Please. Leo frowned. Sure, Marie. Of course. He left more confused and nervous than when he arrived. Alice's feet tapped the floor to the beat of the bass. The thump, thump, thump of Adam Lambert's "If I Had You" was perfectly in sync with her heartbeat. The cold air whipped against his face, though he barely felt it. He nimbly jumped over a fallen log and dodged a tree blocking his path. Her breath formed small clouds in the air. A drop of sweat trickled down her cheek, but she didn't care. Her wolf sighed contentedly, enjoying the caress of the wind. Finally, he reached the stream that marked the boundary of the territory. Without stopping, he turned and started back. His small MP3 player indicated that it was already 6:30 in the morning. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting the horizon in a faint orange glow. In a matter of minutes, the temperature would rise and the morning fog would dissipate. That would be all I'd ever need. Yes, if I had you, then money, fame, and fortune could never compete. Alice slowed down as she reached her property and turned off the player. Donovan, he called out of habit. She went upstairs to take a quick shower, passing Donovan's room on the way. The little boy was still in bed, snuggled up with his favorite blanket. The innocence of the scene touched her heart. Her brother, barely 6 years old, had faced more difficulties in his short life than many people. If he asked for the world on a silver platter, Alice would bend over backwards to give it to him. However, his only requests were some extra ice cream and friends to play with, and even that she couldn't grant him. His mind wandered to the idea of being able to give her everything she deserved. The only way it seemed possible was through Leo. She bit her lip and gently closed the door. A few more minutes of sleep wouldn't hurt anyone. The shower took no more than 5 minutes. She dressed in baggy jeans and a purple t-shirt, the only clean item she owned. The jeans were frayed at the edges, and the lettering on the t-shirt was so faded they were barely distinguishable. A messy bun and a bit of mousse completed her look. Donovan. Time to get up, he shouted 10 minutes later. Donovan finally came down, rubbing his eyes adorably. Alice, what's for breakfast? Scrambled eggs. Do we have ketchup? He asked as he climbed onto his chair. Alice nodded. Of course. Would I make you eggs if I knew there was no ketchup? He took the almost empty bottle from the refrigerator and placed it in front of him before serving the eggs on a plate. Here you go, little one. Donovan devoured the food. Like most wolf children, he ate far more, and faster, than any human. Keeping the pantry stocked to satisfy his 6-year-old metabolism was becoming increasingly difficult. Later, he'd have to dip into his savings and go to the supermarket. Would her own children be like this? Would she have little monsters devouring her? Her imagination pictured 2 rambunctious children, with dark brown hair, hazel eyes, and Leo's slightly crooked nose. But they would also have his mouth and mannerisms. Then Leo would yell at them to stop fighting and sit down to dinner. She would smile at their antics and kiss them on the head. Alice. Donovan's voice brought her out of her reverie. Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome, she replied, leaning her elbows on the table. You'll stay at daycare after school today, okay? Yes. I'm going to talk to Timmy. Maybe we can play together. Maybe, she replied without much enthusiasm. But I have to work on a project with Savannah after school, so Miss B will bring you home. You'll be alone for a while, half an hour at most. Does that sound okay? Sure. Donovan's eyes glittered. I can take care of myself, Alice. Please. Can I trust you to be a big boy? Donovan crossed his arms. I'm a big boy now. Good. Remember, don't open the door or answer the phone. I'll leave you the key. When you come in, lock the door and leave it on the table. And don't forget to tidy your room. She wasn't keen on the idea of leaving Donovan alone, but she did it every morning when she went for an hour-and-a-half run. 30 minutes wouldn't be any different. She trusted him. Besides, there was no other option. If she asked someone in the pack for help, who knew what might happen? I just had to pray that he was safe. Kitchen utensils clanged against each other, creating a loud racket. The vacuum cleaner whirred loudly from the living room. Footsteps echoed in the hallways, and the washing machine emitted its distinctive whine. In the yard, the lawnmower's whine was constant. Leo sat at his desk, reviewing papers and typing information into his computer. The sun filtered through the windows behind him, warming his back. His leg twitched restlessly. My God, did they have to make so much noise? He turned up the volume on his computer. Elton John's voice softly filled the room. However, it wasn't enough. A frustrated sound escaped his throat. He turned the music up even louder. Annoyed, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. The lawnmower stopped. There was a cough on the other end of the line, followed by a hello. Marcus, she whispered through her teeth, does everything really have to be so loud? A deep laugh echoed on the other end. How else are we going to prepare for LaGuardia? I don't know. Just take it a little easier. It's time you stepped away from work. You're getting fussy. Like a teenager. Say that again and I'll shove a rock in your mouth. Marcus laughed. Relax, it was a joke. But seriously, I think Mom wanted your help choosing dinner options. Leo rolled his eyes. It's the guard, not the Queen of England. It was you who made her so excited. The guard is almost like the Queen, anyway. I don't think a group of warriors would take the time to appreciate the color of the curtains in the room. Let her enjoy. Sure. Leo paused. His voice turned serious. Do you think we're really going to have a problem? With the renegades? No. With the guard? Maybe. He leaned back further in his chair. Why? Leo could almost imagine Marcus digging his hands into his pockets. If they don't find something to fight for soon, they might end up exploding. Isn't the renegades enough? He asked, confused. Well, you know Garrett. He's out of his own control. The rest aren't prepared to deal with renegade uprisings. They're just protecting the royals. I've heard none of them have been the same since the royals died. Yeah. Can I get on with the grass now? Or do you have anything else to say, Miss Fussy? Leo hung up. He sat at his desk for another 5 minutes, tapping his index finger against his lips. The Guard was a group of warriors specifically trained to protect the hierarchy of the most powerful wolves, the royals. Only the royals were coldly liquidated, 14 years ago. The most dominant family in existence disappeared in a single night. No one knew exactly what happened, except that the king's brother also disappeared. His body was never found, and to this day it is rumored that he is still alive. The Guard took the disappearance of the royals very seriously. From what they'd heard, Garrett was searching for the next heir. However, as things were going, the Guard would have to halt their search to try to quell the renegade attacks on the packs. At 8 o'clock at night, 3 SUVs entered through the front door of the pack house and followed the road to the front door. Melissa reached out and adjusted Leo's tie. Mom, she scolded, gently pushing his nervous hands away. She placed her warm hands on her shoulders. Relax. His mother's hands trembled slightly as she smoothed her pencil skirt. This is a big deal, Leonardo. You know Garrett, Mom. This is no different. I know, I just can't help but worry. He's very high up on the social ladder. It's instinctive. The doorbell rang melodiously, interrupting her words. Melissa took a deep breath and smiled. Leo opened the door, looking at the three men. Garrett. It's nice to see you again. He extended his hand. The familiar blonde man smiled broadly. He towered over Leo by several inches, at least 3 inches above his 6'1" frame. Leo. He slapped her firmly on the back and then lifted Melissa's hand to kiss it. Melissa. You look stunning, as always. Thank you, Gabriel. Welcome to our home. Garrett walked easily into the lobby, followed by 2 warriors dressed in black, like himself. His dark boots squeaked as he walked on the floor. He looked around the lobby with a special gleam in his eyes. So, who will I be sharing a room with? Chapter 4. Alice's pencil fell onto the table. She massaged her temples with a sigh. I can't do any more today. Savannah looked up from her laptop, a mischievous smile appearing on her lips. Finally. I've been on Facebook for 30 minutes, waiting for you to throw in the towel. Unbearable. Her friend laughed as she stood up, smoothing her already spotless blouse. I know. But at least I worked hard the first hour. At this rate, it will take weeks to finish the project. Savannah shrugged. Hey, I answered a key question. Bravo, Alice murmured unenthusiastically. Only 7 more to go. Someone clearly got up on the wrong side of the bed today. Alice rolled her eyes. Well, let me make it up to you. How about we grab something to eat? It's on me, Savannah offered. I've been reading Charles Dickens for an extra 30 minutes, and you think food is going to make me forget that ordeal? Savannah stretched with an exaggerated yawn. Do you prefer a life of servitude? The truth, yes. Her friend gave a mock bow. As you command, Your Highness. She giggled again. Now, let's eat. She clicked her laptop shut and gathered her things, heading toward the cafeteria exit. Alice hesitated after stacking her books. She needed to get back to Donovan. And she didn't have a dime. She couldn't let Savannah pay for her. Savannah stopped, noticing his indecision. Her blonde curls swayed as she turned around. Come on, Alice, I don't take no for an answer. Alice felt her pride tense at the indirect command. She lifted her chin. I'm fine. Unintentionally, her hand closed over her empty stomach. Alice, please. Put your pride aside for 3 seconds and let me treat you. After a moment of hesitation, Alice followed her. Savannah activated the left turn signal as she turned onto Alice's street. Don't you have advanced placement psychology with Davy Lane? That kid is disgusting. Did you hear what he did at the coffee shop the other day? Alice stared distractedly out the window as Savannah continued chattering away. She twirled a strand of her red hair around her finger, over and over again. Is Donovan okay? Has he finished his homework? Did he leave his lunchbox on the table like I reminded him every morning? And then my monkey rode a cactus to Las Vegas to play the slots. Alice blinked. What? I was just checking to see if you could hear me. She looked at her friend and then back out the window. A little longer and she'd be home. Then she'd know for sure that Donovan was okay and... Savannah frowned. Yours is the blue house at the end, right? Her voice sounded strange. Yes, why? Alice looked around her home. For a moment, she thought her mind was playing tricks on her. Then she blinked. Once, twice, 3 times. Oh my God, stop the car! Alice screamed. She jumped out of the vehicle before Savannah could come to a complete stop. He ran like an arrow toward the small blue house he called home. It was like looking at the sun. The closer he got, the more intense the heat. A giant column of black smoke rose above the house. All he could hear was his own labored breathing, his heartbeat, and the crackling of the flames. An internal howl from her wolf reverberated in her chest. Donovan! He dashed for the door. The scorching heat hit his body as he reached the porch. Too hot. Unbearable. Alice! Savannah shouted from behind. Call 911, he ordered. His hand reached for the doorknob, but he stopped. The metal would be red hot. A loud bang echoed inside. The front window shattered into 1,000 pieces. Donovan! With a surge of adrenaline, he threw himself against the door. Once. Twice. His shoulder screamed in pain. Finally, the wood gave way. A wave of smoke and heat hit his face. He crawled on the floor, shielding his eyes from the blinding glare. Donovan! A child's scream came from the upper floor. The flames licked at the walls, advancing like a river of fire. The beams creaked. A family photo fell, consumed by the blaze. He couldn't bear to watch the faces vanish. Donovan! A cough shook her. Smoke clogged her throat. She was running out of time. Another crash echoed, this time from the kitchen. With a final effort, Alice climbed the stairs, dodging debris. Her lungs burned. Her muscles weakened. But she wouldn't stop. Donovan! Alice coughed, her throat burning. Donovan! Talk to me. A small scream from Donovan came from his room. Alice! I can't. Alice got up and ran into the hallway. The entire corridor was on fire, a wreck filled with debris. Donovan's room was at the end. She quickened her pace, for that was all she could do at that moment. The fire licked at the edge of the ground, mocking her. She moved forward quickly. The ceiling creaked. Alice looked up just in time to fall backward, avoiding a large plank that crashed down right into her path. He stood up quickly, but his vision began to blur. Alice prayed to all the gods and goddesses she knew, took a step back, and jumped. The muscles in her legs gave way when she landed, but that didn't stop her. She dragged herself to the door of Donovan's room. At that moment, she'd do anything to get Donovan out of there. Without thinking, she grabbed the doorknob and swung it open, gritting her teeth against the pain. From a distance, he began to hear sirens. Smoke was everywhere. Alice's eyes watered with irritation as she dragged herself forward. Miraculously, only smoke had invaded the room. There was no fire yet. That could change at any moment. She found Donovan curled up in his closet, in the fetal position, hiding behind a clothes rack. His arms were covered in burns. There was a cut on his cheek. Black soot covered his hair and face. Alice, he cried. Tears streamed down his face as he hugged her. Alice held him tightly and forced herself to stand. She limped to the door and stopped. A wall of fire blocked their only exit. It moved slowly toward them, as if it wanted to consume the entire house. Alice screamed in frustration. Her muscles were weakening and her vision was darkening. But by the moon, she was going to get Donovan out of there. She'd gotten him into this mess, and she was going to get him out. Safe and sound, and definitely not in a body bag. What? The door wasn't an option, and he wasn't going to stand there waiting for the floor to collapse beneath his feet. The window. She turned and ran toward the other exit, hugging the crying Donovan to her chest. Alice unlocked the window and used what little strength she had left to open it. She placed Donovan on the edge of the roof, right where the gutter was, and then climbed in herself. Something exploded inside the house, nearly knocking them off their feet. Alice stepped in front of Donovan, protecting him from the fall. "Do you trust me, Donovan?" Donovan nodded, the tears falling from his face glistening in the light. Alice hugged him to her chest. 1, 2, 3. They jumped. If she hadn't died from the burns, this headache would finish her off. Alice looked at the painkillers in her hand. They were so small and white, compared to the peachy tone of her skin. The doctor had told her to take them and sleep all day. How was I going to do it? The burning in her lungs was gone. Now it was a stabbing, uncomfortable heat in her chest that she couldn't relieve. They'd checked her out and put an oxygen mask on her. She refused to let them do anything else. It wouldn't be fair to Donovan. He deserved it anyway. The room the doctor and Melissa had shown her was pretty ordinary. It wasn't much bigger than her old room. It was a standard guest room, with beige walls and a modern bedspread on the bed. A regular dresser. A small TV. A nightstand. A lamp. She pushed herself to the edge of the bed, letting her legs dangle over the side. Her eyes filled with tears, but she made sure none fell. Her jaw was so clenched she could barely stand. Her entire focus was on the pills. I wish I hadn't acted so selfishly. If I'd only thought about Donovan and not her stomach, I would have gotten there on time and none of this would have happened. No, she had to go out to dinner with Savannah and pretend they were friends. Maybe if she'd been stronger. But he wasn't. And it seemed he'd never be strong enough to be the kind of person his family needed. He stood up and, with all his strength, threw the pills against the wall. They hit the wall and then bounced once before falling to the floor. Leo slammed the door behind him and ran into the kitchen. Melissa's head snapped up when he burst in. "Where is he?" she asked. Melissa smiled sadly at her son. "In the guest room on the 3rd floor." "What?" Leo had already left the room. He quickly climbed the stairs and walked down the 2nd floor hallway to the staircase that would take him to the 3rd. She was waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs. "Leo!" Her feet didn't stop moving. "I can't talk now, Ashley. Ask me later. I just need." Leo almost rolled his eyes. "It's not the time." He opened the guest room door. Alice was standing in the middle of the floor, looking lost. Her eyebrows furrowed as she stared at a white spot on the floor. "Alice." Her shoulders slumped. She looked at him when he said her name. Something flashed in her green eyes. "Leo." An unfamiliar emotion crossed her face. Then it surprised him. She ran into his arms. Leo didn't let the shock get the better of him. He held her tightly against his chest, while his wolf purred in contentment. "My goddess, are you all right?" He pulled back enough so he could examine her. Alice squeezed her eyes shut and nodded. "Did the doctor give you anything?" "What did he say?" He ran a hand through her hair and took a deep breath. Please don't do this to me again, Alice. It's my fault. I wasn't there. It's my fault. Donovan, his voice cracked. It wasn't your fault, Alice. Nothing was your fault. He placed a hand under her chin to make her look him in the eye. Fires happen all the time. It could have been an electrical fire. Anything. He could see the gleam of unshed tears in her eyes. He bit his lip and reached into his pocket. He pulled out a crumpled ball of paper and handed it to her. Leo hesitated for a moment, then delicately took the yellow bowl. Last warning, get out of here now. Every muscle in his body tensed. His hands shook, and his nostrils flared. Where did you get this? Before he could answer, there was a knock at the door. Leo. Go away, Ashley, he growled. She was the last person he wanted to see right now. He had to protect his partner. His family. He had to figure out where the note came from and who was behind it all. Alice's eyes lifted to Ashley's. Leo's thoughts faded as Alice's green eyes turned a turbulent amber. A deep, throaty sound, laden with menace, escaped her lips. Leo's wolf whined, urging him to lower his head. All the hair on his body stood up. Alice jumped out of bed and advanced on Ashley, whose face paled. In a swift movement, Alice raised her arm and punched Ashley in the face. Ashley staggered back, hitting the door frame with a groan of pain. How could you do this to me? Alice exclaimed, her voice thick with indignation. Leo reacted quickly, holding Alice firmly as she struggled. What's going on here? He asked, trying to maintain control of the situation. Ashley sat up slowly, leaning against the hallway wall to regain her balance. She wiped the side of her mouth and frowned at the red liquid on her hand. Did you see what she did to me, Leo? She doesn't deserve to be in this pack. Kick her out. No one's going anywhere until we figure out exactly what's going on, Leo replied authoritatively. Alice looked at Ashley with a challenging expression. Why don't you check her room? I'm sure you'll find lots of matches and yellow paper. Melissa hurried down the hall. What the heck? She exclaimed. Ashley, honey, are you okay? Ashley, her voice breaking, replied, Mrs. Perez, Alice just. Don't try to gain sympathy, Alice interrupted, cold as steel. Home wrecker. Melissa looked at Alice as if she didn't recognize her. But Alice didn't care. Her inner wolf dominated her, demanding justice with a ferocity she could barely contain. Leo held her by the waist, albeit with difficulty. He could feel his arms shaking as he tried to hold her. Only Ashley was capable of enraging two werewolves in less than 5 minutes. Alice claims Ashley started the fire, Leo said to his mother in an icy tone. That's a very serious accusation. Melissa reached out to help Ashley, but she leaned against the wall to get up. Melissa slowly withdrew the gesture. Do you have any proof? Leo growled near Alice's ear, she's my partner. She doesn't need proof. Ashley, now standing, leaned against the wall in disdain. Wow, that's simply wonderful, she murmured, giving him a sarcastic look. For God's sake, Alice, you have to take them all from me, don't you? I haven't taken anything from you. Oh, so Chris just dumped me because you're better than me. Chris broke up with you because he found out how selfish you really are. Ashley clenched her jaw. You knew what he meant to me, Alice. You knew. Alice's wolf growled impatiently. I didn't force him to do anything. He came to me. Chris wouldn't leave me for someone like you, Ashley said, as if trying to convince herself. Melissa brought a hand to her mouth. Ashley. Really? That's your defense? Alice retorted. Leo tensed his muscles behind her. Alice leaned into him and squeezed his arm tightly, her nails digging into his skin. Don't talk about my partner like that again, he warned. Ashley shook her head slowly, incredulous. Chris was mine. Mine. What kind of best friend steals another person's boyfriend? Alice had had enough. Does it even matter that I left you? She exclaimed, raising her voice over Leo's snarl. You burned down my house. My little brother's in the hospital because of you. She took a step forward, freeing herself from Leo's grasp. You could have done it. Another step. And all this just for revenge for something that happened years ago. Alice felt a lump in her throat. Was her former best friend really that self-centered? His wolf struggled against the control he so desperately maintained. His eyes were clearly already glowing with that peculiar amber color that betrayed his fury. Something dark crossed Ashley's gaze. You had to know what it feels like to lose something. Alice's vision blurred. The pounding of her heart echoed in her ears. She wanted to fight. She wished Ashley would strike first, to show her what losing something important truly meant. Her wolf whispered temptations, but Alice suppressed it. No. That wasn't the solution. Melissa intervened cautiously. Ashley, she looked at Alice nervously. Alice took a deep breath, restraining her inner beast. He dumped me too, she confessed. But Ashley, either because she didn't hear him or because she ignored him, continued, this pairing explains everything. Someone like you would never win someone like Leo, unless it was his choice. Stop it, Leo roared. Shut up, Ashley. Ashley ignored her alpha. She leaned closer to Alice, close enough that Alice could see the small brown dot in her eyes. You don't deserve him. A pathetic Omega like Luna will only ruin him. She smiled cruelly. And you know what? I'd do it again. Something in Alice broke. Melissa screamed Ashley's name, but it was too late. Alice's claws scraped across Ashley's cheek, leaving a deep wound. Gabriel! Melissa shouted. Alice's wolf took control. Alice felt a pang as she felt the waves of power emanating from her body. Ashley fell to the ground with a scream, unable to resist the dominance. Even Melissa and Leo had to kneel. Ashley sobbed pathetically. How dare you hurt brother? Alice's voice was completely different from his own. It sounded raspy, like an animal growl, barely forming syllables. She felt trapped in her own body, watching the horrified scene as her wolf took control. It was like an out-of-body experience. She was there, but she couldn't do anything to stop what was happening. Alice, can you hear me? Leo asked cautiously from the floor. Alice? No, partner. Alice turned her head to Leo. This must be done. He looked back at Ashley. You hurt the family and Alice too many times, his wolf said. Now you will suffer for what you did. Alice's body trembled as she tried to regain control. The animal was struggling against her. This must be done, Alice, her wolf told her. The sound of several boots echoed in the hallway, entering the scene. Alice's wolf growled at the newcomers. A blonde-haired man stopped in the hallway, his eyes fixed on Alice. His wolf narrowed his eyes. They were all dressed in dark colors. Weapons hung from their waists, and their feet were covered by combat boots. Everyone had short hair, except for the tall blonde man at the front. The leader. As a unit, they advanced, entering the waves of dominance. Everyone, except the leader, knelt. They placed their right fists over their hearts. Alice's wolf shifted his attention between Ashley, who was sobbing in misery on the ground, and the blonde leader. "My God," he said, marveling, "you are." He raised his arms, palms forward, and approached cautiously, as if he were a wild animal. Alice's wolf stretched out his claws. "Don't come any closer." The leader nodded and carefully knelt down. He placed his right fist over his heart, imitating the other's gesture. "Alice." Leo tried again, his voice calm. "Alice, come back. I know you can. Don't let your wolf control you like this." Alice's wolf was already tired of all the distractions. "No more words," he said. "I'm focusing on the punishment. I've never seen someone so dominant." "What's going on, Garrett?" Leo asked the leader, his lips almost motionless. "The best thing that's happened in a long time," Garrett replied quietly. "There's no need for punishment here." Garrett spoke louder. "Your dominance has already been made clear. This child will not bother you again." Alice's wolf didn't agree with that. "This child will bother Alice unless she's removed." "Alice?" Garrett asked. "Alice, I need you to come back with us." "I'm trying." Alice wanted to scream. "What's done is done," she told her wolf. "Taking Ashley away won't make Donovan any better." "She pays the debt," her wolf replied. "What?" Leo muttered under his breath. Garrett's eyes never left Alice, though he answered Leo. "He's talking to his wolf." Alice needs to be the one to convince his wolf to calm down, otherwise, his wolf won't know who's boss. "I don't want to do this. I don't want to make anyone disappear," Alice told her beast. "I make the rules." "I protect you," his wolf replied. "You're not strong enough." Alice's foot lifted off the ground and moved until it was hovering over Ashley's throat. Her wolf reveled in Ashley's misery. Tears streamed down Ashley's face as she sobbed. Her eyes, filled with horror, begged for mercy. "Alice, no." Leo tried to get up. His muscles trembled under the weight of the waves of dominance. He gritted his teeth, sweating visibly under the pressure. "You're hurting our friend." Alice shouted, though no one heard her. His wolf slowly pressed against Ashley's neck, watching with satisfaction as she struggled to breathe. Garrett stood up quickly and effortlessly, removing his hand from his chest. "I didn't want to have to do this," he told her, taking a deep breath. Strength coursed through his body and permeated his words. "Arisha Sarah Willard, legitimate daughter of David Matthew Willard and Sarah Mary Willard, by order of the King's Guard, I command you and your wolf to halt and submit in order to protect and preserve the well-being of the inhabitants of the Morris Valley Pack." Arisha's wolf howled in anguish as Garrett's words forced her back into control. Alice's body trembled as she felt her beast being pulled back into its inner prison. A growl, a struggle from her wolf, and then, finally, a brutal tug that severed the connection. Then everything went silent. There were no more waves of dominance. No more instincts. No more pressure. There was no wolf. Alice's muscles couldn't hold her up anymore. She fell back and stayed there. And then, suddenly, everything became too much. His emotions, his situation, his actions, it was all too much for her. For the first time in a long, long time, Alice just sat there. And cried. Drake slammed his fists on the makeshift table. "That's not enough." Their commanders flinched and shifted in their chairs. "Sir," one of them spoke. "We've brought down 7 alphas and taken control of 5 of the largest packs in the United States. The roaming wolves are all on our side. Isn't the army large enough to track down and destroy the royal guard? Drake stared at them. No. Not until every wolf joins us. The royal guard isn't anything you've seen before. How, sir? Drake touched the crack he'd made in the tabletop with his fingers. He ran his hand through his stubble. Imagine 15 warriors with the same dominance and combat skills as me. They all paled visibly. We have to be prepared. And until I feel my army can defeat the royal guard, we will continue. Frank, his favorite subordinate, stood up. His gray hair gleamed in the dim light from the lamp on the table. What if we send a spy? The royal guard is with the Morris Valley pack. He adjusted his eye patch, which highlighted the ragged red scar across his face. If we send someone and they get close enough to the leader. Drake was already shaking his head. He brushed his black hair out of his eyes. Gabriel's too smart for that. No, we only have one other option. What would that be, sir? Drake looked around the table, observing the 9 men, all sworn to give their lives for him. They had all settled into the medium-sized tent before he had to make a single order. His reign was palpable. The leader of all werewolves. As it should have been, if only his brother hadn't gotten in the way. And now, all he had to do was take care of the royal guard and one more person. Then he'd be the most dominant beast the world had ever seen. We have to find my niece before Gabriel does. Leo sat down at the other end of the kitchen table. So, let me see if I got this right, he frowned at Garrett. My mate is the daughter of the Willets, the royal wolves. That's right, Garrett confirmed. Which makes her a princess. He spoke slowly. That means she's next in line to the royal clan and the only survivor of her family, Garrett completed for him. Leo put a knuckle to his chin, thoughtful. Melissa gracefully rose from her chair. This definitely calls for brownies. And she quickly headed for the pantry. I'm not going to talk about this now, Alice declared in a firm tone that brooked no argument. He stared at his arms, perfectly intact. Not a scratch, not a burn. Contrary to what many believed, werewolves didn't tend to heal faster than humans. Apparently, real wolves didn't follow those natural laws. He placed his hands on the table, feeling the smooth surface beneath his palms. His foot moved restlessly against the floor. Leo looked at her with concern. Are you okay? Alice bit her lip and nodded, even though something inside her didn't quite fit. She felt different. She was herself, but a part of her essence seemed dormant. Muted. As if she were Alice and nothing else. She couldn't hear the birds singing outside. She couldn't distinguish the individual scents of the people in the room. She couldn't even perceive the imperceptible grain of the table beneath her fingers. It was Alice. Just Alice. No wolf. It terrified her. She tried her hardest not to show it, but she couldn't stay still. How could she, when she was missing a part of herself that had always been there? When she knew she was only half of who she was meant to be? He stood up abruptly, accidentally knocking over the chair. The metallic sound of it hitting the kitchen floor echoed in the silence. His start was late. Human. She ignored the stares of the warriors in the room as she headed for the door. Their constant attention made her skin crawl. I'm going to see Donovan, she told Leo. He stood up too. I'll go with you. She turned sharply. No, she exclaimed before she could think about it. She needed time alone to process everything. Having Leo around, while comforting, wouldn't ease that feeling of being under a microscope. I mean, I'd rather go alone. His companion's brow furrowed. I don't think that's a good idea. Instinctively, she lifted her chin. A gesture her wolf would have made had he been present. I can take care of myself. Alice, you just knocked over a chair, he reminded her gently. She bridled. Since when is that important? People ask it all the time. My brother's in the hospital, Leo. I need to see him. He crossed his arms. I'm not going to let you drive like this. In this state. As a human. She hesitated to point out that humans drove daily. Although, in reality, he didn't even have a car, but he didn't know that. I don't need a car. You're not going to walk the whole way. And that's exactly what you'd do, since you can't transform. People walk everywhere, even if you don't believe it. Leo looked at the ceiling, as if asking for patience from any higher power that would listen to him. Garrett cleared his throat and pushed away from the wall where he was leaning. Princess, it's not right for you to be walking around alone. She gave him a murderous look. Stop calling me that. He pretended not to hear her. One of us or your partner must accompany you at all times. Those are the rules. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other. And whose rules are those? From your parents. Any sarcastic retort she had caught in her throat. She swallowed hard. It's fine. She looked at Leo. Could you please take the delicate human princess to the hospital to see her brother? I'll get the keys. When Leo left, Alice headed to the front door to pick up her worn shoes. She gasped when she noticed someone standing behind her. Garrett. He smiled mischievously. I've been following you the whole time. Two of his men supported him, watching his every move. Would you please leave me alone? Garrett came so close that she took a step back. I've been looking for you for years, Marisha, ever since the night you ran away. You were quite the artist of deception, even for a 4-year-old. I can imagine. Leo appeared in the hallway, jingling his keys. Ready? Yeah. He walked past Garrett and opened the door for him. Take care, little one, Garrett said as a farewell. Alice's shoe caught on the top step, tripping her. Leo cautiously grabbed her arm. She grumbled to herself. He led her to a small silver car in the garage and pressed a button. The vehicle beeped softly. Alice frowned. I thought you drove a pickup truck. Leo snorted. That's right. Why don't we use it? He murmured something under his breath. Words that, had her wolf been awake and alert, she would have caught. What? She asked. Garrett made me take this one. She blinked rapidly. When? I didn't see anything. He put the key in my pocket as I walked past him. If he had had his wolf, he would surely have noticed it too. No, you wouldn't have noticed, Leo told him. Had he said it out loud? Leo gave her a crooked smile. I worry about you, Alice. Get in the car. He gestured as if to greet her. Yes, ma'am. I mean, princess. Alice slid into the passenger seat. She resisted the temptation to cover her face and try again to hold back her tears. Hey, Leo said softly. She looked up at him but didn't meet his gaze. We'll handle this, Alice. She turned and leaned her forehead against the window, until she reached the hospital. There was no hospital in their small town in Indiana. They had to drive a good 40 minutes until the civilization of the big city appeared. Just an hour later, they parked in an underground parking garage and headed toward the hospital, which smelled of sterilization. Alice tried not to think about how long it would have taken if she had walked. Donovan was on the third floor, in a single room. He was sitting, leaning against the loft bed, staring at the cartoon playing on the small television hanging on the wall. Marie was curled up next to him, gently running her hand through his tangled blonde hair. Cole had fallen asleep in the wooden chair next to the bed. Care. Alice smiled sadly at her brother. Hello, little one, how are you? Donovan pointed at the television. Patrick's here. Hurry, Care, you'll miss him. Okay, Donovan, I'll see you later. That made Donovan frown, confused. But, Care, he's your favorite. Alice felt a lump in her throat. Donovan's forehead was wrapped in a gauze bandage. His cheeks were red and blistered. Marks ran down his neck, red, blistered marks that oozed clear fluid. His arms were also carefully bandaged, as was his forehead, all the way down to his wrists. His fingers were covered with smiley face bandages. She rushed over, leaned across the bed, and hugged him tightly against her chest. She buried her nose in his hair, feeling his breath on her collarbone. Her mind repeated the same thought, I am not your sister. I'm not your sister. I'm not your sister. I'm a monster, and this is all my fault. I did this to you. She choked back a sob. I don't deserve to have you. Care, it hurts, Donovan said in her arms. He let go of her. I'm sorry, Donovan, he whispered, I'm so sorry. A while later, Alice managed to speak with Cole and Marie. They all sat restlessly in one of the empty waiting rooms, while Leo kept Donovan busy. Marie put her hands to her cheeks. I don't know how we're going to cover the hospital costs, she said worriedly. Cole stroked her arm gently. Everything will work out, I'm sure. How do you know? Marie's eyes filled with tears. My God, where are we going to live? Alice sat silently in her chair. If she hadn't decided to date a boy and had stayed friends with a girl, her life would be totally different. It was incredible how two people could change her so drastically. I wish I'd never met Ashley. Nothing would have happened to her house. Her parents would be receiving monthly checks from the group. She'd have friends. She wouldn't have to work in a rundown restaurant. She wouldn't feel guilty every day of her life. And most importantly, her brother wouldn't be stuck in an uncomfortable, smelly hospital, waiting for his wounds to heal. Cole, he called softly. The only fatherly man she had ever known looked at her with nothing but love, a love she felt she didn't deserve. Yes, Alice Bear. Where did you find me? She asked, looking down at her fingers tangled and untangled in her lap. What? He asked. Wow, that's quite a change of subject, even for you. Please. Cole sighed. Marie and I were coming home from a group conference around midnight. Suddenly, Marie yelled at me to stop. So I did. And there, walking by the side of the road, was a little 4-year-old girl with beautiful brown hair and green eyes. We took you home and have loved our little girl ever since. I've told you this story many times, Alice Bear. Why do you suddenly need to hear it again? It's nothing, she said. Thank you, Cole. For everything. Of course, Alice Bear. We'd do anything for you. You know that. She nodded. Her real parents had disappeared. She didn't know how she'd managed to escape, nor could she remember any details about her real parents, but she still wanted to know who they were. What did her real mother do for fun? What car did her real father drive? What had led her to be walking along the side of the road that night? What's a mate? Donovan asked. Alice's face flushed deeply. Leo chimed in. It means we're getting married, Donovan." Alice whipped her head around to him. Leo was smiling at her. She opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. For a moment, she considered hitting him. But then she remembered who he was. Life got complicated when your mate was an alpha and you couldn't hit him. Really? Donovan narrowed his eyes and pointed at his mate with his finger. "You better treat her right, Nat." "Right, Dad?" He looked at Cole, who was frozen in the chair in the corner. "Nat?" His younger brother's words slowly brought Cole back to his senses. He stood stiffly. "Of course, Char. You took the words right out of my mouth." Marie quickly approached Alice, her eyes filling with tears. She hugged her tightly. "Oh, darling, I'm so happy for you." "Marie." "Enjoy it," Marie whispered in her ear. "You deserve the best, Alice." He gently released her, holding her by the forearms. "I was wondering when you were going to tell us." Leo gently placed his hand on Alice's shoulder as Marie let her go. The weight of his warm hand ran over her skin, sending shivers down her spine. "How did they know?" Alice asked. Marie and Cole exchanged a look. "You never forget the look that mates share," Cole said, then cleared his throat. "And Melissa might have said something." Leo let out a soft laugh near Alice's ear, a sound that warmed her chest. Mom could never keep quiet. Alice watched Donovan's face closely. His gaze was already fixed on the television, where SpongeBob and Patrick were jellyfishing. If she needed anyone's approval or support, it was Donovan. He was the one Alice spent most of her time with. He was the little boy Alice would protect with her life. He was the only best friend I'd ever had. And she seemed fine with all this. Alice's shoulders relaxed. Leo took that as a sign and began making small circles with his thumb on her shoulder blade. Alice looked at her mate with a small half-smile and leaned slightly toward him, even though her mind was telling her none of this was a good idea. But her intuition told her it was the best thing she'd done in a long time. "Does this mean you're moving into the pack house, Alice Bear?" Alice's stomach sank. How could she leave her family during such a difficult time? She had to help Marie and Cole earn enough money to buy a new house. They'd never had home insurance because it wasn't a necessity for them, and they couldn't afford it. But how could she live in the luxurious pack house while her family lived in a modest motel until they had enough money to do something better, especially when the house fire had been her fault? Always and forever, it would be her fault. "No, Cole, of course I'll stay with you. I couldn't do that to you. I'll get more hours at the restaurant or maybe another job, and hopefully we can scrape together enough to buy another house." Leo's hand stilled. Marie's hands gently caressed his cheeks. "Oh, honey, we're not going to ask you to do that for us. I want to do it. It's the least I can do, really." This is a restructured text, without offensive elements or explicit violence, and with more fluid and careful writing. "Actually," Leo chimed in from behind her, "I hope you all want to come live at the pack house." Alice held her breath. It was Cole who shook his head. "We can't just move like this. We haven't been able to contribute to the pack in a long time. It would be taking advantage. All pack members have the option of living in the pack home or nearby upon acceptance. Besides, their home is too far from the center of pack territory. Either way, I would have had to relocate them, because I can't protect members so far away in case of an emergency. We've been in the pack too long. I'm sure the offer has already expired in the pack's eyes." Leo's other hand rested on Alice's opposite shoulder. Both hands tensed slightly. "The offer doesn't exist unless they're completely welcomed into the pack." I'd say, before, they didn't really belong. Cole remained silent. Think of this as a proposal to my partner's family. I won't accept anything less than my partner's happiness. And Alice won't be happy unless she feels comfortable and surrounded by people who love and adore her. Right, Alice? Alice's heart began to feel much lighter. Of course. Then it's settled. You'll all come live at the Pack House. As a condition, I'm adding that you quit your jobs and allow me to cover all of Donovan's hospital expenses. No exceptions. Marie burst into tears of joy. Cole wrapped her in a tight hug, pressing his face against her neck. Alice's eyes burned. She turned and wrapped her arms around Leo, burying her face in his chest. Leo ran a hand through his hair. My mother also threatened that I couldn't come home unless I brought your entire family with me. Thank you, Leo, Alice whispered against his shirt. She gripped the fabric of his shirt tighter in her fists. Thank you. Chapter 5. Alice's heart lurched, trapped in her chest. Her eyes watering, she leaned her head back and sneezed into the crook of her arm, brushing her cheek against a smear of yellow paint. Gee, she thought. No doubt there was a huge smear on her face now. The rolling pin he was holding seemed to weigh more with each passing minute. He lowered his arm to rest and stepped back to admire his work. A long yellow rectangle began halfway up the wall and extended to where the wall met the floor. Well, at least I had completed a quarter of the first wall. Alice wiped her forehead with her sleeve and then looked down at her clothes. Her makeshift apron was more covered in yellow paint than the wall itself. It looked like she'd rolled in a puddle of paint before hugging the wall. Of course, if she had the speed of a wolf, everything would have been much easier and faster. But nothing could be simple for her. He looked at the man standing by the door. You don't want to help me, Dave? Yes, Dave. I'm Alice. Do you want to pick up a paintbrush? The man shook his head, one corner of his lip twitching slightly. It's not in my job description. She rolled her eyes and muttered a few unintelligible words. Then she took another roller and dipped it in the paint. Perhaps 2 rollers would be the solution. 10 minutes later, half the wall was finished. His arms were shaking uncontrollably, and every breath was a gasp. Thanks for the help, Dave, he mumbled as he sank, rather than sat, on the floor. Remind me to bring you when I have to move furniture. Dave chuckled. Alice lay on the floor and stared at the white ceiling. Why had she told Melissa she didn't need help? I can do it myself, she'd said. It'll be easy, she'd assured. She'd thought it would be a good idea to paint Donovan's room while his parents visited him in the hospital, something she'd accomplished without a hitch. But it had been crazy to believe she could paint her own room and her brother's on the same day. His younger brother's room was painted red and blue to match the plastic racing bed he was about to spend most of his savings on. After all, it was the least he could do. Donovan would love her. And the more he imagined it, the more vivid the scene became in his mind. Her face would light up, she'd run into the room, and jump on the bed with that boundless energy that only children have when they're excited. A racing bed was the only thing she'd asked for both for Christmas and her birthday. Alice knew immediately that if her parents couldn't afford it, she'd do whatever it took to get it. And he had succeeded. Now all that was left was to pick her up from the store. Alice remained on the floor long enough for exhaustion to overcome her, and at some point, she fell asleep. The first thing he noticed when he woke up was the pungent smell of paint, which gave him a slight headache. He wrinkled his nose and grimaced. Alice! He groaned and turned onto his side, covering his eyes with his arm. No. The person next to her laughed. It was a familiar laugh, one that made her whole body react. "Alice," he said, drawing out her name. "Don't make me get you up." If he had full access to his wolf at that moment, he knew his inner beast would purr at that comment. "No," he replied stubbornly, turning onto his back. "Leave me here for a while longer." "All right, you asked for it," he said. Warm, slightly tingling hands slid under her knees and down her back. Suddenly, the floor disappeared beneath her. Alice's eyes widened. "What the heck? Leo!" Her companion looked at her with a mischievous smile. "Yeah. Put me down." She pretended to think about it. "No. I think I like you like this, in my arms." Her body whispered sinful thoughts to her. "Enjoy it. It's yours." She wanted to relax in his arms and let the world disappear, even if only for a moment. But her mind firmly reminded her that strangers didn't act like that. It warned her not to let things move too quickly. His mind won. She gave him a gentle push on the chest. "Come on, seriously." Reluctantly, Leo lowered her to a standing position. He stared at the half-painted wall. "Have you been here all day?" Alice nodded. "I did Donovan's room first." "Really? That was very kind of you." She kept her gaze on the ground. "I felt I owed it to him." Leo brushed his shoulder against hers. "No, you don't owe him that," he said, changing the subject. "Did you try to paint 2 rooms in one day?" Alice welcomed the change of conversation. "Yeah. You should have waited for me. I wanted to help you." She shook her head, looking down. "You don't have to do it. I can do it myself." "Yellow. It's a good color. My favorite." "Oh, yeah," he said. "Great, we can finish it after dinner." "Have you had lunch yet?" Alice bit her lip. She'd skipped breakfast and had probably slept through lunch. "No." "What time is it?" Finally, she let her gaze drift upward. Leo looked at his watch. "About 5:30. He frowned at her. "I asked my mom to make sure you had lunch." Alice shifted her weight from one foot to the other. She'd never had someone so attentive to her needs. It made her uncomfortable. "It's okay. She was probably asleep anyway." Leo stared at her, his eyes scanning her figure. His mouth curved into a slight smile. "Were you planning on using the paint, or wearing it?" he said with a mixture of surprise and amusement. Alice's cheeks flushed red. She crossed her arms, hiding her yellow t-shirt. "Whatever." He gave a deep laugh, and his eyes shone brighter. "Oh, Alice, I think it's cute." Alice blushed even deeper. "Whatever," she murmured again. Why did he have to be so incredibly handsome? It threw her. Here he was, so naturally attractive and enveloping in confidence, while she felt so, herself. Fate had played a trick on her. "Shouldn't you be somewhere else?" "No, nowhere but right here, with you." A chill ran down her spine. "No, I mean, you were supposed to be with another alpha today. Why are you here?" Leo shrugged. "I finished early." He invited her forward with a gesture, then put an arm around her shoulders and led her toward the door. "It's time for dinner." The old, dilapidated house creaked in the wind. It was a small cabin, barely a house. It had only one room, no windows, and so many cracks in the walls that they couldn't keep out the chill of the autumn nights. Drake's guards effortlessly parted to let him pass. They stood motionless near the front and back doors. He stepped carefully onto the small porch. The wood creaked under his weight, and he braced himself for the old material to give way beneath his foot. A thin sheet, now brown with dust, served as a door. A guard followed him into the makeshift prison, staying close to Drake for protection. Drake entered the room. The room was empty. Any remaining furniture had long since been removed to contain the prisoner. Dust and cobwebs covered every surface. The air was stale and barely breathable. A thin figure sat against the wall. His wrists were tightly chained to the floor with new shackles. His clothes were barely recognizable. His pants hung uncomfortably, with holes everywhere, and his t-shirt, which had once been little more than a jacket, now looked completely ripped. The boy's chin rested on his chest, and his messy hair was plastered to his forehead. Drake walked toward him with firm, confident steps and crouched down in front of the boy. "Where is she?" The boy did not respond. "It's been 14 years. It's time you said it, boy." The prisoner's head lifted slowly, as if his head alone weighed more than he could bear. His gaunt face and sunken cheeks mocked Drake. What power did he really have if he couldn't make a child talk? Although the boy's face was inert, his bright green eyes shone with life. They were alive, full of determination. Resilient. "I don't know," he said, his voice cracking and hesitant. His mind formed the words, but his lips couldn't pronounce them correctly. Drake growled through his teeth. He grabbed the boy's jaw with one hand, holding it tight. Painfully. The boy groaned. "Last warning. Tell me." He pulled a switchblade from his back pocket and held it up to the boy. The blade glinted in the light. "Or I'll start chopping off fingers." The boy's eyes widened in horror. This gave Drake a sense of satisfaction. He had power over him. Power. It made the red liquid flow hotter through his veins. "I don't know," the boy repeated, without taking his eyes off the knife. "I know," Drake told him, "you can't have that kind of connection with someone and not know where they are at all times." She leaned closer to him, whispering through her teeth. "Tell me, Shane." The knife slowly approached the boy's pinky finger. A drop of sweat trickled down his cheek. "I told you the deal, Shane. All you have to do is tell me, and we'll get started." Shane swallowed. "I can't." "Can't you?" The knife kept getting closer. "Or don't you want to?" "I can't. My wolf won't tell me," she begged. "Please don't do this to me." Drake bared his teeth. His stomach tightened like a stone. "It's too late." He drove the knife hard into the first joint of Shane's pinky finger. The boy screamed in pain. The knife penetrated the skin effortlessly, but it was Drake's muscle that allowed it to pass through bone. Red fluid began to spurt and stain the dusty floor. "I raised you," he said maliciously as Shane continued to scream. "I taught you everything you know. And this is how you repay me." Shane's eyes pleaded with Drake to stop. The fear in those blue eyes made Drake's satisfaction grow. "No. No, I swear." "What are you swearing?" Drake yelled in his face. "Tell me where it is, Shane, or I'll move on to the next finger." Shane's sobs kept him silent. "Tell me." The knife pressed even harder against his thumb. Shane squeezed his eyes shut. His breathing was labored. "Small town," he called out. 200 miles north of here, south of the Michigan border. Home of the pack. Drake tried to hide the malice he wanted to show on his face. Perfect. He closed the knife, put it in his back pocket, and released the boy's jaw. He looked at the guard behind him. Get him food and water. And new clothes. I want him moved to a tent. Training starts tomorrow. Yes, sir. The guard withdrew. Drake looked at Shane one last time. He pulled his hand back and slammed it against the boy's cheek with a hard slap. He stood up and headed for the door. It's time you started listening to me, Shane. I don't like having to ask more than once. He paused in the doorway, holding the sheet to one side as he looked back. You're going to be my greatest asset, Shane. Make me look good. The brownies were burnt. They sat in the square glass tray, crusty, sad, and completely black. Alice touched a burnt corner. Wow. Leo came up behind me to see what was going on and noticed the black mess. He laughed. Remind me never to let you cook dinner. Or anything else. Alice snorted. I know how to cook. He raised an eyebrow. Things you can do in the microwave, he continued. He looked back at his failure. I don't understand. The instructions were on the box. I followed them to the letter. He held up the empty package and squinted at the small, white instructions. Cook for 20 to 30 minutes at 190 degrees Celsius. I did it. He showed Leo the back of the box, pointing to the instructions. Look, I did it right. The brownies are defective. Leo looked at the box and then at the oven knob. He bit his lip as if holding back a smile. The oven is set to 245 degrees Celsius. Do you remember what a 3 looks like? What? Alice frowned at the oven knob. I'm sure I set it to 375 degrees Fahrenheit. It says 245 degrees Celsius, he said. Sorry. It was too late. The brownies were beyond repair. There was no way to fix it, and now a horrible burning smell wafted through the kitchen. She automatically pouted. I wanted you to have some for Donovan when he gets here tonight. It had been 2 weeks. 2 weeks of waiting for the doctors to give the all clear so Donovan could go home. Alice practically lived at the hospital, and when she wasn't there, she was at the group home working on new rooms for Donovan and his parents. She just wanted something fun for when Donovan returned, and somehow, she managed to mess that up. Okay. I'll just ask Marcus to pick up some. I was going out for groceries tonight. She shook her head. I couldn't ask that of him. Why? It's going to come out anyway. How could I tell him I didn't want him to bring her whatever she wanted? It wasn't necessary, and I didn't want Leo to think that indulging her was okay, even for something as simple as a brownie mix. No need. Donovan can have the ice cream from the freezer. Her brain reminded her that she didn't own the products in the kitchen. I mean, if it's okay. She added. Leo tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Everything that's mine is yours. Alice blushed. It's okay. Leo's eyes flicked down to the tray, then back up. The question is, do we throw this away or try to get Garrett to eat it? You're not going to want to eat burnt brownies. He raised a challenging eyebrow. In my experience, Garrett will eat anything on a plate. And what am I eating? A voice asked behind her. It was so close, very close, to her ear. Alice jumped and turned, sliding on the heel of her foot. Her legs flew out from under her. Careful. Leo's arms wrapped around her. Be careful. Alice's arms tingled and her face flushed. She quickly regained her balance and stepped away from Leo, putting herself at a safe distance. She needed him. At least until her heart calmed down. Did you know I was there all the time? She asked Leo. I thought you knew that too. She shook her head. So, what's my lunch? Garrett rubbed his stomach. I'm really hungry. Alice lifted the tray. What do you think of burnt brownies? You don't have to eat them but Garrett had already taken the tray from her and brought it to the table. He began scooping out pieces of the dessert and eating them with his hands. If you don't want them, she finished. Well, then. Leo and Alice sat at the table, watching him in amusement as Garrett chewed. He looked like a teenager devouring food, although he must have been at least 30. How old are you, Garrett? She asked, if you don't mind me asking. Garrett tried to speak with his mouth full of crunchy brownies, but he couldn't. Leo got up and brought him a glass of milk to wash it down. What year is it? Garrett asked. Alice looked at him, noticing the milk mustache he wasn't wiping. Donovan used to do that. The thought made her smile. 95. The answer surprised her. Her eyes widened. What? 95. Garrett chuckled at her expression and pushed the empty tray aside. He leaned back and crossed his arms. What did you think? I was 20. But I thought, Alice frowned. I thought you were like 37. Garrett put a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended. 37. I don't look that old, Arisha. My name is Alice. And how is that possible? Wolves age like normal people. In my career, nothing is normal. Correct, in my life, nothing is normal. Neither is yours. Alice felt as if her breath caught in her throat. The room became too warm. Are you saying I? Her hands moved frantically, trying to represent the words she couldn't get out. Your father was 206 when he died. Your mother was 157. Alice's eyes fell on Leo. Leo wasn't a real wolf. Did that mean she'd have a long life, but he'd be gone like everyone else? Looking back, it suddenly seemed fleeting. She'd live for many, many years, but her mate would eventually disappear. They hadn't even kissed yet. Garrett must have noticed the panic in her eyes. Leo will live as long as you do, as long as he stays close to you. Alice breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, Luna. They chatted with Garrett for a while about various topics until the doorbell rang. Alice jumped up to open the door. Her sock-clad feet slid a little on the hardwood floor as she ran. All she could think about was Donovan coming home. Donovan was back. Her little brother was here, and he was okay. Garrett called her in a warning tone from the kitchen and stood in front of her before she could open the door. His eyes lit up. You have no idea who's behind that door, Arisha. Don't you know how dangerous it could have been? Alice looked at him angrily. What? He's my little brother. He's coming home from the hospital today. Move it, Garrett. Garrett grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back behind him. He placed his hand on the handle and peered through the small window next to the door. His whole body went paralyzed. Alice walked around him, and he let her. She turned the handle without looking out the window. It was obviously Donovan. She didn't understand why Garrett was acting so strangely, but she didn't care. He was letting her open the door to welcome Donovan and his parents, and that was all that mattered. The door opened easily. Alice pushed it all the way open as she looked at the person on the porch. It wasn't Donovan. The skinny boy on the porch gave a shy smile and waved. Hi. I was wondering if the alpha was home. Alice opened her mouth to speak, but snapped shut. She couldn't process what was happening. She couldn't even get her mind to form the right syllables. It was like looking in a mirror. Garrett muttered an inappropriate sentence under his breath. Prince Shane. Alice's legs were shaking. She put a hand to her temple and sank into the chair by the door. How is this possible? She whispered. How could anyone live without knowing they had a twin? Leo appeared in the doorway. I'm the Alpha. How can I help you? The young man, Shane, looked over his shoulder before turning to Leo. I have a message. May I come in, please? The question seemed to unfreeze Garrett, who came over to stand behind Leo. Leo looked at him, received a slight nod in response, and they both stepped aside to let Shane in. Alice stood slowly, every muscle in her body tense. Her eyes scrutinized the boy. She reached out and touched his shoulder, as if to reassure herself that he was real. Shane just stared at her. His eyes, green and identical to hers, reflected an ancient wisdom beyond his years. I have a brother, she repeated to herself. But it didn't feel like one. At that moment, he was just a stranger. A stranger who shared her face and DNA. Could anyone just show up and claim a family connection? Should she treat him with confidence? Leo led the way to the kitchen, where they all sat down. Alice busied herself serving drinks to hide her nervousness. As she poured orange juice into her glass, her hands shook so much that she had to set the box down on the table to avoid spilling it. She wished she had her wolf with her. Her animal instincts would have helped her deal with the situation. Instead, she avoided looking directly at Shane, mired in a discomfort she couldn't remember feeling before. Her wolf never allowed that. How can I help you, Shane? Leo asked. Alice carefully carried the drinks and sat down, cupping her palms around her glass. She focused on the drops running down the glass, trying to calm herself. Shane hesitated. I don't remember. Don't you remember? Leo repeated. He told me. Shane began, but stopped. Alice looked up. Shane's eyebrows furrowed in concentration as he ran a hand through his red hair. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Goddess. Shane. A shudder of horror ran through her. Shane froze. What? For a moment, Alice felt her stomach turn. She covered her mouth with her hand and pointed at Shane's right hand. Your hand. Shane held her up, as if he hadn't noticed until then that half of her pinky finger was missing. The skin looked red and marked with fresh scars. What happened? Alice asked. I don't know, Shane replied, his breathing quickening. I don't know. Alice looked at Garrett accusingly. Why doesn't he remember anything? Garrett frowned. I'm not sure. Are you not sure? She retorted, her voice thick with disbelief. You're the one who knows him. Garrett rested his arms on the table and leaned forward. I know of your existence. What? Alice spluttered. Are you listening to what you're saying? 2 weeks ago you swore to me that I was the last of the royal family. And now Shane, whom you call Prince, shows up. And I'm supposed to believe you know nothing about him. Her tone turned sharp. You can't know every detail of my life and not know a single thing about my twin brother. If you know me, you know him. Something flickered in Garrett's eyes. Arisha, you're misinterpreting things, he said calmly, as if Alice hadn't exploded. He pointed at Shane, who remained silent. He shouldn't be here. He shouldn't be missing a finger either. No, Garrett admitted, staring at him. Prince Shane was reported missing 14 years ago. The hum of the refrigerator filled the silence. The words echoed in Alice's mind, but she couldn't process them. How could someone standing right in front of her be inert? Now you understand how I feel, Garrett murmured, as if reading her thoughts. Leo took her hand in his own, warm and firm. I don't understand, Alice whispered. Garrett let out a humorless laugh. Me neither, princess. He turned to Shane. You must tell us everything you remember. Absolutely everything. Without omitting a single detail. Shane took a shaky breath. He looked at Alice, exhaled slowly, and nodded. When we were 4, we were inseparable. I don't remember much, she continued, but I know we were very close. Mom would swing us on the swings and spoil us, which infuriated Dad. At the end of the day, we would be tucked in and she would read us a story. Mom. Alice had a real mother. Not Marie, but a mother who sounded sweet and loving. Her eyes clouded, but she held back the tears. What would her mother be like now? Would she have been there to teach her how to ride a bike? Or for her first transformation? Would she have liked Leo? Shane clenched his fists. 2 weeks after our 4th birthday, Mom tucked us in like always. You were already asleep when she kissed you goodnight. He paused. I thought she'd do the same to me, but that night was different. Different how? Alice asked, her voice breaking. Shane swallowed. He sat down next to me, stroked my hair like he always did to calm me down, and then he looked me straight in the eyes. She told me she had a bad feeling. That something terrible was going to happen, and that she wasn't sure she'd make it out alive. Did he say anything about what might happen? Alice asked. Shane shook his head and gave her a sad smile. I was 4, Arisha. To me, everyone was happy when I was. I remember seeing Dad and Uncle Drake argue once, but I don't think I understood until much later. Uncle Drake. Alice whispered to herself. The name was familiar, like a vague connection to a face, but she couldn't quite remember it. She couldn't recall an uncle, just as she couldn't remember her parents. Shane continued. Mom told me that if something wasn't right, I was supposed to protect you. We were to go through the secret tunnels and hide there until Dad, or Garrett could find us. Garrett sat up in his chair. Must have been the night they got killed. Shane nodded. Mom hadn't been out of the room for half an hour when I heard the screams. Our maid, Mandy, came running in and woke me up. I'd never been so scared in my life. His voice turned grim. You never forget the first time you see someone fall in front of you. Mandy didn't make it 3 steps before she fell. I ran to her. I tried to help her, but she wasn't moving. She'd stopped breathing. And at that moment, I knew we had to get out of there. So I woke you up, Barisha, took your hand, and dragged you down the hallway toward the secret tunnels. You kept asking questions, you had so many doubts, and when you heard the screams, he stopped and shook his head. Alice felt a lump in her throat. She couldn't remember that night. Her brother was standing in front of her, reliving a memory he'd probably replayed over and over again his entire life. He'd been shot. And she was the one who now had the chance to start over, without pain and without nightmares. How could it be fair? Garrett exhaled. One of my warriors said you were missing. I found you by the wall, bleeding out. I should have checked. Verdant Knockmole, I should have checked. I was able to get Arisha into the tunnel and close the trapdoor. I told her to run and not stop. I told her not to stop because that's what Mom wanted her to do. Shane gave Alice a half smile. And you should have because here you are now, and you're okay. Alice gave a weak laugh. Yes, Shane. I'm fine. Sarah and I knew something was coming, Garrett said. We had arranged for a warrior to be stationed at the tunnel exits at all times. Why wasn't there one there? Leo asked. To keep Alice safe. Garrett's lips tightened. I called in all the reinforcements. Every warrior and fighter we had was sent to the main house to protect the family. I wasn't clear. Mark assumed he should follow the order as well. When the fight was over, Arisha was gone. The only way I knew you were still alive was from the security tapes. A little girl in pajamas had run off the property. But at least you were safe, Shane said. Alice didn't want to ask, but she couldn't help it. What happened to you, Shane? Shane looked at their clasped hands. Drake found me. He saved my life. Oh, Alice said. That's good. Although something didn't add up. If he had saved her life, when did she lose the finger? And who did it? I thought he did, Shane said. He's our uncle, and I was 4. At that age, he seemed familiar. He seemed safe. But after 6 years of watching me, I realized he wasn't as kind as he wanted me to believe. Alice's stomach lurched. One day he got angry with me. I don't know exactly what happened. Maybe his patience ran out or I did something to upset him. Either way, he yelled at me. And I yelled back. Shane took a deep breath and exhaled unsteadily. And then he spat out the truth. His green eyes met hers. Drake made our parents disappear, Arisha. Drake has held me prisoner for most of my life. And he has a message for you. What? She asked. What is it? Shane sighed. I wish I knew. Donovan arrived home 2 hours later. Marie and Cole gave Shane a questioning look when they saw him, though they didn't say anything. Alice knew they could see the obvious resemblance and wanted to ask, but didn't. For that, Alice was grateful. Donovan was just happy to have another friend to play with. It was almost 11 when they finally got home, so Donovan had to go straight to bed. After many promises of brownies and ice cream the next day, Alice showed Donovan his new and improved bedroom, which happened to be right across the hall from Cole and Marie's. Donovan loved his race car bed. Alice had never seen him so excited about an object. He jumped up and hugged her when he saw it, along with the matching rug and toy box. He smiled and rolled on the floor, and it took them almost half an hour before he fell asleep, exhausted in his new bed. The genuine happiness on her face was worth every second I spent decorating the rooms. Cole and Marie were very pleased with their own room. Alice chatted with them a bit before going to bed herself, promising to have a conversation the next day. A conversation that would undoubtedly involve Shane. Leo and Garrett sent Shane to a room on the first floor, near the warriors' quarters. Leo was obviously a little uncomfortable having Shane there, but Alice and Garrett managed to convince him. She also wasn't completely comfortable with Shane yet, though she felt she should try. He was definitely her brother, and after everything she'd been through, she couldn't bear the thought of him having to seek shelter on his own that night. It wasn't until 12:30 that Alice managed to shut off her mind enough to fall asleep. Snuggled up in some soft blankets, she dozed. But not for long. She was in the same room, curled up under the sheets. The rain pounded against the windowpane. The room was dark and quiet, the only light coming from flashes of lightning. Alice opened her eyes and looked up at the ceiling. Her breathing was calm and quiet, as if she weren't even awake. A flash of lightning illuminated the blinds. The room lit up. Something dark near the door caught his attention. But it must be a trick of the lights, he thought. If his wolf were nearby, he'd be able to see in the darkness and realize his mind was playing tricks on him. The lightning flashed back into the room. Alice fixed her gaze on the shadow. Her heart responded immediately, feeling like it might burst inside her chest. She held her breath. Pretend to be asleep, she told herself. Pretend to be asleep and it'll disappear. Thunder shook the room, rattling the dresser. The wind howled against the window. His arms trembled. There's nothing, he told himself. It's just a trick of the lights. And the lightning illuminated the room once again. The shadow took shape. It approached slowly. It clutched an object tightly in its hand, extending it toward Alice. His eyes were red like red liquid, his shoulders slumped. He walked slowly, his feet sliding along the ground. Alice couldn't move. Why couldn't she move? She couldn't even steady her hands enough to stand up. A lightning bolt illuminated the place. His sharp fangs flashed. The silver object gleamed. A knife. A butcher knife. Alice groaned. Her body felt too heavy. She couldn't get up. She couldn't save herself. All she could do was watch the figure advance. A lightning bolt illuminated again. Her heart stopped. She swallowed hard, trying to scream, but her voice was no more than a whisper. No, she tried to scream, but the words came out muffled. Leo! Leo! The figure gave a low laugh. Silly girl. The Alpha won't do anything to save you. In his mind, he knew it was a dream. He knew it, and yet the man came closer. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. You're weak, the man said. His voice was as rough as granite. Your wolf is gone, and no one can hear you. He was now only inches away from her. So close that Alice could see his crooked nose and the long scar across his cheek. He leaned over her, tilting his head. Scream if you want, he said. His breath smelled of something rotten. I love it when they scream. He raised the knife. A flash of lightning illuminated the room. Alice sat up abruptly, her heart pounding. Sweat trickled down her forehead. Her eyes automatically scanned the room, hoping she wasn't alone. She forced herself to calm down. No one was in the room with her. She was alone. She was safe. She clenched her hands tightly to stop the shaking and threw off the covers. She had to get out of there. The hallway was completely silent. The bathroom light was bright. Melissa always left the bathroom light on, to prevent anyone from tripping during a late-night trip to the bathroom. Alice sat in the hallway, her back against the wall. Her eyelids were heavy, but she wasn't going to sleep. Not yet. She was too scared of what might happen. Every time he blinked, those red eyes reappeared. The knife, the sharp fangs, tiny images projected behind his eyelids like a moving picture. The door next to hers opened with a creak. Alice. Leo's voice calmed her racing heartbeat. It warmed her now cold body. Alice, what's wrong? He crouched down beside her, his hair a mess and his eyes full of sleep. I've never seen him so handsome. She swallowed and looked away. Nothing. Nothing. His hand circled her knee, sending a strange sensation down her leg. It can't be nothing, otherwise you'd be sitting here in the hallway shivering like a kitten lost in the rain. I'm fine. No. You're not, he said. What's wrong? A flash of lightning illuminated her room, and Alice shuddered. I had a nightmare. I'm fine, just give me a second. He ran a hand through his hair. Do you want to talk about it? He never wanted to think about the nightmare again, if he could help it. No. Okay, Leo said. Then why don't you come sleep in my room? This time, her heart leapt for a completely different reason. She looked at him. Sleep, he said. Just that. Just two people getting a good night's sleep. A lightning bolt lit up the sky. Alice's gaze shifted to her empty room. She bit her lip and nodded. It's not wrong. Savannah adjusted her backpack as she walked, with Alice following close behind. Yes, it is. As a member of the greatest gender there is, you should know better. Alice's hair blew in the wind as they approached the front door. Whatever. I won't perish if I never see him. Savannah pointed at her friend. But I do. Alice rolled her eyes and opened the door for him. Drama queen. And you know it. Garrett followed them silently. If it weren't for Alice occasionally glancing at him, he wouldn't even have noticed her. She wasn't about to let him surprise her again. Upon entering the living room, they found Marcus sitting on the couch, flipping channels with the remote control. The screen flickered with each new program. Savannah dropped her backpack next to the furniture. Hey, Marcus, do you mind sharing the TV? He glanced at her briefly before returning his attention to the screen, responding with a grunt. Is that a yes? Savannah insisted. Come on, you're not seeing anything important. Alice held back the words she wanted to say. She'd never heard someone speak to their second-in-command like that. Marcus, however, didn't seem bothered, though his eyes narrowed. According to whom? She smiled sweetly at him. According to me. Now, step aside. He snatched the remote from her and sat down next to her. Come on, Alice. Sit down. Alice bowed her head respectfully. Sir. Marcus's expression changed completely when he looked at her. Hi, Alice. He smiled. How are you? Good. He sat down carefully in the recliner, keeping his back straight. And you? Fantastic, he replied. Though Leo took over my training today, so I've been a little bored. Have you seen Donovan? The blonde boy? Yes, Alice nodded. Is he your brother? She nodded again. Marcus chuckled. That little one's been running around everywhere. I think Marie finally put him to sleep half an hour ago. A weight lifted from her shoulders. She kept forgetting that Marie and Cole were no longer working. Leo had taken over paying Donovan's medical bills and maintaining their old house. Alice had never seen Marie so happy. She had finally fulfilled her dream of being a full-time mother, and Melissa seemed to enjoy her company too. It was a relief to know her family was happy. And for that, she owed Leo a lot. Glad to hear it. There it is. Savannah selected a channel in the TV guide, where a white-haired man appeared. Marcus jumped up. No, this is too much. I'm leaving. He left the room as quickly as he could. Alice cast a cautious glance at Savannah. I'm not sure I want to watch this if it makes people run away. Oh, no. You're going to watch it. The new season comes out soon, and we don't have much time to catch you up. We'll have to watch like 5 episodes a day. I'll even have to buy the full seasons. I don't think that. Sure. Savannah interrupted her. There's Tyra. Who? Savannah's eyes widened. By Luna. Don't you ever watch TV? Alice opened her mouth to reply. No, you better not tell me anything, Savannah said before he could speak. On the screen, a woman held some papers against her chest and began to speak, but Alice stopped paying attention. So who is she? Tyra Banks, Savannah replied without taking her eyes off the TV. A supermodel. Now, silence. America's Next Top Model appeared in the corner of the screen. However, after a few minutes, Alice lost interest. She couldn't understand anything. She'd have to start over from the first season to really understand it. Shane walked into the room, looking disoriented. Alice. Yeah. Where's the bathroom? I only know the one upstairs, but Melissa said there's one near the kitchen. It was his chance. He stood up. I'll show you. When Savannah didn't protest, he took it as a sign of approval. Alice guided him to the bathroom. Thanks for saving me. Shane brushed his brown hair out of his eyes. Yeah, sure. An awkward silence. Thanks, Shane muttered before entering the bathroom. Alice bit her lip. Hey, would you like to do something? She had to approach him somehow. If spending time together brought them closer, it was worth a try. Like what? Do you want to go out tomorrow? She asked. We could buy you clothes and things you'd need if you're staying a while. Of course, they'd have to be accompanied by Leo or Garrett in public, but she'd feel safer that way. Shane hesitated. Okay. Great. Alice cleared her throat. Well, see you. He fled down the hallway. The conversation had been forced and awkward, but tomorrow he'd be one step closer to discovering who his brother really was. And that was all that mattered. Thank God Leo or Garrett would be there with her. Alice sat up suddenly, breathing heavily, her hair sticking to her forehead. She held her head in her hands. It took him almost 4 minutes to calm his breathing, but even so, his heart continued to beat so hard it felt like it was going to burst. I had to get out of there. Alice quickly left the room and ran down the hall to the bathroom. She closed the door, splashed water on her face, and stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her trembling hands gripped the edge of the sink. That had been a bad one. She'd had nightmares before. In fact, many. But since Shane's arrival, she'd been having nightmares every night. And every night, she dreamed that a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes was sending her to the afterlife. The knife gleamed in the moonlight filtering through the blinds, the wind whipped against her bedroom window, and things only got worse. The figure's voice echoed in his ears. It was a chilling voice, sounding more like an animal's. A voice he could never forget because it burrowed into his brain and constantly pricked at his memories. Her eyes moved toward the dark corner of the bathroom. Even with the light on, her heart was pounding. It had only been a dream. It had only been a dream. Alice walked carefully toward the hallway. If she could stay in her bed long enough to fall asleep again, she'd be fine. The shadows seemed to lengthen down the hallway. Alice watched intently, glancing from one corner to the other. Something creaked. His heart had never beaten so hard. Oh my God, was there something moving in the hallway? Another creak. She ran quickly down the hallway until she reached a closed door, her bare feet skidding on the floor. She banged on the door again and again. He looked toward the darkest corner of the hallway. Was that? He accelerated the blows. The door swung open. Alice quickly moved forward and hugged Leo tightly, wrapping her arms around his waist. He automatically wrapped his arms around her, holding her gently. Alice, he whispered. What's wrong, Alice? She buried her head in his chest, inhaling the comforting masculine scent. I'm scared. He stroked her hair tenderly. Alice trembled. What happened? He asked, his chest vibrating beneath her head. It was a nightmare. They remained silent for a moment. Alice struggled with her inner confidence. Finally, she gave in. "Can I sleep with you?" "Just sleep." He kissed her head. "Sure, Alice. You're always welcome here." Safe and snuggled between Leo's sheets, her heart calmed. She fell asleep, for the second night in a row, with Leo's hand firmly entwined with hers, their heads close together. Even in sleep, Leo looked stunning. His mouth was set in a slight grimace, and his eyebrows furrowed with some intensity. Alice let out a soft laugh and tried to move her eyebrows with her fingertips. She managed to get one back to its normal position and began working on the other. But as soon as she did, they both returned to their original positions. Her laughter remained soft. "What are you doing?" Leo's voice made her jump. Her eyes narrowed, but didn't open fully. "Wow. Caught." "Nothing." The corner of his mouth lifted in a smile. He half opened one eye. "It didn't seem like nothing to me." Alice rested her head on her hand. Sunlight shone through the blinds, illuminating the brown tones in Leo's hair on the pillow. She'd never seen anyone so handsome. "I have a question," he said. Leo opened both eyes and stared at her. "Tell me. How willing are you to spend the day with me?" He playfully rubbed his chin. I don't know, I've heard some stories and I'm not so sure." Alice gave him a soft tap. "Oh," he said. "Well, if you're going to be violent." Alice rolled over and curled into the fetal position, crossing her arms over her chest. "Oh, Alice, don't be like that." Leo's breath caressed the part of her neck. "I was joking." "No." Leo's fingers gently ran over her skin as he wrapped his arm around her waist. Alice's skin tensed. The hairs on her back prickled, and a shiver ran through her. "Can I make it up to you?" His voice sounded dangerously suggestive near her ear. His hand drew light circles on her hip, over her shirt. Alice's heart beat erratically. She was playing, she'd never thought things would go this far, but his hands on her felt so good. "Could you go out with me and Shane to buy him some clothes?" Leo's fingers stopped dead in their tracks. "And I thought you just woke up as a different person." "He's my brother, Leo," she said. "I'd do the same for Donovan." "Of course you would," he replied. "But you don't have to help him, Alice." Alice turned on her side to look at him. "If it were any other wolf, you wouldn't hesitate to help." "Why is he different?" A golden gleam appeared in her eyes. The sun shone on her eyebrows and eyelashes. Because why?" "Because she was with Drake for so long." Her eyes pleaded for understanding. "You know, technically he's my uncle. If he had raised me, would you have avoided me too?" "I couldn't help you," Leo said. "Alice, please, you're overreacting." "I'm not asking you to bring him into the pack, Leo," she said. "I'm just asking you to help him." Leo caressed her face. "Alice, I don't want to fight with you," she took a breath. "We'll help him. I just have a bad feeling about him. I don't have it. And he needs my help. If I don't help him, I'll be a hypocrite," she explained. "All those years, I didn't understand why no one helped our family when we needed it or why we were called that. So I told Donovan that you should always help those who have less. Now I have to practice what I preach." "Okay," Leo said. "But Garrett's coming too." "Of course." He nodded. "Good," he said, pulling her against his chest. "Now stay here with me." It was almost 10:30 when they finally got out of bed, ate breakfast, got dressed, and headed out the door. The mall was out of the question. Too many people, and not the kind of stores Alice could afford. Leo tried to convince her to let him pay for Shane's clothes, but she wouldn't let him. Shane was her brother, not Leo's. If they ever went shopping for Marcus, he could pay. You're going to need some t-shirts, maybe some sleeveless tops, definitely some jeans. Do you need shoes? Alice asked Shane as they walked into the only thrift store in town. The store's stale air hit them as they walked in. Racks of used clothing filled the small space. The space was so overflowing with stuff that it seemed the workers were trying to cram as much as possible into it. We'll have to stop at the general store later to pick up toiletries and other things, she told her brother. The three men looked around nervously, as if afraid something would jump out from between the shelves and devour them. Alice laughed at them. What's wrong with you? Have you never seen a second-hand store? Garrett leaned towards Leo. I think this is a big fire hazard. Leo and Shane looked around in silence. If I remember correctly, the men's section is in the back corner, Alice said. Sorry, it's been a while since I bought clothes for Cole, but I'm pretty sure I found the jeans I bought him there. Alice took a step toward the small hallway leading to the back. A hand on her arm stopped her. No, Leo said, gently pulling her back. Let's go to the mall. Alice pressed her lips together. You haven't even given this place a chance. This place doesn't need a chance, Leo replied calmly. We're all going to end up sick here. Yeah, Garrett said, like lice, fungus, or fleas. Alice stared at him. It's not funny, he said. Can we at least take a look at it? Honestly, it's not as bad as you think. The men cautiously followed her to the back, beginning to search her clothes very carefully. An hour later, Alice had sorted through some regular t-shirts and found a couple of nice tank tops. She held up a dark blue sweater with the word Miami, Florida, in gold across the front. How about this? He asked Shane. Shane watched him closely and nodded. He took the pile of clothes from his arms. Thank you, Alice. She smiled. It doesn't matter. Leo approached them and shuddered. Can we go? I just found a dead moth in a pair of sneakers. Alice's smile slowly faded. Well, maybe this place wasn't as clean as she thought. I haven't found any pants or jeans for him yet. Garrett crept up behind Leo silently, causing the alpha to jump and turn around when he started speaking. It was good to know she wasn't the only one Garrett scared. I'll personally buy 7 pairs of $100 jeans for Shane if we leave here, she said, holding up a small piece of black thread. Look what I found in that red sweatshirt. What's that? Alice asked, squinting. A spider. Her face paled and she took a quick step back, colliding with the large shelf behind her. Leo took the clothes from Shane's arms and placed them on the rack next to him. No. We're leaving. He took Alice's hand and dragged her to the car, despite her protests. It took them 40 minutes to get to the nearest shopping center. Alice remained silent the entire ride, listening to the soothing music on the radio. Even though she'd said she didn't want to go to the mall any earlier, she couldn't help feeling a little excited. She'd only had the time and money to go once, about 2 years ago. She'd taken Donovan, and they'd gotten up early to catch the bus, spending the entire day at the mall. They didn't buy anything except ice cream, but Donovan had a lot of fun. She'd have to take him again soon. The mall was packed, even for a weekday. Teenagers and adults walked everywhere. Alice could hear the excited conversations of young children, while the faint aroma of the food court reached her nose. Shane looked around in amazement. I've never been to a mall, he said quietly beside her. Alice gave him a gentle shove with her shoulder. This is only my second time, she replied. It's fun. There are so many people. You'll get used to it. The group headed toward one of the large department stores, attracting the attention of people as they passed. Alice had to bite her lip to keep from scolding many of the girls who were laughing and staring at Leo. He leaned closer to his companion, shooting a glare at a pair of beautiful girls dressed in designer clothes. They looked him up and down and then giggled among themselves. Leo's arm went around Alice's shoulders. You know you can't affect people with a look, right? He whispered in her ear. No, Alice replied, not taking her eyes off the girls even as they walked by. But a good punch in the stomach might. Leo laughed. Don't worry. I prefer princesses. Garrett coughed loudly into his fist and then sneezed. Oops, sorry. I'm allergic to cheesy moments. Leo punched him in the arm. They found a lot of nice clothes at JCPenney. Shane turned out to be pretty darn good about clothes, so they were able to get the necessary shopping done quickly. Alice ended up picking out a couple of well-priced shirts for Donovan and even a blouse for Marie while they were there. The men followed her to the youth section. Should I buy something for Savannah? Christmas was only a month away. It would be great to get some gifts while she still had money in her account. Besides, when would be the next time she could go shopping? In that case, she'd have to find something for Cole too. Leo's gift would have to wait until she could go out on her own and buy something. Why don't you find a dress while we're here? Leo asked. For whom? Alice asked, her hands scanning a colorful rack of shirts. The corner of Leo's lips turned up. By the goddess, it was beautiful. For you. I'd love to see you with one. Alice's cheeks flushed. Her stomach fluttered. I don't have anywhere fancy to go, she said, her hand landing on an empty hook on the shelf. She pulled it down and began playing with it, trying to keep her hands busy. He shrugged. Doesn't matter. Dresses can be casual, right? He gave her a once-over, making Alice blush even more. Alice looked down at the hook, unable to meet Leo's eyes. I think. She cleared her throat. Well, all right. Leo's smile widened, revealing white teeth. Perfect. Garrett threw an arm over Shane's shoulder. See what happens when you don't have your wolf, Shane. You end up a blushing, babbling mess. Alice threw the hook at him. In the end, it took Alice 2 hours to find a casual dress. Leo refused to leave until she found a complete outfit with him, which took another half hour. It was a relief when they stopped for ice cream on the way home. Alice held the cold cup against her cheek, trying to cool her face. She was still blushing from the dress situation. Alice, you're supposed to drink the strawberry milkshakes, Garrett said, watching her through the rearview mirror. Not try to hug them with your face. Shane and Leo laughed. Alice pursed her lips and looked out the window. She couldn't find a good enough answer, so she stayed silent. When they arrived home, Melissa had kindly wrapped dinner plates for them. They all heated them up in the microwave and enjoyed a quick meal before heading off separately. Leo and Alice ended up watching a movie in Leo's room. Alice sat back against the pillows she'd placed under the headboard. Leo lay down next to her, his arms behind his head in a picture of tranquility. He wasn't even looking at the television. His eyes were fixed on her. Alice glanced at him. Are you watching the movie? Yeah. She raised an eyebrow. What's the main character's name? Frame. Alice laughed. It's Finding Nemo. You're not even close, she said. Why don't you watch it? It's a great movie. Leo propped himself up on his elbows. I have more fun watching you. Alice bit her lip, watching Leo's eyes follow the action. Thanks for buying me that dress today, she said, looking to start a conversation. Actually, thanks for everything. I owe you so much. He was so close I could see every one of her dark eyelashes. Her body tingled. You don't owe me anything, he said, approaching slowly. I like making you happy, Alice. Alice's lips parted. Her heart pounded. Well, thank you, he said in a broken voice. Leo lifted a hand and brushed her hair away from her face. His beautiful eyes were fixed on her lips. Anytime, he said, his breath fanning over her lips. He smelled of toothpaste. Alice closed her eyes. She leaned forward and placed her hands on his shoulders, waiting for him to close the distance. I'm glad it was you, Alice, Leo whispered, his lips brushing against hers, sending sparks through her. Me too, she wanted to say. But she was too distracted by him. His scent, the feel of his shoulders, the heat of his body. Her mind focused only on him. Anything else would be too much. Her body felt weak. Her head was spinning. Leo adjusted his elbow, moving closer. His nose brushed hers. Alice leaned her head down and kissed him slowly, carefully. Leo let her lead, his lips warm. They stayed like that for a while, kissing and feeling the security of having each other close. They only separated to breathe. Later that night, Alice fell asleep. Her head rested comfortably on Leo's chest as he played with her hair. It was the best night's sleep I've ever had. Chapter 6. Leo held back a scream. He'd considered it, in fact, for quite some time. But shouting wouldn't help with the young wolves in training. So instead, he said firmly, Frank, you must aim for his left flank. Frank, barely 16, trotted over on all fours and crouched down in front of Leo. He let out a pitiful whine. You have to learn to detect your opponent's weaknesses, Leo explained to the medium-sized, brown-furred wolf. Nick has an injury on his left paw. Aim for it. If any human had seen him, standing in a secluded field, talking to a wolf, they'd have been locked away in an asylum before they could even blink. Luckily, the training camp was far enough from the nearest town that no one would have accidentally wandered there. Leo turned to the rest of the teenagers, all sitting in the shade. They looked bored out of their minds. He sighed. Marcus's job was much more difficult than he had imagined. All right, he announced. Who's next? The young men, all boys, looked at Nick and Frank and shrank back, as if that made them invisible. Okay. Leo could play the stern card. No volunteers, he asked. No one responded. Okay, then, 20 laps around the field. Now! With a chorus of groans, they got up and began to trot around the sprawling grounds. Leo sat down in the shade and took out his phone. He dialed Marcus's number. The call rang twice before being answered. What's up, brother? I don't know how you do it, Leo confessed. The fact that this training thing, it's horrible. Marcus laughed on the other end of the line. You were the one who offered to try. Yes, but I thought that it's more complicated than it looks. Teenagers lack motivation, Marcus said. Absolutely, Leo agreed. Any ideas for encouraging them? He heard Marcus click his tongue. It's better if I show it to you in person. Give me 30 minutes. Thanks, brother. No problem, Marcus replied. Besides, it's a good excuse to get out of here. Leo frowned. What's going on at home? Mom is cleaning. Oh. He couldn't help but grimace. Melissa cleaning the house was a nightmare, even thinking about it. For starters, she always blasted 70s music at full volume, filling every corner of the house. There was no shelter, and earplugs were only as useful as ever. Her acute, wolfish hearing didn't help at all. Plus, when Melissa cleaned, everything became a monumental project. She couldn't organize the pantry without pulling out every can and package to line the kitchen, which ended up looking like a donation warehouse. Then, instead of rearranging the food, or leaving it as it was, because there really wasn't a problem, she'd pull out the mop, broom, duster, and disinfectant wipes to clean every last inch. After an hour, I'd finally start putting everything back together, but halfway through, I'd notice the pots and pans weren't aligned correctly in the cupboards. And before anyone knew it, the kitchen was once again cluttered with utensils and cans, like an episode of Hoarders, only cleaner. Somehow, everything ended up in its place, pristine, until, a few days later, Melissa found some misorganized detail, and the cycle would begin again. The living room and bedrooms were even worse. I wish she would learn to hide things in discreet places, like Leo did. Yes, Marcus said. Poor girls when they get home. Leo smiled. He pictured Alice coming home from school, staring at the chaos with her eyes slightly open and that adorable, surprised expression. Of course, afterward, she'd probably offer to help Melissa, even if she didn't want to be there. She never complained or made excuses. God, how he loved his partner. I loved. His eyes followed the group of teenagers as they passed him, completing another lap. Hurry up, bro, he said over the phone. 20 laps don't last forever. Marcus laughed. When they're done, tell them to start warming up. We already warmed up. Not in the Marcus way. The brothers hung up. Leo fiddled with his phone while he waited for the boys to finish. His fingers tapped the screen. Would it really be so bad to call? He was the alpha. He could do whatever he wanted. The secretary, Mrs. Collins, answered. Rook Institute. How may I help you? Hello, Mrs. Collins. I'm Leo. Leo, darling, her voice softened. How are you? Surviving as best I can, he replied. Could I talk to Alice? I'm not sure, Leo. He's in class right now. Let me see. Can you wait? Of course. Her patience slowly faded as she waited. She just wanted, needed, to hear his voice. Her whole body vibrated with longing. Hello. A wave of calm washed over him. Alice. Leo, why are you calling the school? My biology teacher avoids interruptions. I'm sorry. I really wasn't. I wanted to. He didn't really know what to talk about now that he had her on the phone. Why hadn't he thought of that before? You know, you're a little spoiled. What? The comment took him by surprise. You're spoiled, she repeated. Just because you're alpha doesn't mean you can interfere with people's schedules. They have lives to live, too. Are you angry? Alice sighed. No. But I'm upset. I wanted to talk to you. I know, and I understand. Her tone softened. But please try not to pull me out of my classes just so we can talk, unless it's something important. If you really need to stay in touch, I'll buy one of those cheap phones and use a little stealth to text you during class. The idea of Alice texting him when cell phone use wasn't allowed gave him an unexpected thrill. He wanted to be in touch with her all the time, and since she hadn't graduated yet, they would have to adapt to the school's rules. "Okay," he said. There was an awkward pause on the line as Leo tried to think of what to say next. He'd managed to get her out of class and ready to talk, and all she could say was, "Okay." He thought to himself, "Think of something to start the conversation. Come on, you idiot. Do you know where Shane is today?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she wished she could smack her own face. Why didn't she say something cool or flirty? Something that would get Alice to flirt back. Does Alice even know how to flirt? She couldn't imagine her playing along. "Honey, are you almost done?" she heard Mrs. Collins ask in the background. "I don't want to rush you, but the bell's going to ring in a minute." "Yes, ma'am." "Almost there," Alice replied, then continued with Leo. "Last I heard, he was at the pack house." Leo recalled the conversation they'd had that morning. "That's weird, I don't remember seeing him." "Are you sure you don't want to enroll him in school?" "Yes," she replied. "Winter break is only a month away. It doesn't make much sense for it to start this semester. Probably next. I mean, if he keeps going this way," Leo suggested. She knew how conflicted Alice was about the whole situation. She wanted to welcome her brother back and connect with him, but at the same time, she didn't think it was right to pressure him into staying with them. All she could do was hope he decided to stay. "Yeah. I don't know, I'm just worried she'll end up going back to Drake." "He won't. I'll make sure of that." "Okay, I have to go." The bell rang. "Oh. See. Now I'm going to be late." "I can always call your teacher, Anne." "Don't do it," she said, warningly. "Or your fur will end up as a pretty rug in my room. The brown color will match my bedspread perfectly." Leo smiled to himself. Does it really matter what your room looks like now? Since that first night, she hadn't slept anywhere but Leo's room. Not that she complained. He loved cuddling her at night. "A discussion for another time," she said. "We'll talk later." "Goodbye, Alice." The phone cut off as she hung up. "Someone's in love," Marcus said from behind. Leo craned his neck around to glare at him, his phone slipping back into his pocket. "How long have you been there?" "Enough to know that if I ever talk like you did to a girl, I want someone to hit me hard." "Hard? Who says you have to be talking to a girl? I'd be more than willing to hit on you any day." Marcus's eyes flashed mischievously. "Is that a challenge, brother?" "Only if you want it to be," Leo told her. He got up from the floor. "Now, let's get going. I have to go to the store later." "We should help her," Alice whispered. She took a step forward to enter the kitchen, but Leo grabbed her wrist and stopped her. "If you want any freedom for the next 12 hours, you'll let her do this alone," he said quietly. "But it will end faster if we help." They both watched Melissa rummage through a large stack of cans on the kitchen table. Her eyes lit up when she found the vegetable she was looking for. She quickly put it in the pantry, label side out. "You don't want to get involved in this, Alice," Leo warned. "Once you're in, you're not out." Alice rolled her eyes. "You sound like a thriller." Carefully, she released Leo's grip and walked into the kitchen. "Melissa, do you need help?" Melissa didn't look up, although Alice knew she'd heard her. "Oh, no, dear," she replied. "If I don't do it, it won't look right." It seemed like an indirect comment on Alice's organizational skills, but Melissa probably didn't mean it that way. All right, Alice said slowly. She led Leo into the kitchen. He cautiously stepped through a pile of cans on the floor. Well, Leo and I could at least give you a head start on dinner. Leo grunted in pain. Alice glared at him. That would be wonderful, dear, Melissa said. She quickly stood up and went to the refrigerator to get ingredients. If you could both chop the cilantro, the onions, and peel the potatoes. Of course. Leo and Alice set about their chores. It didn't seem like much work, but there were quite a few people to feed at the pack house. So much food was needed that cooking dinner was more of an event than anything else. Alice didn't know how Melissa did it. Leo was in charge of chopping the cilantro and onions, which was ideal, because Alice didn't feel like crying over onions today. And he seemed quite pleased with the large knife in his hands. Alice cleared a space at the table and on a chair, then sat down with a large bowl and knife to begin peeling the potatoes. The knife made it difficult to peel the potato skin. She slowly and carefully peeled off each one. Garrett walked into the kitchen. Hey, everyone. How's everything going? Oh, what happened here? Leo looked over his shoulder. Cleaning day, he explained. More like, let's put our stuff anywhere day. I missed that day. Do you celebrate it? Garrett? Alice placed another freshly peeled potato in the bowl. Have you seen Shane? Shane? No. This morning he said he was going for a run. One of my guys went with him. Alice's eyebrows furrowed. Where could he be? Can you keep an eye on him? I'm a little worried. He's a teen wolf, Arisha. Let Prince Shane take care of himself. He's been through a lot. I just want him to be okay. She couldn't say she wanted him to be happy. She wasn't sure Shane could ever be truly happy. She'd watched the way he carried himself. If he smiled, it was fleeting. When he laughed, it sounded more like an awkward cough, as if he wasn't used to the sound coming from his lips. Real wolves are known for being strong, Arisha. Alice clenched her jaw. That was the dreaded topic. It had been so long since she'd had contact with her wolf that she could only vaguely remember the strength her wolf had displayed that day. As bad as it sounded, she had actually gotten used to the feeling of being human. But still, there was nothing she wanted more than to have her wolf back. She needed that part of herself. Otherwise, she felt like she wasn't whole. Garrett stared at her, observing her posture. Recovery takes time. You must be patient. Why wait? She asked. Garrett cleared another chair and sat down. Ashley's fine. I don't have anything pushing me anymore like it used to. I can handle it. Oh, really? So if I brought Ashley back from Alaska, they'd become best friends, braid each other's hair, and have tea parties. Of course not. Arisha, you won't be able to have full control over your wolf until you know who you are as an individual, he said, tapping his fingers on the table. Without your wolf's additional personality traits, he added. Alice put the knife down carefully. I don't understand. Garrett took one of the raw potato strips, looked at it briefly, and put it in his mouth. As a royal, your wolf is very stubborn, proud, and generally aggressive. From what I've heard about you before arriving, you've done a good job of hiding your wolf's emotions. Not many manage to do that. But in the future, you will need to distinguish which qualities and emotions are yours and which are your wolf's. That way, you can decide how to proceed. Separating the wolf from the person is a control technique because, if a person can't control themselves, how can they be expected to control the animal inside them? It made sense. However, it was also a bit of talk I honestly didn't want to hear. So you won't let me have access to my wolf until I figure out who I am? Yes. Originally, it was just for Ashley's safety, but now I realize it's also an opportunity to teach you a lesson. There's a problem with your lesson. She raised the knife and pointed it in Garrett's direction. I'm a teenager. Garrett leaned back in his chair. He rubbed his chin. I thought that was obvious by now. Leo chuckled from his spot at the counter. He obviously understood what she was getting at. Have you ever heard of teen angst? We all know that teenagers have no idea who they are. That's why we do crazy, adventurous things. How else are we going to figure out what we like and dislike? Garrett dismissed the concern. You know perfectly well who you are, Arisha. You just don't know that you know it. That sounds like some kind of strange philosophy, Garrett, Leo said. Garrett shrugged, though Leo couldn't see him because his back was turned. You'll figure it out. Every one of my warriors did. Did you have to do the same thing? Garrett responded with another question. How do you think I trained them? Alice shook her head, more to herself, and continued cutting potatoes. She glanced at Melissa, who was still working diligently on organizing the pantry. It took a long time to finish such a job once she started. Alice would never have been able to. The knife fell from his hands and he jumped a little in surprise. Ouch! Pain shot through his thumb. A straight, perfect line of red liquid dripped from the fresh cut. She quickly dropped the bowl of potatoes and ran to the sink. The water washed away the red liquid, letting it flow down the drain. Oh, Leo said behind her. Come on, let's get him fixed. His warm, soft hand rested on her wrist. Keeping his thumb straight, he led her toward the bathroom, where the first aid kit was. Finish dinner, Garrett, he called over her shoulder. What? Garrett replied as they left the kitchen. I don't know how to cook. That's your problem, Leo muttered. Her legs were much longer than Alice's, so she almost had to trot to keep up. I read slowly. If anything, he quickened his pace. Leo. It's just a cut. She pulled her arm out of his grasp and stepped back. Their eyes met. Relax. I can handle this myself. Why don't you go help Garrett? He was already shaking his head. Garrett isn't bleeding. It's a small cut. Like a paper cut. It just surprised me. I'll take care of it. He rubbed his hands over his pants. Come on, we're not going to fight about this. He pointed at his outstretched finger, which was about to drip red liquid onto the wooden floor. Let me handle it, and then you can scold me. Eventually, I had gotten him to sit on the bathroom sink while I applied Neosporin and a couple of band-aids. I feel like a child. Leo picked up the bandage wrappers and threw them in the trash. At least you're a pretty girl. He looked at her through his hazel eyes. An intensity she'd never seen before shone in them. She shifted uncomfortably on the sink. Thanks, I guess. Leo approached, placing his hands on either side of her. I like taking care of you, Alice. What could she possibly say to that? That's fine of you. Do you know why? She gave an awkward laugh. Not particularly. Because I've seen what you're like. Wolf or not, I see how passionate, determined, and dedicated you are. And I've seen how you lived before, he said. His voice was low, barely above a whisper. A very appealing whisper, though. You're so used to taking care of Donovan and helping Marie and Cole. You couldn't just sit back and watch me work and do nothing. It's rude not to. The right side of Leo's mouth lifted in a smile. But that's not why you do it, he said. You're incapable of caring about yourself. It isn't true. Yes, it is. His face leaned closer. So close that Alice could see the light dusting of freckles above his tan nose. The proximity made her heart race. You do it because you don't know how not to. No one has taken the time to offer you anything or make sure you're happy. But I will. His lips brushed hers lightly. Just enough to make her want more. She struggled to breathe as every fiber of her body ignited. I will, because I love you. Drake snatched an object from his desk and threw it against the wall in fury. The vase crashed, shattering into 1,000 fragments. That's not enough, he roared into the phone. Sir, I just need a little more time and I... You have 1 week, he interrupted sharply. I don't care how far along you've come by then. We act in 7 days. Understand? Yes, sir. He hung up with such force that the device's screen cracked under his thumb. One of his men timidly appeared at the entrance of the tent. Sir, the group has returned from war-impact territory. Drake massaged his brow, holding back the anger that clouded his mind. Well? 4 prisoners, sir. Was the mission a success? He asked, every word fraught with danger. The warrior retreated to the edge of the canvas. And no, sir. The Warren pack had reinforcements. Too many. A guttural growl escaped Drake as he advanced. His claws emerged, shiny and sharp. In a swift movement, his arm extended, but stopped millimeters before touching the soldier, whose breath hitched. Next time, Drake whispered, I'll only accept good news. Leo. No need, Alice said, crossing her arms. But I want you here, Leo replied, approaching. She shook her head, her auburn hair fluttering. I don't need half a closet. He put his arms around her and pulled her into his chest. If you stay in my room, you'll have your space. That's too much. 1 crate is enough for me. A playful smile appeared on his lips. That's what you think. His green eyes narrowed, suspicious. What did you do? Nothing. She lied, sealing her answer with a kiss. The morning light caressed her face, illuminating the freckles scattered across her nose. She looked like a deity, with those eyes that captured the sun. God, how he loved her. But, did she love him? Come on, Leo said, taking her hand. Where to? Let's have breakfast. I want to pamper my partner. Alice blushed and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Okay, but let me change. He stopped her. Put on that dress. It's not appropriate for the morning, she protested. According to whom? If anyone complains, they'll have to deal with me. After a brief back and forth, Alice gave in. As she waited by the door, Garrett, who insisted on accompanying them, raised an eyebrow at her coming down the stairs. The white dress elegantly hugged her figure, highlighting her silhouette. The bow at the waist and the details on the shoulders added an air of delicacy, while the low heels elongated her legs. A white bow crowned her ponytail, contrasting with her dark hair. Leo held his breath. Garrett let out a wry sigh. And you said you didn't need me. They set off in one of Garrett's trucks for a nearby town. It would be worth the trip. After seeing Alice like this, Leo wouldn't settle for just any place. On the way, Garrett's phone vibrated. Garrett, he replied. His face was serious and focused as he drove and talked at the same time. The person on the other end of the line spoke in a low voice. So low that even Leo's acute hearing couldn't detect it. Whatever it was, it didn't sound right. Leo could tell by the tension in Garrett's shoulders. The car was completely silent. Leo looked back at Alice. "Can you hear?" he mouthed. He shook his head in response. "Yes. Yes, grab 4 and I'll meet you there." "Thanks, Carl." He hung up the phone and turned on his turn signal. The car merged into the deceleration lane and took the highway exit. "What's wrong?" Alice asked. Garrett shared a look with Leo and hit the gas. "Warren's pack was attacked last night." Alice took a deep breath. Leo inhaled and concentrated, entering alpha mode. "Are there any casualties?" Garrett nodded. "They're asking for help from anyone within a 100-mile radius." "Of course." Leo took his cell phone out of his pocket to call Marcus. "I suppose they're going to call the pack house." "How many men are you sending?" 4. "That's all I can offer." "But we're heading there too." "Is it safe?" Alice asked. "Drake's men already cleared the area a while ago." The name made Alice fall silent. Leo already sensed why it would be important for them to help. Warren's pack was about a 2-hour drive from the pack home. The attack was closer to home than Leo would have liked. He would have had to send some of his own men anyway. It was a duty any neighboring pack fulfilled without question. Marcus answered on the first ring. "I got it," he said. "I have 15 men, including me, ready to go. We've increased patrols, and all the families are packing up to move into the pack house temporarily." It was a good thing Alice was planning to move all her things into her room anyway. "You read my mind," Leo said. "Drive carefully, brother. Stay alert." "I will do that." Leo hung up and looked out the window. "Do you want to try tracking him?" he said into the silence. "I'm not trying," Garrett admitted. "I'm going to put my best men on the job." It took them just over an hour to reach the Warren group's home. If Alice weren't so concerned about the group's well-being, given they'd recently been attacked, she probably would have yelled at Garrett to slow down a little. On the freeway, he reached close to 150 kilometers per hour, which was 35 kilometers more than Alice would have planned to travel in her entire life. That scared her a lot. They entered through the circular driveway, and Garrett parked the SUV a few feet from the path to the front door of the house. He walked quickly to the door and vanished from sight. Alice barely had time to glance at the stonework and the wraparound porch before she was quickly ushered inside. Leo squeezed her hand tightly, almost as if he was afraid that if he let go, she might disappear into the hustle and bustle, never to be seen again. Hustle and bustle was an understatement. The interior of the Warren Group home was a flurry of activity. People huddled in small groups, comforting one another. There were tears, shouts, and not a single smile. Others ran through the hallways and hurried around corners. Towels, cleaning supplies, and food were passed around. "Where's Danica?" a mother shouted. "Someone bring Mary. We have another case." "Mom, where's Dad? Can't he come play with us? Why don't you watch TV? It'll distract you a little." "I'm here for you, Susan. Always." Alice's heart broke. So much pain. So much suffering. The house was beyond confusion. No one knew where their loved ones were or if they were okay. Alice's mind raced to the thought of not knowing where Donovan, Marie, and Cole were. She would feel lost without them. Her eyes fell on a small, hunched figure in a corner of the hallway. A little boy, with a runny nose and red eyes, was sobbing uncontrollably. Alice took a couple of tissues from a box on a table and, without looking at Leo, cautiously approached the boy. She crouched down in front of him. "Hi," she said softly. "I'm Alice. What's your name?" The little brown eyes looked up at him shyly. "W. Wyatt," the boy stammered. "Nice to meet you, Wyatt." Alice sat on the floor, crossing her legs. She gently wiped his tears and his nose. "I have a brother about your age. He's a great guy. His name is Donovan." He ran a gentle hand through her red hair. "What's wrong?" Wyatt clutched a handkerchief in her small hands. Tears streamed down her face and into her lap. She tried to speak between her sobs, but couldn't get words out. She was trying too hard to stop crying. Alice hugged him tightly, wrapping her arms around him. "It's okay, Wyatt," she said. "It's okay to cry." He buried his face in the side of her neck, and Alice felt the wetness beginning to seep through the collar of her dress. "Can you tell me what's going on, Wyatt?" A warm hand rested on Alice's lower back. "Leo." She welcomed the comfort. "They can't find my mom and dad," he murmured into her neck, the words barely reaching her ears. "Oh, my God. That poor little boy. He'd probably gone to sleep like any other night. No doubt his parents tucked him in before going to sleep. And when dawn broke, they were gone. His life, in the blink of an eye, had taken an unexpected turn." Alice squeezed the boy in her arms, trying to give him as much strength as she could. "Wyatt, I need a friend. Would you like to spend some time with me?" She couldn't leave him alone. Not until she was sure he had someone to stay with or his family nearby. Wyatt pulled back slightly and nodded. He used the back of his small hand to wipe away his tears. Alice looked at Leo, whose expression was hard to read. "Do you mind?" "Not at all." They stood up, Alice with Wyatt on her hip. "How old are you, Wyatt?" 4. He held up his fingers. "Wow." Alice smiled at her. "I would have told you you were 6. You're really big." She had to remind herself that any wolf child would be bigger than Donovan. Donovan was an omega, and omegas were always smaller. Alice and Leo walked through the halls, helping whoever they could, whether it was with words of comfort or a shoulder to cry on. Alice was better at that. Leo looked a little uncomfortable, but she gave him credit for trying. However, Leo's presence seemed to be enough for most of the group. They could sense the strength he emanated. It came with being an alpha. That power he unconsciously exuded relaxed the others. They felt like he was there to help them. Backup had arrived, and he would make sure everyone was safe. Wyatt sat on Alice's lap whenever they stopped somewhere. When they walked, he always stayed by Alice's side. Her small hand never left his. An hour later, Alice and Leo entered the Alpha's office. It was a small room, with the bare essentials, a desk and a lamp. Chairs for visitors. The back windows let in sunlight. Through those windows, there was a magnificent view of the rest of the property. Since the group's house was on a small hill, most of the windows and doors opened onto a view of the woods and fields that stretched behind it. And it was precisely the house's location that had prevented the attackers from completely destroying the group. It was easier to defend. The alpha of the warrant group, Richard, looked exhausted as he spoke on the phone. His commanders were doing the same around him. Some were pacing, others were sitting on the floor, while others were reviewing the maps and papers scattered on the table. Garrett was in a corner, talking to a dark-skinned man whose pager kept buzzing. "I'm working on it, Fred," Richard said over the phone. "The only thing I can do is avoid going out to find the culprit and destroying him myself." Leo and Alice waited patiently. Richard gave Leo a slight nod, recognizing him as a fellow alpha, and then returned to their conversation. A man on the ground near Alice pointed to two red X-shaped marks on the map in front of him. They had to have taken Interstate 70. It's the only road near here. The fastest escape route, you know, he said to the man next to him. They could be anywhere now. I don't think a search party would be successful. Alice led Wyatt to a black couch against a wall. Can you stay here for a while, Wyatt? She asked. I need to talk to the adults for a minute. All right. She and Leo crouched down next to the man with the map. Alice noticed how Leo refused to sit completely while they were in the company of another alpha. Do you have people scanning the area? Leo asked. His face took on a tense mask. Serious. Calculating. The man nodded slightly toward Leo, acknowledging his position. Yes. We've gathered all the wounded. Were any of the enemies left behind? The man's jaw tightened. No, he said. They rushed to finish off any of their own who were seriously injured. We only have bodies. Only bodies. That meant no prisoners to interrogate. Alice tried to ignore the pain and agony in the man's eyes. It was clear one of her family members had been murdered. Someone in her family was among those bodies. The rawness of his emotions was enough to tear a piece out of Alice's heart. I'm sorry, she said, gently placing her hand on the man's arm. He looked down at the map, his face hard. It all happened so suddenly, he said. We didn't even have time to look for shelter. Shelter? Leo asked. Wasn't it late last night? Why wasn't everyone in bed? We had a mating ceremony. The party was still going on. The party was still going on. Alice's heart ached for these people. All they wanted was to celebrate the union of two friends. Everyone ran toward the house when the shooting started, he continued. But by then, the wolves were already entering the house. What about the patrols? Leo asked. Weren't they alerted? The man shook his head. No, he grimaced and cleared his throat. The party distracted us. No one paid attention to the pagers. By then, it was too late. Leo nodded. They did a great job defending. Considering the circumstances. The man did not respond. Alice looked up as Garrett and the man she was talking to on the corner stopped in front of them. Leo quickly stood up. Alice followed his example. My tracking team is here, Garrett said. I'm enlisting some members of the Warren Pack to help. Good idea, Leo agreed. I have to stay with Richard, but I'll help as soon as I'm done. Garrett's eyes shifted to Alice. I want to take you with me. Me? Alice frowned. Why? It'll be easier. Garrett's voice lowered, barely audible to Alice without the aid of her inner wolf. Royals are significantly better at tracking other royals. Leo tensed. You won't take her anywhere near her hiding place, he said calmly, each word imbued with authority. That won't be necessary, Garrett reassured him. I just need you to point me in the general direction. As soon as Marcus arrives, I'll send him to help. He won't be in danger, Leo. I don't like it anyway. Alice intervened. Let me do this, Leo. If I can help, I will. Not if it means you'll be in danger. Alice narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms. I can help, Leo. No, he replied. You won't go. Alice took a deep breath and leaned in to whisper in his ear. I promise not to go anywhere suspicious. I'll text you every half hour. And if that's not enough, I'll use my rank to decide. Leo's arms pulled her towards him, resting her ear against his chest. Her heart was pounding. She sighed. Okay, she relented, but for the goddess, Alice, don't do this to me again. I can't promise that. Leo pointed at Garrett. Take care of her. Well, I'm his bodyguard. Garrett, Leo warned. It will return in the same condition in which you left it. Garrett made Alice look like a borrowed object. Something stirred in his chest, right where his wolf used to reside. No doubt the wolf would have objected to that if he were free. Before leaving, Alice took Leo aside. Please try to find out if Wyatt has family who can take care of him, she asked. Okay. Leo nodded. Be careful, Alice. If anything happens to you, I will be, Leo. I love you, she said, her cheek resting against his palm. Alice gave him a quick kiss. I love you too. Garrett took her arm and led her outside before Leo could say anything else. Alice couldn't resist sending him a mischievous smile, leaving Leo frozen in surprise. His lips parted in shock. He blew her a kiss and left with a wink. Garrett laughed as they walked through the hallway toward the front of the house. I'd say that's the first time I've heard you say that. Alice bit her lip, holding back a laugh. It was. Garrett's eyes glittered. Naughty. I like it. They met up with a group of men and some warriors Alice recognized. Garrett led them into the woods behind the house, near the small clearing where the mating ceremony took place, and ordered them to disperse. Alice made her way through the trees, following Garrett's every step. How am I supposed to do this? She asked. Garrett stopped beside a twisted tree. The royals have a kind of connection. Naturally, your wolf tracks those of her red liquid, but mostly she senses the hierarchy. Your wolf's dominance is so strong that she'll draw her to any other wolf of a similar level. It's her way of identifying threats. So stay calm. Be prepared for anything. When we're near her tracks, you'll know. But, what's stopping him from doing the same to me? Alice asked. Garrett looked up, calculating the position of the sun, then bent down to examine some marks in the ground that looked like animal tracks. Your parents worried about your safety. When you were a baby, they had a witch place a block on you so only your immediate family could find you. That's why it was so difficult to track you. A witch? Alice had never heard of witches, at least not good ones. They were so rare in the world that most people lived without ever meeting one. It was more likely to encounter a unicorn than a witch, and unicorns didn't even exist. How did they find a witch? He turned back to Garrett. How will I know I found the trail? He smiled. You won't miss it. It'll sound like an alarm. Especially if the other realm has hostile intentions. Something didn't add up. I thought there was only one family of royals. When did you have the chance to learn that? I doubt royals often had enemies. Garrett tilted his ear to the sky, listening for something inaudible. There's only one family considered truly royal, Alice, he said, as if it were obvious. But, like any bloodline, the red liquid disperses over time. Are you saying I can track anyone with just a modicum of royal bloodline? He shrugged and resumed walking. As long as they have at least 2%. Alice hurriedly followed. Wait, so technically, the royal family is everywhere. I could have more family. Aunts, cousins, siblings I don't know. Shane and I wouldn't have to be alone. You said you were going to track Drake, he pointed out. You didn't mention you needed me until after. Because it will be easier for you. Easier because I'm pure real. Yeah. And what does that make you? Her heart raced. Were they related? Garrett held a branch as Alice walked through a dense forest. She studied his features, looking for similarities. A rush of adrenaline coursed through his veins. They had the same nose. He advanced through the undergrowth and sank down beside a tree. He wouldn't take another step without answers. What's our relationship? A ray of sunlight filtered through the leaves. Garrett paused in the light, which illuminated his blonde hair. Does it matter? Garrett. His voice was a whisper laden with warning. He sighed, as if it were a waste of time. If you want to be a technician, you could consider me your half-uncle. The words hit her like a train. Half-uncle. Your grandmother wasn't exactly faithful. Alice leaned against the tree, trying to process it. Why didn't you tell me? And Shane. Is that why you can suppress my wolf? The power to suppress a wolf is only held by the leader of the Royal Guard. It requires royal red liquid and a lot of training. How did you end up in the Royal Guard? Alice, it's a long story, he replied, exasperated. And I'll tell you, but later. Can we focus on this first? She made a face of annoyance. Will this work without my wolf? Garrett raised an eyebrow. Your wolf isn't inert. Just repressed. She'll guide you. If you say so. Alice placed her hands on the floor to push herself up, but something crunched beneath her fingers. It was a small folded piece of paper, with a name written on the front. Alice. Her fingers trembled as she opened it. What was a note with her name on it doing in Warren Pack territory? The message chilled him. Garrett, she whispered. You have to see this. Chapter 7. Alice fiddled with her rhinestone earring. Shane, she called down the hall. Have you seen my sneakers? Shane poked his head into the bathroom. The black ones. Yeah. He scratched his head, ruffling a stray strand of hair on his forehead. I think they're in the closet, by the front door. Thank you. Automatically, Alice reached out to smooth his hair, but Shane tensed, watching her movement warily. She paused, realizing he might not have wanted her to touch him, and lowered her arm uncomfortably. Sorry. Nothing's wrong, he murmured, maintaining an impassive expression. Almost ready. She looked at herself one last time in the mirror and adjusted her high ponytail. Ready. Let's go. They found Donovan in his bedroom, on his new bed, playing with two action figures, repeatedly crashing them together. The sounds he made mimicked small, muffled explosions. Donovan, you were supposed to be ready, Alice said, gathering some toys from the messy floor and putting them in the colorful drawer. She'd have to talk to Leo about buying the little guy so many toys. It seemed like every day his partner came home with a new car or a Nerf gun for Donovan. While she loved seeing him get excited, someone would have to set limits before they both got too spoiled. I'm ready, Care. Donovan dropped the figures on the floor. Alice gave him an exasperated look, which he ignored, kicking up his feet. Shoes. See. And the coat. And the gloves. And the hat? She asked. It's cold outside. But we're just going to the park, Care. It's only 40 degrees, Donovan, he replied. But I don't know where my coat is. Lucky I do, Alice replied, stepping through a pile of discarded clothes and heading to the closet, where Donovan's coat, blue mittens, and a matching hat hung. Here you go. Now, let's go. We have to stop by Lindy's first. I'll go tell the guards, Shane muttered before leaving. Alice helps Donovan with his black coat, carefully zipping it up. Put on your gloves and hat, Char, and then bring me down, okay? I'll get my coat. On the way to Leo's room, well, his room, he ran into Garrett. Hey, Garrett. The white piece of paper he always carried was crumpled in his hand. Arisha, he said. I was just going to look for you. Really? Well, Shane and I took Donovan to the park. Do you want to come? Today he was unusually serious. His blonde hair was disheveled, and there was no trace of his usual smile on his face. I haven't been to a park in 50 years. And I'm not going to start now. It's never too late to be a child. Garrett opened his fist and smoothed out the paper. Alice made out scribbles on the front and the letters of her name on the back. Seeing it again made her skin crawl. She didn't want to read it again, even though the words still echoed in her mind. She could hear that voice from her nightmares, see those red eyes in the darkness. The knife. But the note. She breathed shakily. I already told you I don't feel anything about that note. He had to understand that she didn't want to try again. She couldn't. Leo had been furious when they returned to the Warren Pack house. He assumed Drake had delivered the note himself. He didn't believe they had found it by chance. Garrett and Leo argued for a long time about how to proceed. In the end, Leo agreed to let Alice try to track Drake through the note. She'd spent 4 hours sitting, clutching the paper tightly and closing her eyes, searching for any clues. Garrett assured her she should feel a connection. Even without access to her wolf, her royal bloodline should give her something. But they got absolutely nothing. It was pathetic as real. I need you to try again. Why? He asked. I almost hit my head on the table. Nothing's going to happen. I need something, Arisha. Anything, he insisted, his gaze piercing, so intense it was at odds with his usual demeanor. Your mother was the best tracker in the royal line. I can't believe you didn't inherit any of that. Alice took the paper. Just holding it made her feel sick. I'll keep it. Maybe I'll have an epiphany. He ran a hand through his hair. The hallway light danced in the reflections of his locks. I want you to go on with your life as usual, but your uncle is the most wanted wolf in our world. He's extremely dangerous. He makes me somewhat nervous, which is why you need at least 2 guards with you when you go out today. Shane too. No exceptions. For once in her life, Alice didn't feel like arguing. After reading the message on the note, she would accept as many guards as Garrett assigned her. Are you going to work today? I work every day, Arisha. You know what I mean. The phone in his pocket rang. He pulled it out and looked at the caller ID. We'll be in Warren territory today. Praying for a lead. He made a disapproving sound when he saw who was calling. This park you're going to. Isn't it far? A little further down the street. Maybe a 7-minute walk. Be careful. He nodded goodbye and answered the call, continuing down the hallway. Alice's fingers trembled as she held the note. 2 words stared back at her. 2 simple words that made her feel like thousands of tiny spiders were crawling on her back. She stuffed it into her back pocket and ran to put on her coat. Favorite movie? Shane asked Alice, pushing Donovan higher on the swing. Alice dangled her feet from the other swing. Easy A. Shane nodded as if he knew exactly which movie she was referring to. He couldn't help but laugh. You haven't seen it, have you? No, he replied, pushing Donovan again as the swing returned. But I imagine it's a great movie with lots of comedic banter and sarcasm. Sarcasm. Looking at Shane was like looking in a mirror. Despite the gender difference, he had all of Alice's features. Same hair color. Same eyes. Same nose. Though Shane had a more defined jaw and a more masculine facial structure. It was a strange feeling to discover she had another member in her family. But, somehow, Alice was happy about it. Shane was another person to love. Another person to share her life with. To laugh with. To cry with. To face the difficult times with. He was practically a stranger to her. A stranger with strangely similar features. It was those features that drew her in and kept her close, unable to tear herself away. The similarities made her want to get closer, to discover if they were really that similar, even in personality. You seem to enjoy sarcasm, Shane explained. She kicked the pieces of wood on the ground, relaxing on one of the swings. She rolled her eyes. How did you find out? Shane, either not hearing the sarcasm or ignoring it, shrugged. I'm observant. Do you mind? Donovan called. The swing squeaked and creaked as it moved back and forth. Alice was afraid to climb on hers, in case she broke the already rusty set. Can you do the underdog? A smile spread across his face. I don't know, Donovan. Can you handle it? Yes. Donovan said loudly, laughing as his swing went up again. Underdog. Underdog. Alice stood up from her swing and waited for Donovan's to come back toward her. She quickly reached out and grabbed the bottom of his seat. Ready? Come on. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I don't know, he joked. You don't seem to want it. Yes. Donovan shouted. Alice used all her strength to pull the swing back as far as she could. In the same motion, she pushed forward, raising her hands as high as possible and letting go at the last second. Donovan screamed with laughter and kicked his legs to keep the swing moving. Shane approached Alice. You're a great sister, you know that. She watched her little brother having fun, enjoying how excited he was about the smallest things. At that moment, she envied the innocence he still possessed and how he spent his time having fun, without a care in the world. I just want her to be happy, he admitted. She only has a limited time before she has to grow up and face the real world. He took a deep breath of the fresh outside air and hesitated before continuing. Do you think? He'd say it anyway. Do you think we were ever like that? Shane stared at the swing. I don't know, he replied. I wish we were, he admitted softly. I want you to feel welcome here. You're my brother. Shane dragged the sole of his shoe against the ground. I am. No, you're not. Finally, she looked at him. Her expression became closed. How do you know that? She said. You don't know how I feel. Her tone was flat. Prepared for a verbal war. The conversation was quickly taking a turn Alice didn't want. You're a close-minded person, Shane, she said sincerely. And I get it. I get it. Shane's jaw tightened. His whole body stiffened. You think I don't want this to work? No, I'm not saying that. Nerves began to creep into her stomach. The last thing she wanted was to push her brother away. But if they didn't get this out in the open soon, their sibling relationship wouldn't go anywhere. Relationships depend on trust, she began, realizing that sounded like she didn't trust him. Why wasn't it coming out right? Look, what I mean is... Shane brushed his hair out of his eyes, waiting. Don't you trust me? No. That's not what I mean. However, there was some truth to his question. Alice trusted him. She did. But not in the same way she trusted Marie or Leo. They hadn't reached that level of trust yet. His brain would shut down, and suddenly, he couldn't remember why he'd started this conversation or where it was going. "I don't like words," she muttered to herself. She ran a hand through her hair and hugged herself, trying to stay warm. Shane shifted from foot to foot. "What do you want from me, Alice?" "I want you to talk to me." She looked at him, determined. She didn't care that he seemed emotional. "I'm here for you, okay? I know we're not close, but I really want you to open up to me. I want to fight with you. I want to laugh. I want you to tell me about your day." When Shane didn't say anything, she continued. "I want us to be brothers. Like when we were little." Not that she remembered much of that, though. Shane bit his lower lip. "I understand," he said softly. "I'd like that too. But Alice, I wasn't raised like you." "I know." "Do you really know?" she asked. "Drake didn't show me the same warm, happy family moments that Marie and Cole gave you. He and I didn't share much." The reminder made her heart break. She'd always thought her life was difficult, but Shane had had a much harder life. He'd fought daily against a dictator, a power-hungry wolf. And for that, she felt guilty. "You're strong, Shane," she said. "What Drake did to you. It takes real strength to overcome something like that. And I'm so proud of you for it. You're going to have to be patient," he told her. "I can do it." They sat on a bench near the playground, watching Donovan play happily. Alice looked toward a small section of trees on one side of the park. There was a path leading there. A path that led to a small lake, and eventually looped around to a small nature center. I wanted to show it to Shane. The guards with them, Jacob and Hudson, stood by the park entrance, calmly keeping an eye on everything around them. However, the park was completely empty. They were the only people near that small area, and they hadn't seen anyone else in a while. No one would be coming anytime soon, not in this weather, which was one of the reasons they'd wanted to come today. "Come on," she said, pointing down the path. "Let's go to the trail. I want to show you the lake. It's not far to walk." He nodded and stood up. Alice crouched down next to Donovan in the litter box. "Donovan, Shane, and I are going for a little walk. Can you stay here with Jacob for a while?" "Okay," he said happily as he built a small sand hill. "Don't move from here," he ordered. "Stay right here, okay? We'll be right back." "Okay, Care." "Have fun," he replied. She stood up and nodded to Hudson, who immediately began following them down the path. The crunch of gravel echoed in the cold air. Alice looked at Shane, wondering what he was thinking. He remained silent, his face impenetrable. They'd been walking for about 5 minutes. The path had begun to curve, and that's when Alice knew they were getting close. "We're almost there," she said, her breath forming small clouds in the air. The sun was beginning to set over the horizon, dyeing the sky shades of orange and red that blended with the blue. A chilly breeze brushed them, and Alice pulled her jacket closer. Then the lake appeared before them, and Alice was glad she'd decided to show her brother this place. The sunset rays reflected off the crystal-clear water, creating a magical glow all around. "I love this place," she whispered, inhaling the fresh air deeply and holding it in her lungs before exhaling. They sat on a bench near the shore, while Hudson stationed himself near the tree line. Alice nudged Shane. "I bet you can't bounce a rock." The orange glow of the sunset illuminated her profile. "Of course I can," she replied, bending down to search for a flat stone among those lying near the water. As Shane threw a stone into the lake, which sank with a plop, Alice fiddled with the piece of paper in her pocket. "The trick is in the wrist," he explained, moving his own wrist as a demonstration. Shane tried again, but this time he held the stone at the wrong angle. "You have to hold it with the flat side facing up," she explained. Alice let him continue practicing as the sun touched the horizon. She sat on the bench, enjoying the moment. The wind ruffled her hair, and the sound of branches rustling against each other was deeply relaxing. If her wolf were there, she would feel completely at peace. Suddenly, a branch broke behind her. Alice turned her head toward the noise. She assumed it was Jacob and Donovan joining them. She was surprised Donovan had lasted so long alone in the park. But then Hudson appeared at her side, his gaze alert. "We have to go. Now." His heart raced, as if it were about to burst. It all happened in an instant. Hudson grabbed her arm, and she stepped forward, ready to follow. But in that same second, a sharp, sharp pop echoed in the air, followed by. Hudson fell to the floor with a thud, collapsing face first. Alice screamed, her mind unable to process what had just happened. Then he saw the dark liquid expanding behind Hudson's head. A low, raspy growl rumbled behind her. Shane turned around, shoulders tense, fists clenched. A chill ran through her body. Two wolves emerged from the trees, approaching cautiously. "Alice," Shane called calmly. "Walk toward me." Slowly. Without taking her eyes off the wolves, Alice stepped back until she felt Shane's chest against her back. She gripped his forearm tightly. "What do we do?" she whispered, trembling. "Don't know." The wolves looked unkempt, with matted fur and patches of exposed skin. One was a dull gray, like an old dog, and the other was a dark brown. Suddenly, the brown wolf began to transform. His bones creaked, his body twisted, and in a matter of seconds, a naked man stood before them. He gave a nasty smile, showing yellow teeth. Well, he rasped. "The little royal twins. What do you want?" Alice asked, trying to keep her voice steady. She didn't have her phone. Neither did Shane. She had no connection to her wolf. There was no way to call for help. They were in serious trouble. "I want a lot of things, honey," the man replied. "You'll have to be more specific. What do they want with us?" The man tilted his head, amused. "Don't you know who I am?" Alice leaned closer to Shane as he stepped in front of her. "Renegades," she murmured. "All right, honey," the man laughed, showing his yellow teeth again. Shane fixed him with a hard look. "The guards will be here any minute," he lied. The man let out a mocking laugh. "Like the one in the park." It was delicious. Alice's heart sank. "You're lying," Shane growled. "Oh, really? What makes you think that?" the renegade asked, rubbing his hands together. "I love fresh meat." "You don't have a drop of red liquid on you." "Neither do you nor your friend," Shane countered. "The guards wouldn't let you escape without a scratch." The renegade kicked Hudson's limp body. "If he fights like this." Alice gasped. "Fight?" I mean, she hadn't finished him off yet. Maybe Donovan still had a chance. A small glimmer of hope surfaced inside her. The man tilted his head to one side and smiled defiantly. "I don't think my friends will have too much trouble," he said. "Garrett's pretty good with his aim." Alice's hope faded. Before Alice could react, the man had Shane by the neck. Alice tried to intervene, but the other gray wolf crouched low, growling, and she retreated back onto the trail. Shane's feet were barely touching the ground. He stood on his tiptoes, his fingers scratching at the hand that was cutting off his breath. "Leave him alone," Alice demanded. Yellow Teeth approached Shane. "I'm going to have fun tearing you apart." Shane made a choking noise in response. "You're hurting him," Alice cried. "No, no, no." The man looked at her. "Calm down, honey," he said. "Your turn will come." Alice took a step forward again, but stopped when the gray wolf reared back on its hind legs with a warning sound. A shot rang out in the distance, scaring the birds into flight. Alice jumped. "Oh, Luna." The man glanced toward the shot. Shane took advantage of the distraction and kicked the man in the stomach. Yellow Teeth dropped him with a grunt, and Shane quickly stepped aside. The man bent down, holding his stomach. "You'll pay for that, Royal Mongrel," he promised. Shane widened his feet and assumed a fighting stance. "Who's holding you back? Watch your tongue, brat." The man narrowed his eyes. "He didn't say I couldn't play with my toys before I took them." "Him?" Alice asked. The instant the question left her mouth, the answer came to her, freezing her red liquid. If that were even possible. "Drake. Didn't you get our note?" Yellow Teeth asked. The gentleman has a lovely way with words. He made a move toward Alice, but Shane stopped him, stepping in front of her. "We're going to have some quality time together, darling." He tilted his head. "I wonder how flexible you are." "You son of a..." Shane said, glaring at him. Yellow Teeth smiled. "Only if you come with me." Shane punched him in the jaw. His head snapped around. Before Shane could do anything else, Yellow Teeth charged at him and grabbed him by the waist. They fell to the ground in a tangle of punches and kicks. Alice couldn't stay there. She had to help Shane. Her foot shot out and connected with the gray wolf's side. The wolf growled and backed away, baring its teeth. Another shot rang out in the air. The gray wolf launched itself at Alice. She rolled to avoid it, but she wasn't fast enough. Its teeth sank into her ankle, cutting deep into the skin. Alice screamed in pain. "You have nothing. You're now a shadow of your former self. How will you defeat a wolf that's faster and more experienced?" Her shirt rode up and rocks scraped her back as the wolf dragged her toward the water. She kicked and reached out for something to hold on to. "Alice!" Shane shouted. His voice trailed off in a growl. A small bump in the ground briefly lifted Alice into the air. Her head fell back down with a thud, and she hit something hard. Heat began to trickle down the back of her skull. His vision blurred and he lost focus. The next thing he knew, his head was underwater. The wolf's paws gripped her shoulders. The wolf must have weighed at least 170 pounds, and he was putting all his weight on her. Alice swallowed water. "Is this what it feels like to die?" The water was a murky green. Her eyes stung, but she kept them open. Something inside her snapped. In the distance, her wolf howled in her mind. She stretched her neck as her fingers slid around one of the wolf's paws. She bit down with all her might, tasting the dirty water, the fur, and the red liquid. Mostly red liquid. A scream. The weight was lifted. He sat up quickly, feeling the cold air on his face. He coughed up water and red liquid. His lungs burned in his chest. Shane was there, and he had a knife. He plunged it deep into the wolf's belly, causing it to moan in pain. His hand went down, down, down hard until the wolf stopped moving. Then he turned to Alice. For a moment, Alice couldn't recognize a single one of her brother's features on his face. His face was a mask of anger and suppressed emotion. "Shane," she said, haltingly. Her brother's face softened, and he lowered the red-stained knife. "Are you okay?" The water reached her knees. He reached out to help her up. She took it weakly and allowed him to help her to her feet. He saw yellow teeth. "Is he in the afterlife?" Shane nodded. "Where did you get the knife?" He looked down and said nothing. Strangely calm, Alice brushed the wet strands away from her face. His face paled. Donovan. She had never run so fast in her entire life. Her wet shoes crunched with every step, but she didn't let that stop her. The path flashed before her eyes. She moved nimbly through the trees, dodging rocks and fallen logs. The park was empty, except for 3 lifeless bodies. One of them was the park ranger. Alice whipped her head around. She spun her body in a circle. "Donovan! Donovan!" he shouted. Tears streamed down her face and mingled with the murky lake water. Her lip trembled, and then, suddenly, her strength failed her. She fell to her knees, clutching her stomach. "Donovan!" Her vision blurred with tears. She pulled out some hair. "Donovan!" Shane was talking on his phone, a device he must have taken from Jacob's pocket. He spoke calmly. Alice felt his eyes on her. He was watching her fall apart. "Donovan," she said, as if repeating his name over and over again would bring him back. "Donovan." His hand clenched the note in his pocket. He pulled it out and tried to open it. By then, the water had turned it into a sticky mess. It crumbled between his fingers. Ink dripped through the pieces. I didn't need to read it. I didn't need to know what it said. I already knew. 2 words. Memorized. A warning. Why hadn't I listened? 2 words. Get ready. Alice sobbed into the torn paper. Alice wasn't sure how long she'd been sitting on the cold, hard floor. Water dripped from her hair and ran down her face. She'd stopped crying a while ago. Her legs, bent beneath her, were numb from the cold, while the rest of her body trembled uncontrollably. A pair of arms wrapped around her shoulders. "Alice," Shane gently brushed a strand of hair away from her face. "Oh my God, Alice. Did you hurt your head?" She nodded slightly. Her head felt light, as if a sudden movement could make her faint, and her lungs were still burning. "They're coming." Less than 2 minutes left. Finally, several cars sped into the parking lot and pulled up to the curb. Leo was the first to get out. "Alice." His voice snapped her out of her stupor. She left Shane behind and, forcing her legs to support her, ran toward him. Her hands clutched at his jacket. "They took Donovan," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with panic. Leo quickly took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. "Oh my God, Alice. What happened? Are you okay?" Hadn't I heard her? Leo's eyes widened. "Alice, your head," he called out to the doctor carrying a bag, ordering him to hurry. His hazel eyes scanned her with concern as he gently ran a hand over her head. Alice felt the texture of his sweater against her cheek as he hugged her tightly. "Everything's going to be okay. You're safe." She pushed him, desperate. Why didn't he understand? Leo, they have Donovan. The doctor quickly approached and left his equipment on the grass. Alice, could you sit down for a moment? I need to examine you. Leo guided her to the floor. Alice tried to resist, but he must have mistaken her movements for the trembling of her body. And, truth be told, she no longer had the strength to fight. Check his head, he told the doctor firmly. Make sure he's okay, understood? Of course, sir. Leo stood up as if he was about to leave. Leo, Alice looked up at him. They have Donovan. His eyes filled with confusion. Alice, I don't understand you, he turned to the doctor. Why are you mumbling? The doctor pressed something cold to the back of her head. The loss of red fluid may have temporarily affected her facial muscles. Donovan, he tried to scream, feeling a stabbing pressure in his brain. Donovan. Donovan. She nodded desperately. Leo's face paled. Instantly, he shouted orders to a guard behind him. Look for a small, blonde, 6-year-old boy. Tears streamed down her face. Donovan, she murmured to herself. I couldn't protect him. It's my fault. I left him alone. You're not speaking well, Alice, Leo said, frowning. Too much shock. He turned back to the doctor. Can you give her something? Something to help her rest for a while. No, she protested. She didn't want to go to sleep. She had to find her brother. But the doctor nodded. Yes, sir. An instant later, a sharp sting in her arm plunged her into darkness. Smooth transition to the next fragment. When she woke up, Leo's face was the first thing she saw. He smiled at her tenderly. Hi. How are you feeling? Alice raised a heavy hand to her forehead. A dull ache throbbed behind her eyes. Dizzy, she murmured. Sunlight reflected off her dark hair, illuminating her features. The doctor said you might have a concussion. He wants you to come down for a checkup when you feel ready. What time is it? 9 o'clock. 9 in the morning. Alice sat bolt upright, tangling in the sheets. She pushed them back impatiently. Why didn't you wake me up sooner? Leo looked at her, puzzled. Alice, I've been waking you up every 3 hours to make sure the shock didn't get worse. And you let me go back to sleep. She couldn't keep her voice from sounding accusatory. He clenched his jaw. You needed to rest, he said firmly. I wasn't going to let you move before your time. You have to recover. The light from the window revealed the dark circles under his eyes. Alice immediately felt guilty. God only knew how long Leo had been awake, watching over her. Had he even slept? I'm sorry, she murmured, hugging herself. It's just, they have Donovan, Leo. He nodded gravely. I know. Her chest ached. It's my fault. She focused on a loose thread on one of the sheets and avoided his eyes. It was my responsibility to keep him safe. Leo gently stroked her cheek with the back of his hand. This isn't your fault, Alice. She shook her head, biting her lip to keep the tears from falling. It's always been my job to take care of him. The only thing I've ever been responsible for, and I haven't even managed that. Shane told me what happened. The guards were supposed to be with him. You thought he was in good hands. That's how it had been. But, like any mother who has lost a child, she felt she should have done more. It wasn't enough. Alice carefully got out of bed. They could argue until they were speechless about whose fault it was, but that wouldn't bring Donovan back. That didn't make her mistake any less serious. He took an uncertain step toward the door, dizziness affecting his balance. Leo's hand remained on her back as he guided her toward the kitchen. All the high-ranking wolves were there, along with some of the pack's new warriors. Marcus and Garrett were leaning over a map spread out on the table. There were also some unknown wolves, to whom Melissa was serving coffee. Alice had seen them somewhere, though she didn't know exactly where. Could those be wolves from the Warren pack? Alice. Melissa walked over and hugged her. How are you feeling? Fine, she lied with a small smile. In reality, her stomach was in knots, her head was hurting, and she felt like she was going to throw up at any moment. What were they doing to Donovan? Were they torturing him? Were they keeping him in a cage? What if, oh Luna, they cut off his fingers like they did to Shane? All he could imagine was Donovan, crying and sitting in a pool of his own red fluid. Leo hugged her from behind, holding her as she trembled. He rubbed small circles on her hip with his thumb. We'll make it, Alice, he whispered softly in her ear. Leo sent someone to get the doctor and sat her down in a chair next to the table. We'll have to send a group from the north side, Garrett said, frowning at the map. He marked a red line with his finger. The other group needs to cross this river. The water will erase their trail and give the first group time to distract them. We leave at noon. How many groups do you need? Marcus asked Garrett. Garrett thought for a moment. We'll need at least 5 groups of 20. This pack has at least 60 wolves ready to fight. He looked toward one of the unfamiliar, dark blonde wolves. Max, how many wolves can the Warren pack send? We have 30 ready to fight, replied the unknown wolf. Max, though I warn you, we are desperate for revenge. That might cloud his judgment, Marcus commented. Are you sure you want that, Garrett? An angry wolf is very unpredictable. We have no choice. Garrett pulled a sleek phone from his pocket. It'll be what it takes. My warriors will also be present. Along with Marcus, Leo, and me. That should be enough alpha vibes to keep them under control. Is Cole going? Alice asked, directing the question to Leo, who had crouched down beside her to check the bandage on the back of her head. Yes, he replied, concentrating on her head. His fingers carefully brushed Alice's hair away. I'll go too. At that moment, Leo looked at her. Something flashed in his hazel eyes. No, you're not going. Yes, I'm going. Alice. Leo growled her name in a warning tone. You're not going. I didn't want to deal with his protective alpha personality right now. I didn't trust his patience. Look, they're already short on fighters. And they need alphas to keep the wolves in check. Who better than a real wolf to do it? Leo's lip twitched slightly. I'm not going to allow you anywhere near this battle. Why not? She looked at him determinedly. I can help them. If Garrett gives me back my wolf, I can fight. I can find Drake, and I can stop him. You'd be a fool to think I'd let everyone go after Donovan without me. Arisha. No, Alice. And that's final. Leo lifted his chin and squared his shoulders. You're going to stay safe, in our room, and you're not coming out until we get back with Donovan. Alice stood up. Don't tell me what to do, Leo. It's my fault Donovan got captured. I'm going to get him back myself. No. Leo stood up too and crossed his arms. Yes. Alice pointed at Garrett. Tell him, Garrett. Tell him I have to go. Silence. He turned to look at Garrett. Garrett? He's right, Arisha. His jaw nearly dropped. That's not true. Arisha, Drake wants to take you out. You and Shane are the only ones stopping him from getting what he really wants, control of all wolves. If you and Shane pass on to the afterlife, he'll have the power to control every wolf in the world. Garrett gave her a sympathetic look. You can't get near him. Her nails dug into her palms. She could feel the red liquid rising to her face. What do you think? She turned toward the kitchen door and walked toward it. I'll go alone. Leo instantly blocked her exit. No, you won't. Why can't you just let me do this? She almost screamed, her arms outstretched to the sides. Why can't you just let me come with you? Because I can't let you get hurt. Leo responded, shouting back, leaving her speechless. He took a step back and ran a hand through his hair, taking a deep breath. This time, when he spoke, it was in a calmer tone. God, Alice. Please, just this once, do what I ask, he begged. His hazel eyes stared into hers, as if trying to penetrate her soul. Pleading. She knew she was going to hurt him. After this, their relationship could take a major hit before it even had a chance to begin. Her heart ached. I can't. Leo's eyes hardened. He set his jaw and nodded. He tried to appear strong and determined, but Alice could see through his facade. Her words made him feel betrayed. Then I'll have to apologize in advance. Apologize? Why? Leo easily lifted her and placed her over his shoulder. Alice screamed and punched him in the back. Leo! What the? He interrupted her. Garrett, send 2 warriors to my room. I want them to guard the door. Post 1 outside, under the window, too. He won't leave. Leo! Alice hit his back and kicked her feet. He wrapped a strong arm around her legs, preventing her from kicking any further. Don't you dare do this, Leo. Tears streamed down her face. He climbed the stairs with ease, heading towards his room. Don't do this, Leo, she pleaded. You're making a mistake. It doesn't matter, he replied gruffly. Fury shot through her like a lightning bolt. She scratched hard at his back. Let me go. The muscles in his back tensed, but he kept climbing. Leo! His vision blurred, and tears streamed down his forehead. You're going to ruin this. You're going to ruin everything. He opened the bedroom door and grabbed a key from the dresser before nearly throwing it onto the bed. She quickly got up and ran to the door as fast as she could. But Leo arrived first. He stepped out and slammed the door shut in her face. The lock turned and a click was heard. Alice's fists pounded on the door. Again and again. Who had a door that locked from the outside? I couldn't stand it anymore. I couldn't handle him and his endless orders. She could feel him on the other side of the door and knew he'd hurt her. Tears continued to fall down her cheeks, and she leaned forward, resting her forehead against the cold door. They could have been the last words she ever spoke to him. They could have been the only thing he heard from her before he left to confront his uncle. But anger and bitterness soured his stomach. At least you'll still be alive, he whispered. And then he left. An hour later, Alice stood up from the floor and tightened her fingers in her hair, tugging hard. Her cheeks burned where the tears had dried. A furious knot of darkness exploded inside her. She walked over to the desk and reached out, pushing the lamp and the photo frame off. They crashed to the floor, shattering into 1,000 pieces. She felt her heart do the same. A photo of her and Leo from the day they went shopping for Shane rested on the dresser. Leo was hugging her from behind, and they were both laughing at something Garrett had said, just as Shane had taken the photo with Leo's phone. He picked up the frame and threw it against the opposite wall. It broke easily upon impact and fell. Too easy. He walked toward it, dodging the glittering shards of broken glass. Rage was now a boiling mass of heat in his chest. He took the photo. It tore easily in his hands. The small pieces of the photo remained in her hand as she lay down on the bed with them, holding them tightly close to her chest. She stared up at the ceiling. The day would come when he would regret destroying the photo. But that day wouldn't be today. At noon, footsteps echoed in the hallways. Doors opened and closed. Cars started moving. People talked. Goodbyes were said. From the window, she watched as one after another the cars drove away until they became tiny dots in the distance and then disappeared completely. Alice approached the door, resting one hand on the knob. She pulled it, turned it. Tried to open it. It didn't budge. He slid to the ground and waited. A knock on the glass startled Alice. With trembling hands, she unlocked the door to let Shane in. He slipped inside nimbly, scanning the room until his gaze fell on the shards of glass scattered along the wall. Alice lowered her head, overwhelmed with guilt. How had she lost control like that? "We have to help them," Shane declared firmly. "I'm going." I can't," she murmured, rubbing her reddened eyes. The angry tears had dried long ago, leaving her skin irritated. As irritated as her spirits. Following them is too dangerous. "Don't you want Donovan back?" he retorted defiantly. Alice glared at him. "Of course I want to. But, Shane, we're the only thing standing between Drake and his plans. We can't risk it. And if they don't come back," he insisted. "Are you going to allow others to fight in our place?" "Enough." She put her hands to her temples. The crying and the arguing had given her a pounding headache. "Shane, please, just leave him." He came closer, invading her space. "So that's your solution? Let Garrett and his group sort everything out for us." He roughly grabbed her arm. She jerked free. "What's wrong with you? Why are you being so cruel?" Shane gave a bitter laugh. "Cruel? Please don't tell me you're surprised I care about this. You know that's not what I meant." "Whatever," he muttered, pulling something out of his back pocket and throwing it onto the bed. "What is this?" He unfolded a large piece of paper and held it out. "A map. The herd's route is marked in red." Alice studied the scarlet line snaking across the paper. Following that path would take at least 2 hours. The clock on the nightstand read 1:37 p.m. Would they arrive in time to help? "If we know their route, we can catch them," Shane argued. "There's still a chance." Alice pushed herself off the bed and began pacing. They could do this. Slip past the guards, get there in 2 hours, but by doing so, they would be giving Drake exactly what he wanted. Despite the resentment she'd unleashed on Leo hours earlier, she now felt only tiredness. All she longed for was for everyone to return safely. And if I went, it would just be one more burden. But Donovan. Something didn't fit. "Where did you get this map?" she asked suspiciously. Shane shrugged. "They left it forgotten." The vagueness of his answer set off her alarm bells. Would a group of warriors forget something so crucial? Unless they had another copy. Alice almost laughed ironically. Of course they did. Garrett and his team probably had GPS coordinates and 1,000 other redundancies. "Even if I wanted to," He pointed toward the window. "There's a guard downstairs who..." The words died on his lips. The warrior lay unconscious, something dark staining the grass around him. "Oh my God!" Alice murmured, frozen. Something was wrong. He spun around, but Shane was already there. "Shane, there's something." Her brother's face twisted into a grotesque grimace. He grabbed her arm and twisted it hard. Alice screamed, struggling, but he pinned her down, squeezing her neck with his forearm. "Ah, Alice, we were doing so well," he whispered in her ear, while suffocating her. She scratched at his arm in vain. Panic flooded her. The guards, the hallway. Shane laughed against her back. "They are in the afterlife." "Where did you get the map?" he managed to utter with what little breath he had left. His lungs burned. His vision blurred. His legs buckled. "It's mine," was the last thing he heard before everything went black. A brutal awakening. A blow to the stomach brought her back to consciousness. Alice gasped, the cold air burning her lungs and the pain in her throat unbearable. "Get up." Another kick made her flinch. "Alice." His eyes widened as he recognized that voice. "Donovan." Drake held the boy by the wrists, holding him up like a trophy. Donovan kicked and fought, but Drake wouldn't budge. The room was a dilapidated cubicle, cracked walls, missing doors, and only a threadbare sheet as an entrance. Shane fiddled with a switchblade by the door, unconcerned. Alice's hands were tied behind her back with a force that cut off her circulation. "I've been waiting for this for a long time," Drake said with a sinister smile. Donovan's face was bathed in tears. Seeing him like that broke her heart. "How could you?" she spat at Shane. He didn't even flinch. "What's wrong, Alice? Don't you like the side I chose?" Her tone was mocking, as if they were chatting in the pack mess hall. "Oh, what will I do now without your approval? Was it all a lie?" His voice trembled with rage. "Are you even my brother?" "Of course I am," he smiled cruelly. "And that makes it all the more fun. What did he offer you in return?" Shane burst out laughing. "How naive you are. Drake offered me nothing. Someone has to take control of the wolves, and you, dear sister, are on the wrong side." Alice didn't understand. "But, doesn't he? Didn't he what? Torture me? Cut off my finger?" He twisted the knife. "I couldn't see clearly before. Now I do. And I'm much stronger for it." Drake chimed in, bored. "I love family drama, but it's getting old." He signaled to a hooded man. "Bring him in." The man disappeared behind the curtain. A grunt and an oath broke the silence. Alice recognized the voice with growing horror. Two burly men were escorting a struggling Leo. His hands were pinned behind his back, and a long, painful wound ran down his cheekbone. His shirt was torn in several random places. In that moment, Alice forgot about the entire fight they'd had. She forgot everything they'd argued about. Leo looked around with a disgusted expression. His body tensed at the sight of Alice. He struggled with renewed strength. "Leave her alone, Drake," he hissed. "If you so much as lay a hand on her again, I swear." "What are you going to do?" Drake mocked. "I don't think you have much choice in your situation." One of the men cruelly twisted Leo's arm, causing a sound of pain. "Don't hurt him," Alice cried. "Please, Drake." Drake turned to Alice with an amused smile. He put a hand to his ear. "What did you say, honey?" Please, she begged. Alice, don't do it, Leo said. He glared at Drake. You're losing, Drake, he said. Garrett and the warriors are destroying your men. Really? Drake shrugged. I don't need them after this. Soon I'll be able to control all those wolves. Including you. Won't that be fun? Silence. Drake looked out one of the broken windows at the setting sun. Is it that late already? Sir, the wolf is right. Our troops are dwindling, said one of the men. Then we better get started with this. Drake threw Donovan against the opposite wall. The boy screamed upon impact and fell to the floor, unable to get up. Donovan! Alice cried in horror. You son of a bitch, she yelled at Drake as he struggled to free himself from the ropes binding his hands. Something inside her snapped. She felt as if a wall inside her was collapsing, ready to unleash a wave of fury. Drake pulled a long silver knife from his belt. He twirled it in the light, watching closely as the sun glinted off it. Alice, you have no idea how honored I am to be your uncle. You've been quite difficult to find, and honestly, I'm quite enjoying this. I can't wait to see your life go down the drain, baby, he continued. If it's any consolation, I promise it will be quick. Drake took a few steps back. He tilted his head, his dark eyes shining with excitement. But first. Before Alice could even breathe, Drake spun around, drew back his arm, and stabbed Shane in the chest. Right in the center. Shane! Alice screamed. She writhed in her bonds, but even if she freed herself, it was too late. Shane's eyes stared, shocked. He stared at the silver knife sticking out of his chest, then fell lifeless to the ground. His glassy eyes stared at Alice. From deep within, the wail of her wolf echoed with pain. Alice rocked back and forth, sobbing. Shane had betrayed her. He'd turned her in. He'd taken her to Drake to finish her off. Still, she couldn't help it. She cried for him. He was her brother. The only family she had left. All that time they spent together couldn't be a lie. There was a side of him that wasn't evil. And that was the side she'd seen when they went to the mall, and when they took Donovan to the park. That side was still there. It was that side she'd come to love. The one she'd treasured. And now all that was gone. Drake bent down and pulled the knife from Shane's motionless body. He wiped it on his pants like it was nothing. Leo stepped forward, pulling his body toward Drake. Why? Leo stopped with a cry of pain as one of the men yanked his arm back. The arm twisted at an unnatural angle, popping out of its socket. The animal inside Alice stirred strongly. She felt it. She could feel its wolf. If only she could somehow free it, maybe. Drake walked over to where Donovan lay motionless and lifted him up by the neck. Alice's heart stopped. No, she cried, sobbing. Leave him out of this. He has nothing to do with it. Drake stopped. I have to make sure you have nothing left to fight for, Alice. He smiled wickedly, as if the idea of making everyone she'd ever loved disappear was the best birthday present she'd ever received. I won't fight. His voice cracked. I promise. Kill me. I don't care. I'll leave quietly. I won't resist. Just, please. Drake thought for a moment. I don't know. Please, she begged through tears. I'll do whatever you want. Drake stared at her. Promise. Leo roared from his spot. His body began to blur and he tried to transform into a wolf. His entire body tensed, and he went still when one of the men stopped him with a stun gun. His legs gave way, but the men held him upright. "I promise," Alice whispered. "Perfect." Drake released Donovan, who fell to the floor with a thud. "But I don't like liars, Alice. Don't make things difficult for me." "I won't do it." Drake smiled. "Perfect," he said, almost a whisper. "I appreciate it, honey," he added, turning his head in Leo's direction. "However, I'm not too keen on the idea of your little toy being under my thumb. I might try something when you're gone." "He won't," Alice argued. "Right, Leo?" Leo struggled with tremors, but answered. "No," he spat out. "See?" Alice said to Drake hopefully. But Leo didn't finish. "I meant to say, no. That son of a bitch is going to have to bury me next to you." "Leo!" Drake nodded to the men to release him. He fell to the ground, struggling to get up, but only managed to get to his knees. He glared defiantly at Drake, who approached him. "If you want to take out Alice, you'll have to do it with me first." Drake threw his head back and laughed. "Oh, Leo, you're a funny guy. I like your loyalty," he said. "Unfortunately, I can't guarantee that you'll be loyal to me. So you'll have to go." He raised the knife. "No." Alice's chest exploded with pain as Drake brought the knife down. Her wolf broke the cage Garrett had locked inside her. She couldn't even try to stop him, nor did she want to. The ropes around Alice's wrists snapped as her body took over the transformation. The moment her forepaws touched the ground, she ran toward Drake. Her wolf roared in fury. Save her mate. She knocked Drake down with a shove, the knife scraping his right shoulder. She howled in pain, but didn't let it stop her. Drake's back slammed into the ground. He grunted as his arm hit the ground and he dropped the knife. The weapon slid out of his reach. Alice's wolf's claws dug into Drake's chest. He screamed in anguish. His bleeding chest trembled beneath the wolf's forelegs and blurred. However, Alice's wolf was faster. Biting deep into his neck, he pulled. Tugged. Tore. Torn. Red liquid dripped down Drake's chin. He howled in pain, trapped between man and wolf, and slowly stopped moving. His eyes changed from deep brown to black and back again. He stopped moving. His head bent at an unnatural angle, his neck muscles sticking out like broken wires. A pool of red liquid formed around him. Alice's wolf backed away. He looked closely at what he had done. Alice's wolf raised its head and howled. She wasn't sure if it was in victory or distress, but it sounded beautiful. Her wolf's ears perked up as other wolves in the distance responded. Warm arms wrapped around her neck. Alice's wolf calmed as Leo's familiar scent enveloped her. Alice moved forward, directing her wolf back. Her arms and legs trembled beneath her. If anything, Leo hugged her tighter. He held her to his chest and rocked her back and forth slowly, as if she were a little girl. Alice sobbed. "Sure, it's okay," Leo whispered calmly. "It's okay, Alice." He stroked her hair. "You did it, Alice. You did it. You did it." 3 days later, a general funeral was held for all those who had lost their lives. Alice remained silent throughout the event. She didn't trust herself to speak without bursting into tears. After the funeral, when all the urns containing the remains of the recently deceased were lined up and buried, the pack gathered in the back garden of the pack house for a barbecue. Alice walked around quickly a few times, murmuring condolences, and then sat down on the grass beside the house, away from everyone. The fine hairs of the grass brushed her skin as she sat. Thank goodness, Cole, Marie, Donovan, and Garrett were all okay. If they had been seriously injured, she would. There was nothing he could have done. Because nothing was the only thing he could have done at that moment. Nothing was the only thing he ever did. All those people could have been saved. All those people. If only he had done something. And Leo. Leo was proud of her. How could she be? She'd been the cause of a battle. She dragged the pack into a war they didn't need to be in. Alice clenched her fists tightly and drew her knees to her chest. Her forehead rested on her knees. Why? Why didn't she offer sooner? She squeezed her eyes shut. The wind blew harshly around her, and her shoulder ached where the knife wound had been. It felt as if all her organs were slowly disintegrating. As if she herself were disintegrating. Alice. I couldn't look up. I couldn't look at him and see that happy expression. Leo's shoulder brushed hers as he sat down. He put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. Alice, he whispered in her ear. Comforting. Warm. His voice made his wolf purr. He stroked the back of her head. It's not your fault, was all he said. Alice couldn't speak because of the huge stone in her throat. She tried to swallow, but instead let out a sob. Alice, I talked to Garrett. He lifted her chin and began wiping away her tears. He said that what you did, no one had ever done before. The fact that you had the strength to override his block like that, well, it's incredible. Don't try to make me feel better, she said in a broken tone. Why not? It's true. From the moment you finished Drake, all the other wolves surrendered. The alpha connection between Drake and his men was broken, and they were free. His hazel eyes captured and held her gaze. You freed them, Alice. Now they can return to their families and move on with their lives. It's my fault. If Drake hadn't wanted to do it, he wouldn't have had to raise an army. People perished because of me. Are you kidding? He ran his knuckles down her cheek. Alice, if you hadn't been the one stopping Drake from getting what he really wanted, he would have taken control of the wolf world by now. Thanks to you, we had a chance. He would have still raised an army. He would have wiped out a lot more people. And he would have been far more dominant than all of them. We'd all be his slaves. Alice, we all fought for you. Thanks to you, we had the chance to move on with our lives and prevent him from gaining the power he so desired. You were our only hope. A nagging feeling grew inside her. He was right. The words left a bad taste in her mouth. She never thought she'd be the one to do it. You did it, he said gently. And there will be mornings when you're just going to have to stand in the shower and cry. But you know what? I'll be here for you. Garrett will be here for you. And so will Cole, Marie, Donovan, and the rest of the pack. You're always welcome here. For some reason, that sentence made Alice cry again. How many times had she wandered around the territory feeling like an out-of-place toy? All those times confronting Ashley, working at Lindy's restaurant, driving Donovan home from school, it had all been worth it. I love you, Alice, Leo said with a smile. And I'm happy to call you my mate. No matter how dominant you are. Alice couldn't help but laugh. I'm dominated by you. Forever, if you'll have me. I'll always accept you, Alice, Leo replied, brushing his lips against hers. Her entire body began to shudder where he touched her. Companion. My partner. Leo pulled away before the two of them took the moment any further. I think Donovan was looking for us. He said something about playing kickball with all the kids. Oh, and Wyatt wanted you on his team. He stood up and offered his hand to help her up from the grass. Alice held it tightly, not letting go as they walked toward the pack house. A fire lit inside her. Welcome. She was welcome here. You're home, Alice.